When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 751, Knowing Will. Elder, do you come here often? Jilan was surprised at how clean the stone room was. Elder Fong walked to a wooden chair and sat down before shaking her head. No, this is the second time I'm here because every time one wants to enter this place, 5 chi stones need to be used up. It took me more than a decade to gather these 5. This stone room contains a big secret. I was planning on helping you become a second-grade hidden sect first and then leave Ice Lake to investigate this room. But due to Xiao Yun, I could only come earlier. A pity about my chi stones, Mu Xiaoyun frowned. She felt Elder Feng's words were strange, seeing Ji Yilan's confusion. Elder Feng ignored her and said to Mu Xiaoyun, I know your husband is no ordinary person and the cultivation method he is learning is probably not an ancient martial art, right? I trust that your husband must have taught you the cultivation method. And so, on account of you also being an Ice Lake disciple at the end of the day, having received benefits from Ice Lake, please show us your cultivation method. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Mu Xiaoyun heard this and immediately understood. This elder Feng wanted her cultivation method, and that was why she had taken her away. It wasn't because she was an Ice Lake disciple or anything. After understanding this, Mu Xiaoyun's good impression of Elder Feng was immediately gone. Grandma, you? Ji Yilan looked at Elder Feng in disbelief. She didn't expect her grandma to have been planning like that. Elder Feng waved her hand to stop Ji Yilan from talking. Yilan, you don't know what Jimo's cultivation method means to Ice Lake, and what it means to me. According to legends, a long time ago, people didn't cultivate ancient martial arts on magical continent but something that can allow you to fly, control the weather and even attain long life. But after countless years, only ancient martial arts remained, and ancient martial arts then even reached a bottleneck. We can't surpass great heaven. Then, Elder Feng said to Mu Xiaoyun, I've been watching you for a long time. In the 4 years you stayed at Ice Lake, you haven't actually cultivated for more than a year, and what you're cultivating isn't the Star Rain cultivation method, yet you progressed so fast that I didn't dare believe it. I didn't understand why, but after seeing your husband today, I guess that you never cultivated in the Star Rain cultivation method from the beginning. You used something else to imitate the Star Rain cultivation method, right? Ji Yilan looked at Mu Xiaoyun in shock. She had reached the black level peak with only 1 year? This was too shocking. Mu Xiaoyun's tone was a little cold as she replied, Indeed, I haven't cultivated the Star Rain cultivation method but have been cultivating what my husband gave me. However, without his permission, I would never give it to anyone. Although her tone was plain, the adamant will behind it was obvious. Elder Feng showed immense joy upon confirming that her conjecture was right. There was a sliver of madness in that joy, of course. How could a young man in his 20s easily slaughter great heaven masters otherwise? So that was it, ha ha ha. Xiaoyun, if it wasn't for what you cultivate, I wouldn't be rude to you like this, because I'm truly grateful to you and your husband. He cured my internal injuries after all. But now, I must get the cultivation method no matter what. The glint in Elder Feng's eyes became scarier, and she was about to get up and attack Mu Xiaoyun. Grandma, how can you? Xiaoyun is our Ice Lake's disciple. She's my martial sister. Ji Yilan acted as though she didn't know this Grandma Feng. She would have never thought that the grandma-like figure she knew could show such behavior. Yilan, move aside. You will understand later that what I did today was right. No one can stop my will, because you can't possibly imagine what that sort of cultivation method means. Elder Feng's face became scary, and she pushed Ji Yilan aside. Mu Xiaoyun took a few steps back and suddenly gave Elder Feng 6 spirit stones. Elder Feng, I know you need chi stones. I have 6 here. They're all yours. I just want to see my husband, and I think my husband will agree to your request. Mu Xiaoyun did this because she knew that if Elder Feng got her cultivation method, she would kill her for sure. She didn't care about her life that much, but she didn't want to leave her husband behind. When Mu Xiaoyun subconsciously took out the spirit stones like that, Elder Feng was dumbfounded. Her body started shaking with excitement, and she threw the chi stones to the ground. She said shakily to Mu Xiaoyun, You have the storage ring? The legendary spatial ring, such things really exist, it's all real, Mu Xiaoyun was dazed. She was just trying to stall for some time, yet her action made Elder Feng only more crazy, looking at Elder Feng's hysteric state. Ji Yilan came up again with tears and stood in front of her. Grandma, Xiaoyun is an Ice Lake disciple. If you need her cultivation method, you can ask it from her husband, Grandma, PSS off. Elder Feng had completely gone mad and slapped Ji Yilan away. Only she knew that she wasn't mad at all, she was just shaking in excitement. With the magical ring and this cultivation method, perhaps she could become the #1 cultivator of the magical continent. The Taiyi and Kuan Qian trash would never know why she had taken Mu Xiaoyun away, but if they did, wouldn't they jump off a cliff and regret? Elder Feng slapped out towards Mu Xiaoyun. She was going to knock her out first and take her spatial ring. Perhaps the cultivation method was in there, but before her palm reached Mu Xiaoyun, a faint light barrier shot out from Mu Xiaoyun's wrist. Crack, the barrier broke, and then a faint blue mist started to emanate, soon covering the entire room. Elder Feng was dazed for a moment but quickly grabbed at Mu Xiaoyun again, but as she wanted to gather her inner qi, she felt a sudden tearing pain in her meridians. She couldn't use any inner qi at all. Elder Feng was shook. Mu Xiaoyun was a black-level peak warrior. If she couldn't use her inner qi, Mu Xiaoyun would be easily able to kill her. Mu Xiaoyun's heart pained when she saw her bracelet break. Her husband had said that this bracelet was akin to him being by her side. Yet now Elder Feng had broken it. This made Mu Xiaoyun furious. Without thinking, she took out her flying sword from the spatial ring and moved to kill Elder Feng. Elder Feng saw this and was worried, so she kicked one of the spirit stones under her foot at Mu Xiaoyun while hurriedly retreating. Click, the spirit stones landed in one of the sinks as she just left the room. Then, the other 4 sinks made a buzzing noise, and the remaining spirit stones were sucked in too. Suddenly a white light started circulating in the room. The 4 were shocked, not knowing what was going on. The big room rumbled, and the doorless room was suddenly sealed shut. Elder Feng was also dazed. But before she could come back to her senses, the tearing pain in her meridians appeared again. She was in so much pain that she started rolling around the room while she felt her inner qi disappear into nothing. Knowing will pill, knowing my will, so that was it. What a cunning little bastard, I hate you. Elder Feng writhed and convulsed on the ground. She finally understood what GMO had done when he gave Mu Xiaoyun to her. If she attacked Mu Xiaoyun, the bracelet would spew that herbal smoke, and because she had taken the knowing will pill, the two combined into something that rendered her completely powerless. Chapter 752, Xiaoyun gone missing. By the time Emo woke up again, all his cultivation essence had recovered. His spirit sense had also recovered completely and even improved a little bit. With a few cleansing spells, all the blood from Emo disappeared. Brother Yi, we have arrived at Ice Lake, Yun Zi's voice sounded. After Emo had entered the cart, he hadn't made a sound for a whole day and night, but Junzi didn't dare wake him up before they arrived at Ice Lake. Okay, Emo answered and dashed through the Ice Lake's entrance like the wind and disappeared. Who goes there? Stop. Someone immediately stopped Emo at the door to the core hall of Ice Lake. Emo scanned his spirit sense out and his face changed. Mu Xiaoyun wasn't there. He didn't see Elder Feng either. 3 figures quickly appeared before Emo. Emo knew 2 of them, while the other one seemed to be an elder. Mr. Yi. Miao Lian's expression was complicated. Emo nodded and asked, "Where's Xiaoyun?" She came back with Elder Feng. "Where is she?" Miao Lian quickly said, "Grandma hasn't returned." The 4 disciples who went with her haven't returned either. Emo frowned, and his tone turned cold. I left later than them yet have arrived already. She left before me, how could she not be back? Before Miao Lian could reply, the elder behind her sneered, "Who do you think you are? Does Elder Feng need to report to you when she comes back?" Emo replied plainly, "I just want to ask where my wife Xiaoyun is. I don't care about other people." Mu Xiaoyun? She's just a mere disciple of Ice Lake. Even if you are someone important to her, what right do you have to be asking questions here? PSS off, this isn't a place you can come as you please. This elder didn't seem to like Emo and was even about to attack him. Miao Lian was worried. This elder had only just come and didn't know about the events of Magical Continent Mountain yet. Since Emo was here, it meant that he had won the battle. She quickly stopped the elder and said, "Elder Hu, we can talk it out." Emo's tone went cold. "I'll ask one more time, where is Mu Xiaoyun? Where is Elder Feng?" This Elder Hu woman sneered again. "In what way do you have the right to ask where Elder Feng is? You're just an insect. I've always despised that Mu Xiaoyun, she receives such large amounts of our sex resources, and all she does is stand on that ice lake gazing into nothingness. Are you the little bastard that made her so horny? Since you're so cocky, I'll dash. She suddenly stopped talking as Guillermo waved his hand and a line of blood appeared on her neck. You. The elder pointed at Guillermo in horror. This young man was so terrifyingly powerful? She didn't even know how he had attacked her. Miao Lian was dazed at the scene for a long while. An Earth-level elder was killed just like that without being able to put up any resistance. Meanwhile, Yimo's heart was burning with worry. How could he hold back his temper when this woman kept insulting Mu Xiaoyun? He now knew that his prediction had been right. That elder phone had been planning something, but he could only give Mu Xiaoyun to her then, because she would have been dead if she had stayed with him. He had made some preparations for Mu Xiaoyun. However, if Mu Xiaoyun's bracelet was broken, a mist would come out. Ordinary people would be fine smelling it, but those who had eaten the knowing pill would have one ingredient in the pill neutralized, and the whole pill would become huge poison that corrodes the meridians. Yi Mo believed that if Elder Feng dared do something to Mu Xiaoyun, she would take his blow. If she did, the others wouldn't dare touch Mu Xiaoyun, because only he could remedy the poison. If Mu Xiaoyun died, Elder Feng would die too, but when Yi Mo came to Ice Lake, he couldn't pick up on Mu Xiaoyun with his spirit sense or sense the spirit sense mark he had left on the bracelet. That was why he was so worried. Mr. Yi, Elder Feng truly never came back. Our cart was behind her cart, and we've been back for many days, yet she still isn't back. We don't know where she went, another sect member said. He knew from Yimo's killing intent that it would be all too easy for him to slaughter all of Ice Lake. Yimo's heart sunk. He was scared of hearing this the most. Elder Feng not having come back to Ice Lake meant he had lost all leads. No, he had to find her. Yimo didn't want to waste his time at Ice Lake anymore, so he turned around to leave. But after a few steps, he turned back and said with a cold voice, I want everyone presently in Ice Lake to leave right now. Before I find Xiaoyun, you must not get near Ice Lake at all. Or else, death. Miao Lian and the other sect members shivered at the killing intent behind Yimo's words. The man shook his head and said to Miao Lian, our Ice Lake disciples should leave and go experience the world then. Secretary, you dash. Miao Lian looked at the second in command in confusion. The secretary sighed. He vaguely knew why Elder Feng had disappeared, but if he told Yimo, this slaughter god, about it, he might kill everyone on the spot. The secretary believed that since Elder Feng had done this, that meant that she had abandoned everyone else at Ice Lake. She probably only took those 4 disciples so they could help Jilan, but even he would be surprised to find out Elder Feng had abandoned even Jilan. Yimo came back to the cart like a shooting star. Seeing that Yunzi was still there, he immediately nodded to her and said, tell me the path from Ice Lake to Magical Mountain. I have to go find Xiaoyun. Oh, and if you know where Taiyi and Kuan Xian are, tell me too. Junzi could tell Yimo hadn't found Mu Xiaoyun. Who knew what would happen if he didn't find her? But she didn't ask much and simply gave Yimo a map. Yimo took the map and saw that the precise locations of all the big sects were marked on it. The route from Ice Lake to Magical Continent Mountain was also very clear. Thank you, I'm going. Wait for me at Chan City. I will help you do one thing after I'm done. Then, Yimo was about to leave. Wait, Brother Yi. Yunzi suddenly called out. Yimo turned back and looked at her, and Yunzi quickly said, in the years you weren't here, Sister Xiaoyun would stand on this big rock waiting for you every day. As soon as she said this, Yimo instantly appeared on that big rock. And indeed, there were 2 faint footprints on it. Yimo felt the footprints and felt an endless longing for Mu Xiaoyun. No matter what, he would find her. He had the subtle feeling of certainty that Mu Xiaoyun was still alive. The next moment, Yimo got off the huge rock and soared into the sky on his flying sword. It was very far for ordinary people from Ice Lake to Magical Continent Mountain, but it took Yimo just 10 minutes to travel that distance. While he did, he searched around countless times but didn't find any spirit sense marks anywhere. Yimo gradually became more and more disappointed, and he found nothing in a whole day. Tai sect, Kuan Xian sect. Yimo murmured their names word by word and flew towards the Tai sect first. Chapter 753, Tai sect annihilated. Tai sect was a special grade sect, just like Kuan Xian and Ci Hang Jing Mosque. However, Tai's power was much higher than Kuan Xian sects. Although their foundation wasn't as strong as Ci Hang Jing Mosque's, they weren't missing out too much. Tai sect's mountain was grandiose. It looked powerful and all-encompassing. Yet, the words on the door seemed shabby. Although the words Taisek were also large and looked powerful, Emo could tell that these words didn't have the right to be on the door of such a mighty mountain. Emo sent out his flying sword and sliced the words. The words were immediately pulverized, but the door wasn't affected at all. Emo sent out his flying sword again and hacked at the door many times, but it had no effect. Emo stopped trying. He realized that the door and the sign hadn't been made at the same time. Taisek's people had just taken that place as their home. Just like the air restrictions on the magical continent mountain, they had also been left there a long time ago. Who dares come to disturb and ruin our Taisek's two black level disciples with Taisek's Dao uniform dashed outside when Emo hacked down the words Taisek, but immediately, they were torn into half by Emo's wind blades. Their blood stained the stairs and the people behind them subconsciously stopped. Emo sneered. He had gone there to annihilate the sect. If it hadn't been for Taisek, would any of this have happened to Mu Xiaoyun? If it hadn't been for Tai's sect, would Xingxue have almost died? And now, because of Tai's sect, Emo still hadn't found Xiaoyun. He was venting all his anger on Tai. He wouldn't listen to any explanation they had unless Xiaoyun suddenly appeared. Since the hidden sex people like to talk with their fists, he would do that today. He's Emo, the Emo who killed all the Earth level and above masters on the magical continent mountain, as well as our Grand Elder Lin and Kuan Qian's Elderling. A terrified voice sounded, as more people realized that that crazy young man was the Emo who had slaughtered everyone on the magical continent mountain. There were that many Great Heaven Masters, plenty of Great Heaven Peak Masters and halfway Great Heavens, and countless Earth-level Masters. Yet, even with that many people fighting Emo, none of them were able to escape. This had never happened in the history of the magical continent. However, Emo knew that at least Ling Wuxue had escaped. Emo, will annihilate the Tai sect. All of those who stay in Tai will be killed. If you want to live, take off your Tai Dao uniform, spit on the ground and trample on it. Only then can you leave. Emo's voice sounded through the entire Tai sect. Emo was adamant on annihilating Tai sect, but there were about 1,000 sect members. He didn't want to kill them all, so he gave them a chance to run away. Run. However, these 6 Tai sect members could only take a few steps before being sliced on the neck by a sword ray. Their heads were rolling on the ground. The remaining people who wanted to run took a breath in and stopped. A few smart ones remembered Emo's words. They immediately took off their clothes, spat and trampled on them a few times before running away from the mountain. These people didn't get killed, so they were able to escape. Following these disciples' actions, the rest of the Tai sect members reacted even faster. Some tried to suck up to Emo and yelled Tai is trash, and some even peed on their clothes. Those few disciples who tried to run away without doing so were immediately decapitated. Emo moved forward as he killed the resistance. His flying sword flew around, breaking buildings and causing a huge chaos. A few Earth-level and half-step Great Heaven Masters tried to come down and stop Emo, but they didn't even last a round before they were killed. Emo kept shooting fireballs and the buildings started to burn. Most of Tai's power had been annihilated at the mountain, so there were only a few Great Heaven Masters left. The remaining ones were all below Earth level. Those who didn't want to run away were all killed. Stop. Dao friend, you're crossing the line. People need to know when to stop. You've already killed so many Tai sect disciples, as well as Lin Quan and Chi Kai disciples. Tai has been pretty much annihilated now. I think you should stop. The main palace does not belong to Tai. It has been passed down for generations since ancient times. Are you really going to destroy everything? An old man with a rough face appeared before Emo like a ghost. After seeing this old man, Emo's pupils dilated. Perhaps that guy was Tai's strongest. Emo felt the power of Foundation Establishment State on him, but Emo knew that old man wasn't a Dao cultivator. His chi surpassed Lin Quan and Ling Wushui's. Was he above Great Heaven? It was the first time that Emo saw an ancient martial artist above Great Heaven. That old man had the chi of Foundation Establishment State and gave Emo a strong oppressive feeling. However, Emo wasn't afraid of the old man. He had cultivated the 3 birth chant, so his spirit sense was very powerful, and he had a large and strong cultivation essence. What made Emo confused was that old man clearly didn't fear him. Then why did he wait to come out until almost all of Tai had been annihilated? If he hadn't been going to burn the main palace, that old man wouldn't have even come out. Emo flicked his flying sword and his strong battle intent appeared. Feeling this, the old man sneered as though his authority was being challenged. he said coldly. Are you going to fight me? Ahahaha. Yemo laughed. Old man, I came here to slaughter and burn this place down. What are you going to do about it? Since you're standing in front of me, I will kill you. Okay, I wasn't planning on fighting, but since you're so confident, I'll see if you have real power or if you're just capable of killing Chakans. The old man was angry, cocky sht. Yemo spat as his flying sword turned into a white ray and he shot it over. The old man raised his palm in midair. After throwing the strike, Yemo immediately saw with his spirit sense that there was an invisible ripple in front of his flying sword. It was like an impassable barrier. Such powerful inner chi. Yemo was amazed. For the first time, he met someone who had more strength on his inner chi cultivation than his cultivation essence. No, this wasn't inner chi. This was something as strong as cultivation essence. Yemo threw a punch. He was only at stage 7 of chi gathering. He didn't have any special weapons, killing means or cultivation techniques. He only had a flying sword. Yemo chose to fight the old man hand against hand, because after cultivating the 3 birth chant, his cultivation chi that could only be transformed into cultivation essence at foundation establishment state had been transformed early. However, Yemo knew he had too little means of fighting enemies. It wasn't enough if he was in the cultivation realm. Yemo's fist hit the air wall, making a huge deep explosion. The wall behaved like paper mesh. It was broken by Yemo. The flying sword was freed. It spun a circle and stood in the air. Such strong chi. The old man applauded and took a step forward. His palm clenched into a fist and he punched. Instantly, Yemo felt like he was trapped in a cage. He sometimes seemed to see 1 or 10s of fists coming to his way from all directions. Very well. Yemo punched 2, Chapter 754, Medicine of the Legends. Bang bang bang. Before the 2 fists even touched, the sound of air exploding created a huge ravine in the earth between them. Crack. Yemo's fist finally clashed with the old man's, and as a huge pain came from his fist, Yemo knew his bones were shattered. But Yemo knew that the old man wasn't much better off than him. His inner chi was strong, but it wasn't Tao cultivation essence. He was also old, and his body was weaker. The old man probably took a bigger hit than him. Yemo sneeringly took a lotus life pill and was about to fight again. Wait. The old man waved his hand. I'm old, so I have to admit defeat. If we keep fighting, my 2 hands will become disabled. Yemo stopped and smiled. So that means I can burn this palace down now, and you won't have any objections? The old man smiled bitterly. I never had any objections when you came to annihilate the Tai sect, but I suggest you don't burn this palace down. It doesn't belong to Tai. It's a heritage of the magical continent. There was once a glorious past here, but that was truly a long time ago. The old man paused before looking at Yemo. You probably don't cultivate ancient martial arts. If I'm right, you cultivate a type of truth cultivation method. In other words, you cultivate the supreme Tao, and so you're countless times stronger than us ancient martial arts cultivators. Yemo was dazed. He was already shook when this old man said he didn't care if Tai was annihilated, but his words after that shook him even more. You know about truth cultivation? Yemo asked subconsciously. Surprise and joy appeared in the old man's eyes. He quickly said, so it was like that, you're a truth cultivator, and not an ancient martial arts cultivator indeed. Great. It's been nearly 100 years, and I've finally found a real truth cultivator. Seeing Yemo's confusion, the old man suddenly said, I am called Li Chang. If you don't mind, please let me invite you for a chat at my place. Sure, Yemo agreed without hesitation. He could tell Li Chang didn't have any killing intent for him, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Moreover, he also had many things to ask this Li Chang. Yemo didn't mention burning the palace down again, and Li Chang didn't bring it up either. He knew that this was Yemo giving him some consideration and that he had decided not to burn the palace down. Li Chang lived at a peaceful valley behind the mountain to the back of Tai. The valley looked like the small home of a farmer. The air was fresh and soothing. This was spirit chi. Yemo was stunned. He didn't think this place would have so much better spirit chi than outside. Yemo sent his spirit sense in and immediately found a simple spirit chi gathering formation. Due to its age though, it was getting old, but it still had some effect. Please have a seat. Li Chang pointed at a stone stool. Yemo sat down and Li Chang went into a different room. He brought out 2 cups of milky white liquid and gave one to Yemo. Yemo took the cup and smelled it. His hand shook and he said in shock, "Is this 10,000-year-old stalagmite marrow?" Li Cheng sighed. "As I thought, you know what it is," Yimo almost cried. How could he not know? This was worth a fortune in the cultivation realm. In fact, it was legendary. A stalagmite marrow pill was much better than a lotus life pill, but people rarely used it to cure wounds as it had a more important use, which was to make the 5 essence pill. The 5 essence pill's value was unimaginable. Even on Luoyu continent, it was but something of legend. It was a pill that could give birth to a spirit root. In the cultivation realm, there were only 5 types of herbs that could give spirit roots. And those who had a spirit root already could get their spirit root upgraded when they ate the 5 essence pill for the first time. Such a precious thing was drunk as water by this old man. Yimo wanted to cry. Seeing Yimo dazing at the marrow, Li Cheng went inside and carried out a 5-liter bucket and gave it to Yimo. "This is all the 10,000-year stalagmite marrow as you call it I have. I have got no use for it. It's yours." Yimo took the bucket shakily. This was the most expensive gift he had ever received in his 2 lifetimes. "This is too precious." Yimo didn't want to say it, but he had to. It really was. Li Cheng waved his hand. "This might be very important to you, but to me, it's just a thirst quencher, able to make me healthier at most. I've cultivated ancient martial arts for 120 or so years, and although my body is getting weaker, it's still fine, so I don't really need it." Yimo heard this and didn't decline anymore. He took all of it, including the cup he was given, and put it into his storage ring. Spatial ring, such things really exist. Li Cheng was also quite shook but not really shocked to oblivion. Then, Yimo gave a lotus life pill to Li Cheng. "Li Chenbei, this pill isn't worth even 1/10,000th of the 10,000-year stalagmite marrow, but it can cure all non-soul related injuries. It's yours." Okay, that is useful to me." Li Cheng took it without hesitation. Yimo saw this and asked again, "Li Chenbei, I've been here for some time now. How come other people don't know the truth about cultivation but you do?" Li Cheng sighed. 100 years ago, I wasn't even 30 when I reached the Earth-level peak, and when I was one step away from what they now call the Great Heaven stage, I could easily kill Great Heaven masters. Because of this, I was cocky. Then the Hidden Sects tournament came. I represented Tai Yi and beat more than 10 Ice Lake and all Heaven Sect disciples and helped Tai Yi achieve the special Great Hidden Sect ranking. Due to this, I was named the youngest elder in the sect, the only elder who hadn't reached Great Heaven yet." Yimo nodded. To reach the Earth-level peak before 30, this was genius indeed. No wonder he could help Tai Yi achieve the special Great Hidden Sect ranking. But Li Cheng shook his head and said with a reminiscing tone, "This place here was originally the base of a small sect, but after Tai Yi became a special grade sect, they took this place over. I didn't like abusing the weak, so I wasn't happy. But after staying in Tai Yi long enough, I realized that the reason why I had been able to beat all those disciples from Ice Lake and all heaven was actually because of foul play from Tai Yi and Kuan Xian. 2 of their genius disciples had been broken before the tournament. Tai Yi and Kuan Xian had also instigated internal conflicts in Ice Lake and the All Heaven sect. Ci Hang Jing Mosque was very hard to meddle with internally, but Ice Lake had a big internal conflict and was lowered to a 3rd-grade sect. Then, Li Cheng drank all of the 1-year stalagmite marrow in his cup. Yimo's heart ached upon the scene, and he was scared Li Cheng would ask him for more, so he quickly took out a few cases of Mao Tai wine. "Chenbei, you should drink some wine, it tastes better than the stalagmite marrow." It's Mao Tai, I drank this 30 years ago, it's good. Li Cheng took out a bottle and sliced off the top with his hand. He poured a cup for himself and said, "So I wasn't happy with the sect's schemes, thus I reproached the sect leader and was hence locked up here." "You were locked up here?" Yimo pointed at the beautiful paradise thinking, "This is no prison, it's a holiday resort." Li Cheng smiled. "It became like this afterwards. When I first came here, it was a battered valley. There was an extremely cold cave behind the valley and I found the marrow there. I found buckets of stalagmite marrow there, but I drank it all. This is all that remains." Yimo's mouth spasmed. Chapter 755, Hidden Sects Catastrophe. In that cold cave, there was also a skeleton missing an arm. I found answers on a manual of animal skin left behind. He was an ancient martial arts cultivator. He said he had found a certain type of people in this world called the truth cultivators. They could apparently ascend into the immortal realm if they cultivated to the extreme. He spent the following decades searching for them ever since until he got heavily injured and died. Li Cheng continued, "After knowing this, I got very excited. When my time here ended, I left Taiyi in the search of truth cultivators. I was no longer interested in ancient martial arts. When I was 50, I automatically broke through to great heaven. I also found a truth cultivation ruin and got a cultivation method. When Taiyi knew that I had reached great heaven, they invited me back. I wanted a quiet place to cultivate, so I came back to Taiyi and focused on cultivation. Emo felt something was odd. How come Li Cheng hadn't progressed at all? Li Cheng poured another cup for himself and said, I cultivated for 20 whole years and got nothing. I didn't even reach stage 1 chi gathering in there. In my despair, I left Taiyi and searched for herbs as my lifespan was about to end. I wanted to break through in ancient martial arts to increase my life. My truth cultivation had no progress, but my ancient martial arts talent was absurd. Not only had I reached great heaven peak, but I had even reached the state people think is above great heaven, which is turning inner chi into liquid. After that, I gained mental power, and through that I saw what was inside a jade slip. I realized I had no spirit root. So I couldn't cultivate it. In my disappointment, I destroyed everything I had related to truth cultivation, filled up the cave and settled here. In my decades of peaceful meditation, I understood something. If something isn't in your life, don't forcefully try to take it. Emo finally understood why things were as they were. He knew that the stalagmite could be made into the 5 essence pill to create spirit root, but he didn't say it because he couldn't make it with his current power. He would probably have to wait until foundation establishment state. Instead of giving Li Cheng false hopes, he might as well not saying anything. If he reached foundation establishment state and Li Cheng wasn't dead yet, he would give him a 5 essence pill. However, Emo suddenly thought of something. If Li Cheng had cultivated ancient martial arts that rapidly, he should have had spirit root. How could he not have it? Emo poured a cup of wine for Li Cheng and asked, Li Chenbei, I have 2 questions I want to ask. First, since you're from Tai sect, why didn't you stop me from annihilating Tai? Second, I want to know why there is such a huge difference in between great heaven martial artists. Li Cheng smiled, I didn't like what Tai did to me in the beginning. Also, in my journey, I met Master Tianze. He had an unparalleled fortune-telling power. He told me that Tai would only have 100 years of fortune. 100 years later, Tai would cease to exist. So I knew when you came that Tai's time was up. Emo was shook. Was there really such person in the world? Xiaoyun also had a fortune teller who told her grandpa that her husband's surname would be Yi. It was too accurate. There were fortune tellers in the cultivation realm too, but no one who could be this specific. Li Cheng continued, as for the great heaven issue, there are many ancient martial artists, but there can't be more than 10 that truly understand great heaven. To be precise, I've only barely reached great heaven. A long time ago, the hidden sect's ancient martial arts were divided into 4 levels: yellow, black, earth, heaven. Only those who surpassed heaven state were great heaven. But these few hundred years, there was barely anyone who could reach great heaven. Not one in 100 years, the faith in ancient martial arts started to decline, so people started to remove the level heaven and just called it great heaven. Hence, after you break through earth level peak, it's not heaven level, but great heaven. Emo finally understood. It seemed his conjectures before were right. Li Cheng continued, I also found some similar records when searching for truth cultivation ruins. I realized that I was heaven level, not great heaven. So I came back and tried to reach great heaven. Due to each sect having different ways of reaching heaven level, this created some differences in power. Some think great heaven is unblocking the Rin and Du meridians, some think the formation of Chi Si is great heaven, but only when one attains both, it is truly heaven level. Turning inner Chi into liquid and gaining mental powers is a true great heaven ability. However, there are rarely such heaven levels among the hidden sects, most of them only can form a Chi Si. Emo nodded. It seemed Rin Pingchuan's understanding of the system was right, but he had neglected heaven level. Emo talked with Li Cheng for the whole night before leaving the next morning. He wanted to teach Mo Yushin a lesson, but didn't find him. Then, Emo went to Gemini Sword Sect. 3 days later, news spread out. Because some big sects had ganged up on the mysterious powerhouse Emo, he had said he would visit them one by one later on. And he did so indeed. It was considered the biggest hidden sects disaster of the century. On May 13th, Tai was annihilated and it became a part of history. On May 14th, first grade sects Gemini Sword Sect, for Wind Valley and Crystal Sect were annihilated. The second grade sects Alliance Fist Hall, Extreme Weapons Sect and another 8 sects were annihilated. On May 15, the first grade sects Forgery Hall and Rainbow Sect were annihilated. Moreover, the second grade sects Fusion Fist Sect, Tong Sword Mountain and 4 others were also annihilated. 7 more third grade sects were annihilated too. On May 17, Kun Xian sect had all their sect members go out to Greek Emo and give him countless gold coins and herbs. They expelled the missing Ling Wushuwei. Yemo accepted these gifts and let Kun Xian sect go. Taking Kun Xian as an example, other sects who participated in the attack also did this. Yemo for some reason accepted it all and didn't keep annihilating sections. A catastrophe that had swept through the entire hidden sects had been calmed just like that. Those fearful hidden sects disciples became very careful with their actions and all the sect leaders breathed at ease. However, the surviving sects made new rules. One of them was that those who offended Yemo would be killed, but that rule was unnecessary. Who would go look for trouble with the number 1 master of the hidden sects? You should be praying that he didn't come look for trouble with you. At this moment, Yemo was under the mountain of Ci Hang Jingmok. He hadn't stopped because of the gifts, he was just sick of the slaughter. Xiao Yun was missing, so what if he annihilated the entire hidden sects? He had come there today to kill Jiesun, not to annihilate the entire sect. He was sure that those nuns couldn't kill a great heaven master, so he had to kill her. Is it young Hero Yi? An old voice sounded and a nun quickly came up to Yemo. Yemo was dazed. This title was a first. He didn't mind the nuns there due to the Luo Xian sisters. I'm Jiesun. Young Hero Yi, are you here for Jiesun? The nun asked amicably. Yemo knew that the reason this sect had left the attack was due to Jiesun, so he was grateful to her. Yes, I came to kill Jiesun. Yemo didn't hide his killing intent. Jiesun was dazed. However, she quickly reacted and said apologetically to Yemo, "We weren't able to capture her that day, she ran away." "I need to thank you, young Hero Yi." Yemo was dazed. "I came here to kill people, but you're thanking me?" Chapter 756, Magical Merchant Association's Danger. Jiesun smiled. Young Hero Yi went to search for our sect member Luo Xian to the Shuangshi Cliff. I'm thanking you for this. Yemo realized that their sect's people also had gone to search for Luo Xian. Luo Xian is my friend. Of course, I need to go look for her when she is missing, Yemo said despondently. Jiesun nodded. Jiesun crossed the line. She attacked a core disciple. Yemo sneered. This witch not only killed many of my friends in the outside, but she also killed Luo Yin and forced Luo Xian to jump off a cliff. I must kill her personally. Jiesun sighed and said, Luo Xian's master is still searching around the Shuangshi Cliff. Master Jiesun, I'll be leaving now. I will come back after a while. Yemo wanted to give Luo Yin's body to Jiesun, but he had already agreed to take her to Shifeng village. He would go there first and then see. As for Luo Fei, she had gotten used to living in Luoyu, so he didn't tell Jiesun. He didn't even mention the Ni Luo Sutra either. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, without Luo Xian there, he didn't want to share everything. Yemo didn't know where Yunzi was in Chan City, but he knew that with her ability she would be the first to know when he arrived. Hence, she would come find him. Yemo walked into a restaurant without even scanning his spirit sense in. He waited for Yunzi there and ate some food in the meantime. Although the hidden sects had been reprimanded by Yemo to keep a low profile, Chan City was still very prosperous. Some small sellers dared to have stalls in the city streets now. The people who charged expensive stall prices had left too because they had heard that Yemo had gone to annihilate Tai because a Tai disciple had taken his stall. Of course, some people didn't believe so. However, the one who was talked most about was that Yemo Qianbei. You guys don't know. My cousin was also at the magical continent mountain. That Yi Qianbei was really powerful. He killed more than 10 great heaven masters with one hand. Then he blew and shot a 100-meter-long flame. Pfft. That's wrong. Yi Qianbei used frost blades. He sliced them using freezing ice. The great heaven masters were immediately frozen to death. What do you mean with Yi Qianbei? Yemo is very young, he just looks scary. Yes, I heard he's almost 3 meters tall. He can crush ordinary people with one hand. It's also said that he has something with a small nun from Ci Hangjing Mosque. That's also why they didn't join the fight. Yemo sat in the restaurant listening to these rumors. He eventually even heard the rumor that he had killed all of Tai Sec's people with a slap. Yemo was speechless. He thought that technological development was really important after all. If there were TVs, there wouldn't be that much misinformation. Spewing out 100-meter-long flame? Was he a level 7 monster? But those who had really seen EMO or knew of his means wouldn't come out to explain either. They were scared they would offend EMO, and that was lethal. Yu Yuyan knew about it. Although Shangcheng Mountain had also given EMO a lot of wealth and herbs, many disciples requested to leave and experience the world, fearing that EMO would attack the sect. The big sects also feared that EMO's word wasn't trustworthy, so they allowed this. Yu Yuyan was a disciple who had left to experience the world. Yu Yuyan had heard these rumors and got contemptuous. Yet, at the same time, she thought that if EMO really had taken her that night, maybe the Yu family could have been the number one family then. Every time she thought about this, she regretted it. If she had known that GMO was that strong, why would she even have tried to suck up to that dogshit Marshal brother Guan? However, just when she was thinking about this, she saw EMO also walk into a restaurant. She was shook and immediately looked down. There was enmity between her and EMO. Would he kill her immediately if he knew she was there? Yu Yuyan didn't dare to look up and tried desperately to find a way out of there. EMO saw her as soon as he walked inside, but he despised that woman a lot. It affected his appetite to eat in the same restaurant as her. Due to this, EMO didn't bother waiting for Yunzi. He scanned his spirit sense out and immediately found her in a big meeting room in the Magical Merchant Association's building. He immediately knew why she wanted him to help her. EMO left the restaurant. Yu Yuyan considered her options for a long while and decided to go find EMO. EMO could kill her easily if he wanted to. Instead of hiding, she might as well face up to him. She looked good and was a virgin. Perhaps if he was interested and she slept with him for a night, all would be different. Yu Yuyan got excited and looked up. However, she was dazed. EMO was gone. In the most grandiose room of the HQ of the Magical Merchant Association, there were many masters. Yunzi and her maid Xiaoling were also there, but their faces looked really bad. There were also 6 men and 3 women. The strongest was already at Great Heaven, but of course, not the same Great Heaven that Li Chang had mentioned. Elder Li Pei, you're our Magical Merchant Association's Great Heaven elder. My father was also generous to you. Why did you betray the Magical Merchant Association and coerce me like this? Yunzi's expression looked bad, but her tone was calm. Elder Li Pei looked past his 50s, but he was very handsome. He also had a good body, and in fact, he was in his 60s. He frowned after he heard Yunzi's words. A seductive hot woman next to him said in contempt, "Z, can you blame Big Brother Li Pei for this? Your father offended the Sea Merchant clan, why drag us in it? Also, even if the Magical Merchant Association doesn't join the Sea Merchant clan, it will still get devoured. It's best for you to join forces with the Sea Merchant clan now." As soon as she said this, someone agreed, "Yes, although your father created Magical Merchant Association from scratch, it has reached today's power due to everyone's hard work. The Sea Merchant clan is stronger than the Magical Merchant Association. It's a good opportunity to join them now. Otherwise, in 2 years perhaps the Magical Merchant Association won't exist." The old man next to Yunzi suddenly sneered and got up. "Everyone knows what you guys are thinking. When the Magical Merchant Association was acclaimed all over the magical continent and the old president was still here, why didn't you say that? Because at that time, you were all earning money and had a high status. Now that something has happened to the Magical Merchant Association, you just want to sell it to our opponent. If you join them, you can remain as elders and keep earning money. But what about the Magical Merchant Association? Yunzi sighed and stopped the old man from continuing. She also knew what these people were thinking. Yun Ton, stop pretending to be the good guy. I won't believe that you've earned less than us these years at Magical Merchant Association. Moreover, we earned the money through our hard work. We're helping the Magical Merchant Association now. What are you doing? Another monkey-faced man got up and said. Yunzi couldn't hold it anymore and yelled in anger, "Shuizhu, shut up. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. How did my father get injured? Who sent people to assassinate me? Shameless. How can you dare say you haven't conspired with the Sea Merchant clan? Ha ha. You make it sound really bad. It's not conspiring, it's called cooperating." The meeting room's door got opened and a man in his 30s walked in. He had two middle-aged men behind him who were clearly great heaven masters. Chapter 757, Your Yemo, Feng Zhuping? This is the Magical Merchant Association's meeting room. What are you doing here? Yun Zi was shocked. However, she immediately understood what was going on. Feng Zhuping was the young master of the Sea Merchant clan. The fact that he was there meant that he had conspired with some of the elders of the Magical Merchant Association and decided to be public about it. Young Master Feng, some people greeted him as soon as he came in. Yun Zi saw it clearly. Out of the 9 elders, 7 of them got up and greeted Feng Zhuping as though he was a VIP and not some unwelcomed guest. At the same time, it also meant that only Elder Feng and Elder Mang were still on her side. Feng Zhuping smiled and didn't sat down. He studied Yun Zi and said slowly, Yun Zi, Goddess Zihua, such a big name. And you look a lot prettier than before. As for why I'm here, I came to do business, of course. Then, Feng Zhuping scanned the 2 elders who didn't greet him with killing intent flashing in his eyes. I'm very sad to hear that something happened to old man Yun. However, Goddess Zihua, we, the Sea Merchant clan, are here to help the Magical Merchant Association. Of course, it's only because I've been in love with you for long, you shit. Don't make me disgusted. Just by looking at your dad's character. I can tell, you think I don't know what you're here for? Piss off. This is the Magical Merchant Association's place, stop acting cocky here. One of the 9 elders got up and spat, crush this annoying fly for me, Feng Zhuping sneered. One of the middle-aged man behind him had already charged at the man who had just spoken and casually punched him. That elder knew he was going to be attacked, so he took out a sword and fought the middle-aged man back. The man's fist stayed in the same direction. But just as it was about to touch the sword, it drastically changed direction. The fist clashed with the sword, but the sword was shattered by this fist and the elder flew into the wall spitting blood. A few shards of the sword pierced into the elder's body. Yun Zi quickly helped the elder get up and said, Elder Feng, are you alright? Then, she placed a pill in Elder Feng's mouth. I'm fine. The elder took the pill and managed to barely stand up. That strike had caused him heavy injuries. The middle-aged man was going to keep attacking, but Feng Zhuping waved his hand. Wu Chang, we'll leave it at that. There is no rush to kill him now. Yes, Wu Chang agreed and then looked at Elder Feng saying coldly, you're a mere half-step great heaven, yet you dare act cocky. You're crossing the line, Feng Zhuping. You and your father Feng Qiu are the same dog breed. Shameless. No wonder your habits are the same as your father's. A woman stood up and pointed at Feng Zhuping in anger. The female elder's words greatly offended Feng Zhuping. She had talked about the taboo subject in his house. Feng Ning's concubine was cheating on him and he found out, so he got people to tie the woman up and sink her into the sea. However, Feng Zhuping was also interested in that concubine and he secretly saved her to be his private sex slave. When word got out, it became the biggest joke, so he immediately ordered, Wu Bai, kill her. Wait, you can't kill here. The reason I'm still at Chan City is because I'm waiting for Brother Yi. If you dare to kill here, when Brother Yi comes, your Sea Merchant clan will become history. Yun Zi got up. She couldn't allow her only remaining elders to be killed, ha ha ha. Feng Zhuping laughed, you two are intimate indeed, is he your FCK buddy? Looks like Goddess Zihua only puts up a sacred look but in your bones, you're a SLT. If you want a man that much, I can satisfy you later. Feng Zhuping suddenly stopped laughing and said coldly, Brother Yi? Even if your ancestor Yi comes, I will still kill whoever I want to kill. Make my Sea Merchant clan become history? I want to see how it becomes history. But if he comes, I will let you see him become history. Someone answered him, oh, I'm here all right. I also want to see how you will make me become history. Feng Zhuping just realized that there was an extra person in the room, a very young man. Who are you? When did you come in? Feng Zhuping became careful. He hadn't even seen the man come in. Brother Yi, you're here. Yun Zi's joyful and surprised voice sounded. Feng Zhuping's expression sunk. So you're that Yi guy? Yi Mo smiled. That's right. I just heard you want to make me history, so I came. Feng Zhuping hadn't gone to the magical continent mountain. He had heard news of what happened there, but he didn't know Yi Mo and didn't know that Brother Yi was Yi Mo. If he had known Brother Yi was the one who had massacred the magical continent mountain, he would have never come there. Even Len Quan, Ling Wushui, Shi Kai or any of them could have annihilated the Sea Merchant clan, much less the Yi Mo who had killed them. Feng Zhuping sneered. Wu Chang, cut off his ligaments. I need to observe Brother Yi closely, yes. Wu Chang answered and charged at Yi-mo. He just reached his hand to Yi-mo's neck assuming that someone this young was at most black level. But before Wu Chang arrived, 4 wind blades flew over. Wu Chang was at heaven level and Yi-mo didn't intentionally hide his wind blades, so he immediately noticed it and was shook. Without thinking he wanted to dodge the 4 wind blades. However, what shook him even more was that instead he got held in the air. Of course, Wu Chang knew what this was, an inner chi wall. Slump. Wu Chang fell on the ground exactly like how Feng Zhuping had wanted Yi-mo to be. His ligaments were all cut off. Your Yi-mo. Wu Chang just said this and he immediately fainted. The meeting room became eerily silent. Feng Zhuping could even hear his heavy breathing. His great heaven master hadn't even touched Yi-mo and had had his ligaments severed. That Brother Yi was this strong? Not even Yun Zi's father was this strong. Feng Zhuping felt his hands go cold. He remembered what Wu Chang had said. He looked up at Yi-mo and said, "Your Yi-mo." Feng Zhuping just said this subconsciously. He didn't know who Yi-mo was. But this didn't mean that other people didn't know. Most of the people in the room understood. The weather in May wasn't hot. It was in fact quite cool, but some of the elders started to sweat. Feng Zhuping subconsciously looked at the elders, who were in a daze as well as Wu Bai. He then remembered something. His face went deadly pale as he murmured, "Your Yi-mo." Chapter 758, Magical Merchant Association Secret. Feng Zhuping could no longer control his horror when he understood who Yi-mo was. He knelt down in a thud and couldn't speak at all. At this moment, he understood it was completely different seeing people get killed and getting killed yourself. Wu Bai was also shook. Although he was great heaven, Wu Chang was a bit stronger than him. Yet even Wu Chang couldn't last one move with Yi-mo, so he would definitely lose too. But if he didn't go up, he wouldn't be able to escape from Feng Ning either. When he saw Yi-mo turn back without looking at him and Feng Zhuping, he thought, "I'm going to die either way, I might as well use this opportunity to sneak attack Yi-mo." Wu Bai pulled out his curved sword and almost hacked the sword on Yi-mo's back. Just when Wu Bai thought he was going to succeed, Yi-mo punched out without even turning back. The fist wind happened to land right on Wu Bai's dantian. It destroyed his dantian and chi-si immediately. Wu Bai fell down on the ground like a leaking balloon. At the same time, his heart went cold. He knew he was over. Although he hadn't died, he was an ordinary person now. "I won't kill you, you can bring this young master's head back for me." Yi-mo's words made Wu Bai shiver. He knew that this was the same as being killed. "Yi Qianbei, I didn't think your glorious presence was here." This Wanbei is Magical Merchant Association's elder Chu Yizhu. The Sea Merchant clan has been oppressing us Magical Merchant Association, and I've long since wanted to resist. Since Qianbei is here to uphold justice, Wanbei a monkey-cheeked man walked out and bowed to Yi-mo, but he was stopped by the other female leader, Chu Yizhu. "How are you so shameless? Who just said that the Magical Merchant Association was about to be annihilated? Who just said that the Magical Merchant Association might as well join the Sea Merchant clan, Elder Mang? How could I be someone like that? I've long since disliked this Feng Zhuping." Chu Yizhu argued without even blushing. Then, he went up and kicked Feng Zhuping. Feng Zhuping didn't dare to move. Yi-mo sneered, he wasn't dumb. When Chu Yizhu walked up to kick Feng Zhuping, he didn't really dare do anything to him. He was just declaring his loyalty to Yi-mo, yet at that moment, Yi-mo shot a beam of chi onto Feng Zhuping's vital points nonetheless. As soon as Chu Yizhu kicked young master Feng Zhuping, the young master fell dead to the ground. This not only shocked Chu Yizhu, but also the rest. They could tell he wasn't trying to kill Feng Zhuping, yet Feng Zhuping had died. This was very strange. "No, I didn't want to kill him." Chu Yizhu was shocked and screamed. Yi-mo was fine if he killed this young master, but Chu Yizhu was done for. The Sea Merchant clan's leader, Feng Nun, was at the Great Heaven Tertiary stage. It would be all too easy for him to kill an Earth-level peak like him. "Oh, I thought you couldn't stand the Magical Merchant Association being oppressed, and that's why you did what you did." So that wasn't the case, was it? No matter what, since you were willing to kill this guy, it means you're still siding with the Magical Merchant Association at least. Yi-mo said, No, I am no dash." Chu Yizhu didn't know what to do anymore. Yi-mo ignored Chu Yizhu and looked at Wu Bai. "Take these two away. Perhaps I might accidentally go for a spin at the Sea Merchant clan later." Wu Bai didn't dare argue at all. Yi-mo slowly sat down into a chair. He knew Yun Zi would deal with the remaining things. As expected, Yun Zi immediately said, the elders can go deal with some of the work in the association, it's been piling up recently. I need to discuss some things with Brother Yi. Uncle Tong and Xiao Ling, take Elder Feng to a doctor, and use the best herbs to treat him. No one could tell Yimo had assassinated Feng Zhuping, but Yun Zi was suspicious. However, she wouldn't care either way, although she knew there were a lot of elders on the Sea Merchant clan's side. She couldn't use Yimo to get rid of all of them, because they still managed a lot of matters. Goddess Zihua, you were probably asking for help with this, right? I've already helped you now, and I believe no one would dare to plot against your magical merchant association anymore. But there's something I need to ask you too, Yimo said. Yun Zi quickly said, Brother Yi, to be honest, I had been planning on giving up on the magical merchant association. I didn't ask you here for this. Yimo was dazed, so he was wrong? But he didn't care, it was just the lift of a finger after all. He came here because he promised to help her, but more importantly, he came to find out how to get out of here. Mu Xiaoyun was gone, and he had to find her, but he had left Luoyu for 4 years already. Yimo wanted to know how Luo Ying and Ning Qingxue were doing. So as soon as he knew how to leave this continent, he would get the bitter 10 years and leave. Even if he came back again, he would bring Luo Ying and Ning Qingxue with him. Oh, what is it then? Tell me, Yimo said. Yun Zi fell silent for a while and then made up her mind. The reason why our Magical Merchant Association was able to become the #1 merchant association in the magical continent is not only due to my father's cultivation level, but also due to a reason no one knows. Yimo knew her father Yundongsha was Great Heaven Peak, but he really didn't know what this other reason for their success could be. Yun Zi's side, a slightly bigger sect in the magical continent, would have their own merchant association. Even though my father's power is strong, it would at most make people think twice if they wanted to take us on. Our foundation is far weaker than Tai Yi's and Kuan Qian's. The reason why our business has done well is because we can go to the outside world. What? Yimo got up abruptly. He wanted to ask her precisely about this, and here she spoke about it herself. Soon, Yimo calmed down and asked, I thought there was only a chance to go out every 50 years. Even if you forcibly go out, it's every 20 years, right? Yun Zi looked at Yimo in surprise and quickly explained, what you mentioned is a secret kept by the big hidden sections. But our Yun family knows a place that allows you to go out once every year. Seeing Yimo's strong interest, Yun Zi spoke more carefully. My grandfather discovered the place accidentally, but you need chi stones to go out. And those who go out have to wait a month before coming back using the same way. Yimo thought it might be a teleportation formation. Yun Zi continued, after my grandfather found that place, he didn't find out why it could let us go out. Later on, however, my father researched large amounts of ancient texts before realizing that it might be a teleportation formation. But he wasn't sure either, and it was a too complicated matter, so he stopped his research. Nonetheless, he used that secret to bring in lots of products from the outside, and that's how our Yun family's merchant association got so big. Chapter 759, Way to Get Out. So that was how the Magical Merchant Association began. Yimo admired Yun Dongsha's business brains. Yun Zi continued, but we can't take too many things at once using the teleportation formation, and only one person can go out each time. I have always wanted to go out, but father didn't feel it was safe. So he didn't let me go. Each time, it is only a Yun family member that is allowed to go through there. The person also has to be absolutely reliable. Only father, I, and a few elders of the Yun family know. Then, Yun Zi looked dejected and said after a long while, 4 years ago, someone from the Yun family went out but didn't come back when 1 month had passed. All our Yun family people have great self-control. They wouldn't be enticed by the luxurious world outside. My father knew deep down inside that something must have gone wrong, but he would rather believe the person was just held up by someone. Then 3 years ago, the Yun family sent out another person, but 1 month later, he also didn't come back. My father knew something must have happened to the formation, so 2 years ago, he went there himself, but there was no news of him either. He didn't come back after 1 month. Yimo understood now that since these elders and Sea Merchant clan members knew that Yun Dongsha went missing, they started to scheme for the Magical Merchant Association. But even if the people outside knew about the teleportation formation and started capturing people who went out from it, they wouldn't be able to stop Yun Dongsha. A Great Heaven Peak would slaughter everyone outside. Yixing thought about how he came here 4 years ago. Was it due to the way in which he came here that damaged the formation? Yun Zi said despondently, 3 months after my father left, that teleportation formation exploded, and only a pit remained. Yun Zi looked up at Yimo and said, Brother Yi, I know you came from the outside, so I want to ask you to help look for my father after you go out. If possible, help my dad come back. I don't have anything that I can give you, I only have my looks. If you don't mind me, I'm willing to be your servant." Then, Yunzi wanted to kneel down in front of Yemo. He quickly stopped her. "I want to know how you know I came from the outside." Yemo wasn't interested in having her as his servant. She wasn't his type. Moreover, he had too many women already. Yunzi seemed to know Yemo was going to ask this. She sat down again and said, "A few years ago, a big bearded man bought an earth spirit fruit and 2 sets of chi stones. If I'm not wrong, that person was you, Brother Yi. Before this, you used 500 kilograms of bricks of gold to exchange for gold checks. Those gold bricks were exactly the same shape and weight." Yunzi continued. "I know that the technology outside is countless times better than here. Some of the power generating technology was completely brought from the outside. The bricks are exactly the same, meaning that it was pressed by the same machine. There were also some letters on the bricks, and I know they were English. So I guess these bricks came from the outside." Yemo sighed. "Ms. Yun, you're right. I come from the outside. But perhaps you didn't expect one thing. I actually came to you to ask how to leave, yet it seems you don't know either." Junzi gazed at Yemo in shock and then said after a while, "Brother Yi, how did you come in then?" Yemo could only tell her how he came in with Jiesen. Hearing this, Yunzi was greatly disappointed. Yemo saw this and said, "Ms. Yun, I really do have to go out. Tell me the way the hidden sects go out. Although the formation only weakens every few decades, I can take a look first. If I go out, I will help you find your father." Junzi heard this and had a little more hope in her eyes. The place they use is Magical Continent Mountain. It has 9 peaks forming a 240-degree fan shape. The middle peak has a huge platform. That's the way out, but it only opens every 50 years, and the time frame it does is 6 hours. It's said that there's a northern 7-spoon star formation that can connect with it. After 3 years, people can come back here through that formation." Yemo asked, "Is the exit over here also a northern 7-star formation?" "No, that's only on the outside, the one on the inside isn't," Yunzi replied. "Then is there a northern 7-star-like place in here?" Yemo had to find the northern 7-star formation. If he didn't, he wouldn't have a way to find the bitter 10 years. And without the bitter 10 years, he couldn't reach Foundation Establishment State. Junzi frowned and then shook her head. "No, I've never heard any place in here that has the northern 7-star formation." Yemo sighed. It seemed it would be quite hard to find where the bitter 10 years grew. Junzi took out a map and gave it to Yemo. "This is a map of the magical continent. It isn't absolutely complete, but it has 90% of the places, so hopefully it be of some help to you." Yemo took it and had a look. It was very precise and even had small places like the Huangping village. Yemo put the map away and said, "Thank you, it will be useful to me indeed. Well then, I'm going to find Xiaoyun. And I still have some other business. If I have a way to go out, I will come find you." Junzi knew that Yemo was going to go, so she quickly opened a wooden box next to her and took out a bag and a photo. "This is my father's photo. And there are 20 chi stones inside here. They're useless to me now, but I hope you can take them." Yemo took everything without any refusal. This was not only useful for his cultivation, but also for the portal. Yemo of course wouldn't take it for free though, so he gave her 4 jade bottles saying, "There are 4 pills inside of these. I've marked them all. The essence increasing pill can allow you to reach earth level 100%, the great essence chi increasing pill can make you reach heaven level. Oh wait, I mean great heaven. This face preserving pill can preserve your face forever. This lotus life pill can cure any injuries. Thank you for your chi stones." Junzi took these pills and was shocked. Any one of them could make countless people fight for it, yet Yemo gave her 4. He was too generous. Yemo said again, "Oh, and by the way, I have something else I need your help with which is very important." Chapter 760, See Merchant Clan Leader. When Yunzi woke up from her shock, her hands were still shaking. This was great heaven, the goal that countless earth-level peak cultivators could never reach in their lifetime, and it was in her hands. That face-preserving pill too. She almost couldn't believe it. If it was someone else other than Yemo, she would laugh at them, but this was Yemo. He was a powerful master who surpassed all great heavens and a high-level herbal doctor too. If Yemo's pills weren't that strong, how could he beat all the great heaven peak masters? Yemo knew Yunzi was a bit excited. Before she could reply, he took a few more bottles of pills and gave them to her. "There's a few more pills here. Please sell them for me." Yunzi took the pills and said shakily, "Of course, you wanted me to help with that." Emo smiled. "Of course not." He took out a booklet from his ring and gave it to her. "Help me collect the things in here. There are some herbs and ores there, gather whatever you can. I will buy it all. If I don't have enough, pay for me and then I'll pay it back when I return." Junzi took the booklet and had a flick through it. It was all precious herbs inside. There were many that she hadn't even heard of. Junzi was still in a daze even after Emo left. Magical Continent Mountain. It was the second time Emo came here. He had come to check the peak that led to the outside world. It had been many days since the battle and the bodies left behind were all cleaned up with nothing but blood marks to still prove there was once a great battle there. Emo easily found the middle peak, and it was just like Yunzi said. It had a huge platform indeed. This was a 7-star formation, meaning that the formation here was related to 7 of the 9 peaks, and it resonated with the 7-star formation outside. However, there was no chi coming out of the formation at all. With Emo's current power, he wasn't able to activate the formation and leave. If it were the one on the outside, he could try to use the method with 7 spirit stones, because the formation outside was loosened greatly, but the formation here was so complicated that he couldn't even find the eye of the formation. Even if he found it and put down spirit stones, Emo knew that it wouldn't run on low-grade spirit stones. It would need at least top-grade spirit stones. He didn't even have any middle-grade spirit stones, much less top-grade spirit stones. The reason why the people from the continent could go outside every 50 years was because that was when the formation loosened and all the masters used their chi to open one spot of the 7 stars. Emo checked the place out for a long time but had to leave in disappointment. He couldn't use his power to open the formation, and he was sure that the bitter 10 years wasn't there. It was pointless to stay there. Perhaps he could try if he found top-grade spirit stones one day, but no matter what, Emo had decided to also study formations henceforth. If he understood all of it, he could come in and out whenever he wanted. Luckily, the 3-birth chant was very helpful to him for learning new things. Perhaps he might be able to form his own style just like with pill making. Emo also needed to look at that exploded formation and find Mu Xiaoyun. He also wanted to go to Shifeng village to fulfill Luo Yin's wish. Of course, if he could find Jie Sun, he wouldn't mind killing her. The magical continent was a place ruled by the hidden sections. The strong ruled it, and the weak had to rely on the strong to live. There were many cities, and each city had a hidden sect controlling it from behind the scenes. The city lords had responsibility only towards the hidden sections. The main way for the cities to communicate was through merchant associations and merchants. The best career paths were to go to the hidden sects and then slightly below that to do business. Although hidden sects controlled the cities, in order to get more support, they would also have their own merchant associations. These associations would bring them large sums of money and cultivation resources as well as intel. Ever since the Magical Merchant Association declined, the Sea Merchant clan took over, quickly invading the Magical Merchant Association's land and most of their business. This time, Feng Zhuping had gone to Chan City to take over the Magical Merchant Association. The reason why Feng Ning dared to do this was because he was at the Great Heaven Tertiary stage now. He believed that after he devoured the Magical Merchant Association, he would be able to reach Great Heaven Peak within 2 years. If he did, then everything would be fine. His clan had 3 Great Heaven Masters, the Wu brothers and a manager called Feng Quan. There was also a guy called Li Pei who had secretly joined him. Although there were a few half-step Great Heaven cultivators too, Feng Ning knew that out of 100 half-step Great Heaven cultivators, maybe only 5 could reach Great Heaven, and at most 1 could reach Great Heaven Tertiary stage. 1 in 10 Great Heaven Tertiary stages could reach Great Heaven Peak, so he felt very safe with his son going there with the Wu brothers. Feng Ning thought about the bright future he had and couldn't help but be excited. He grabbed a maid next to him and was about to tear open her clothes, but sometimes, things can't keep going as planned all the time. He was interrupted by his men's report. Chapter 761, Have some sense, what's wrong? Feng Ning's expression sunk. He extremely disliked being interrupted. The man said shakily, "Leader, Elder Wu Bai brought back the young master and Elder Wu Chang." The moment Feng Ning heard that his son was back, he knew that the deal at Chan City had been sealed. He was quite happy that his son had got it done so quickly. He just nodded and pulled the maid aside. "In that case, let the 3 of them come inside." Suddenly, Feng Ning thought of something and immediately slammed the table. "Next time you say something wrong, you'll get beaten to death." He remembered the words, "Wu Bai brought back the young master and Wu Chang." not the young master brought back Wu Chang and Wu Bai. No, I didn't say it wrong. It's Elder Wu Bai who brought dash. The man was dumb and still hadn't understood why the leader was angry. Feng Ning sneered and got unhappier. He couldn't be bothered to keep listening, so he grabbed a cup and threw it at the man's forehead. The cup didn't shatter, but instead it embedded this man's head. The man looked at Feng Ning in shock. Even at death's door he couldn't understand why the leader killed him. Was it because he had bothered him in his good moment? But he had been reporting something important. Before Feng Ning could be dragged out, another horse-faced man walked in desperately. Feng Ning frowned. That man was his right hand and secretary, Feng Quan. His status was above the Wu brothers, and he was also at great heaven. Feng Quan was Feng Ning's closest man and had followed him for the longest. When Feng Quan was just at earth level, he was so bold that he dared rape the daughter of a city lord. He was hunted by this city lord, but Feng Ning saved him. Feng Quan followed him, and when he reached great heaven, he killed that city lord's entire family. So, although Feng Quan had come in at this time and Feng Ning was unhappy, he didn't say anything. Feng Quan didn't even look at the dead man on the ground. Instead he said worriedly, "Big brother, young Master La Ping was killed in Chan City. Wu Chang died from losing too much blood after his ligaments were cut off. Only Wu Bai came back, but his powers have been destroyed." What? Feng Ning heard this and his face changed drastically. He got up immediately, as veins popped out on his forehead. He only had one son and he really was his jewel. Even though La Ping had secretly saved his concubine, he could pretend nothing happened. However, now, his son had been killed and his powerful underlings, the Wu brothers, had also been destroyed. Who did this? Who? Arg! Feng Ning was about to go crazy. He smashed the table in front of him into pieces. The two maids next to him shivered and hid on the side, fearing that their terrible master would kill them. Leader, Wu Bai was useless. Please punish me. Wu Bai had just walked inside and seen the furious leader. He knelt down immediately. The bodies of Feng Laping and Wu Chang were carried inside by 4 men behind him. Feng Ning's face turned pale gray. He walked to his son's body and saw a terrified face. Feng Ning clenched his fists. He was thinking about how to torture his enemy then. No one in the room dared to breathe loudly or talk. Feng Ning could kill anyone when he raged. After a long while, Feng Ning calmed down slowly and sat back on the seat. He then said coldly, "Wu Bai, tell me what happened." "Yes, leader." Wu Bai took a deep breath. He realized that the young master had died under his care. So no matter what, the consequences wouldn't be good. Yet, he still needed to report what had happened. After we got to Chan City, we contacted the elders who had joined us. Wu Bai was interrupted by Feng Ning. He looked coldly at Wu Bai. "Get to the point, save the useless bullshit." "Yes." Wu Bai felt defeated. Even though he was at great heaven, he was at most a dog to Feng Ning. Now that he had lost all of his powers, he was probably worse than a dog. Before this, Feng Ning had always been very polite to him and his brother. Also, Wu Bai was feeling dejected, because Feng Ning hadn't told him to stand up, but he didn't want to keep kneeling. He got up and said in a calm tone, "It was an elder from the Magical Merchant Association who killed the young master. His name is Chui Zhu, a half-step great heaven martial artist." Feng Ning cursed coldly. Chui Zhu, a mere half-step great heaven man, dared to kill the young master of the Sea Merchant clan. How dare he? "I won't stop until I slice off his flesh and feed it to the dogs." Wu Bai sneered to himself but said calmly, "At the time, Chui Zhu kicked the young master. He didn't have any killing intent, but the young master died. I suspect that the real killer is not Chui Zhu, but Yemo. Who's Yemo?" Feng Ning couldn't react yet. Wu Bai said calmly, "Yemo is the person who was helping the Magical Merchant Association. He killed my brother as soon as he came in, and then young master knelt down for mercy. Chui Zhu was a spy of ours, but when he saw Yemo enter, he kicked the young master to suck up to Yemo. No matter who he is, I will let him have a taste of a pleasurable death." Feng Ning couldn't control his rage. "The Yemo told me to tell you to have some sense, leader, because he might accidentally pass by here," Wu Bai added. "Ha! Have some sense." Feng Ning laughed. Feng Quan looked strangely at Wu Bai. He knew Wu Bai wasn't the talkative type, but he seemed to be talking too much today. Yemo? Feng Quan suddenly thought of someone. A few days ago, a man had killed countless masters at the magical continent mountain. Great heaven martial artists were like little chickens to him. Then, he had continued and annihilated many hidden sects, including Tai. What made people fear him the most was that he had annihilated more than 10 sects in one day. These sects were very far apart from each other. It would take days by cart, but GMO had done it all in one day. No one knew how GMO had gone to this many places in such a short time. Everyone knew this, but no one dared to talk about it. Thinking about this, Fong Quan shivered. He was sure that the GMO Wu Bai was talking about was this person. Who else could it be? Mu Fong Quan, prepare the things and come with me to Chan City. I really want to see who this cocky bastard is. That I should have some sense? He better have the balls not to leave Chan City. And about that goddess Zihua, if I don't FCK her to death, I don't deserve to be the leader of the Sea Merchant clan. Fong Ning's face was hideous. After having understood who Yimo was, Fong Quan wasn't going to let Fong Ning kill himself. He quickly said, Big brother, that Yimo is probably the person who slaughtered the great heaven masters at the magical continent mountain, and the one who annihilated Tai and many other sects so rapidly. Fong Nang was like an angry chicken who suddenly got choked. As he stopped showing his anger unexpectedly, Wu Bai looked at his reaction with satisfaction. Chapter 762, Beautiful Woman Trick. Fong Ning didn't think it would be the one name that could make him not dare to show his anger. He fell silent. He went from extreme fury to extreme calm. He could yell at the top of his lungs about killing other people, but when it came to EMO, not only did he not dare do so, he also had to go apologize. Who was EMO? He had easily killed Len Quan and Ling Wushui while being attacked by countless great heaven masters. Meanwhile, he would be just a piece of cake to Len Quan or Ling Wushui. Fong Nang was furious, but he didn't dare to show this anger. Perhaps if he foolishly made the order to hunt Yimo, the next moment, his clan would become history. Yimo might really come for a spin to the Sea Merchant clan, but no matter how strong Yimo was, could he really just let go of Yimo killing his only son? Fong Quan could tell how Fong Nang was feeling. He sent the rest of the people in the room off and then said, Big brother, what do you plan on doing? Fong Nang put down his hands dejectedly and said, What can I do? It will be my luck if that slaughter god doesn't come annihilate our clan. If I tried to get revenge from him, it'd be like asking to die. But I really don't want to let it go like this either. Fong Quan smiled. Big brother, tell me the truth, do you want revenge? Fong Nang said with a defeated face, he killed my only son, how can I not want revenge? But even if I want it, revenge is only possible if you're capable. I heard that Qi Yoshin wanted to get revenge for his son but didn't even last a single move against GMO. Perhaps what I should be thinking about now is how to save the clan. Fong Quan, think of a way to give a pricey gift to the Magical Merchant Association. Seiya Fong Quan nodded, yes, we must send this gift, but it's not impossible if Big Brother wants revenge. Fong Nang immediately got up and grabbed Fong Quan's hand excitedly. Brother, what way do you have to get revenge? Quick, tell me. Fong Quan patted Fong Nang's hand. Big brother, who do you think is prettier, Goddess Zihua or Jimei? Fong Nang immediately thought of Jimei, her moon-like face and crescent moon-like brows. Her white jade-like skin. He almost forgot about revenge as he thought about her. There was only her appearance in his head. After a long while, he woke up and sighed. Although Goddess Zihua is a beauty, she's still a little worse off than Jimei. Brother, what does this have to do with Jimei? Big brother, if you really want to get revenge, you will have to give her to Yimo, Fong Quan said. What? Fong Nang was shook. He only got Jimei a year ago. When she was roaming the streets and was about to be sold, Fong Nang saw her and immediately fell in love with her. Because he loved her so much, he didn't go against her will and do anything like raping her. He agreed to do things after they were married half a year later. This was his woman, such a beauty, how could he give her to his enemy? No way. No, that's impossible. Fong Nang rejected it. Fong Quan sighed. Although he had some small calculations, his loyalty towards Fong Nang was mostly genuine. He felt like something was up with Jimei. With his experience, he knew that she was not the weak-looking girl she seemed. He had tested her countless times, but had never found anything, though. If they could kill Yimo and send her away at the same time, it would be killing two birds with one stone, but Fong Quan knew that Fong Nang wouldn't listen to his opinion of Jimei. He coughed. Big brother, why do you think Yimo is helping the Magical Merchant Association? Fong Nang shook his head. He really didn't know, Feng Quan said. I understand this man. Everyone knows he is really powerful, but he has a special characteristic. He is extremely lustful. Big brother, the reason why the events of Magical Continent Mountain happened was all because of a woman called Mu Xiaoyun. Yimo slaughtered for her, Feng Quan then continued. Mu Xiaoyun was already with Yimo, but Tai wanted her, so the battle occurred because of it. As for why Yimo is helping the Magical Merchant Association, it's also because Yun Zi is a very beautiful woman. She probably gave her body to Yimo for him to help them, Feng Ning sighed, but that doesn't mean he will like all beautiful women 100%. And can't we just give him a pretty one? Feng Quan knew that Feng Ning didn't want to let go of Ji Mei, so he sighed. With Yimo's standards, he wouldn't even consider ordinary women. Mu Xiaoyun and Yun Zi are extreme beauties, so if we want to entice him, I can't think of anyone other than Ji Mei. Feng Quan then said. Also, Yimo annihilated countless sects, even Tai and Kuan Qian couldn't avoid it, so how come Ci Hang Jing Mosque was fine? I heard that Jie Sun was even the worst of enemies with Yimo. Later I found out that it was because a few nuns from there had had a few affairs with Yimo. Yimo might be very lustful, but he protects the women he loves. If Ji Mei can seduce Yimo, how can we not have a chance to kill Yimo? Also, after we kill Yimo, Ji Mei will still be yours. Feng Ning thought for a long time before sighing. Okay, we'll do as you say. But Yimo is such a master, it'll be hard to ambush him. Feng Quan saw that Feng Ning agreed and breathed easy. He replied, Big brother, don't worry, leave this to me. As long as Yimo is seduced by Ji Mei, we will succeed 100%, Feng Ning agreed and immediately said, immediately investigate where that Yimo is and arrange Ji Mei to be sent over. Hangshui City. Yimo stood in front of this prosperous city and was lost in thought. A few years ago, he had come there with Xiaoyun, but now, he was by himself. He had searched countless cities and mountain ranges in this past month. Had found many herbs, but still wasn't able to find Mu Xiaoyun. Yimo walked around Hangshui City in the day and went to Hangshui Square. At night, he went back to the Blue Sea Hotel. He had stayed with Mu Xiaoyun there before. Chapter 763, Intervene when things aren't right. What? Yimo is already in Hangshui? Feng Ning looked at Feng Quan in disbelief. The boat to the mortal side had left 10 days ago and it was still on the sea. How could Yimo be in Hangshui already? Could he fly? Feng Quan nodded, but his expression was very strange too. He said after thinking for a while, Big brother, he was able to annihilate many sects in one day. How did he do it? I thought he had a flying pet. But now it seems like he can fly himself. Can he really fly? Feng Ning was more shocked than Feng Quan. He was at Great Heaven Tertiary stage and knew how hard it was to fly. He had heard that not even those who surpassed Great Heaven could fly. They could at most glide in the air, but the distance wouldn't be more than a few kilometers. Feng Ning soon knew what Feng Quan meant. He looked excitedly at Feng Quan. Feng Quan nodded. Big brother, once we have him in our hands, we should just disable him first. If I'm not wrong, there's a heavenly shocking secret about Yimo. He's less than 30 years old, but he can already easily slaughter Great Heaven Masters and he can fly. From this, we can tell that he's definitely not cultivating ancient martial arts. Feng Ning took a long breath. This was the answer he wanted to hear. He feared Yimo a lot before, but now he could put all of those thoughts aside. If he really attained Yimo's cultivation method, what would he become? Couldn't he dominate the hidden sex world or even the entire magical continent? Feng Ning didn't dare to keep thinking, but Feng Quan continued, however, I'm sure that I'm not the only one who noticed this. Elder Feng from Ice Lake must have noticed this too. With her wits and selfishness, no matter what kind of disciple Mu Xiaoyun was, there was no way she would openly stand against the entire hidden sects just to save Mu Xiaoyun. Yet, she did. Brother Feng, what do you mean? Feng Ning looked excitedly at Feng Quan. Feng Quan sneered, Big brother, I'm sure that Elder Feng realized that Yimo doesn't cultivate ancient martial arts, so she guessed that Mu Xiaoyun must have been cultivating what Yimo taught her. Therefore, she took Mu Xiaoyun away to get it from her. The reason why Yimo still hasn't found Mu Xiaoyun is probably because she has either been hidden or killed by Elder Feng. Big brother, you can't win if you don't take risks. Moreover, we have Ji Mei. We can easily attain this wealth, so we can't give up. That's why I would like to propose to Big brother to send Ji Mei to Hangshui with Blue Condor. Fang Quan said. Feng Ning didn't hesitate this time and nodded. We have a resting tower in the sea. Blue Condor should be able to arrive on the other side in 1 day's time. But we also need to go to Hang Shui immediately. I think the GMO might have gotten his hands on something that was passed down from ancient times. He's really lucky to be able to obtain such a cultivation method. Feng Quan smiled. Big brother, no matter how many cultivation methods he got, everything will be ours in the end. EMO stayed in the hotel for 3 days. On the 4th day, EMO was prepared to leave Hang Shui. It was pointless to stay there anymore. Just when EMO got to the door of the hotel, he saw a vicious man chasing a woman in rough clothes. The man had a bamboo whip and cursed as he chased. Bitch, how dare you run? Then, he whipped the woman, and the woman howled in pain and happened to fall at the door of the hotel, yet no one dared to stop the man. EMO frowned. He saw that although the woman had hair and dirt covering her face, she was extremely beautiful. The man came to the woman and was about to whip her again. Just when EMO wanted to ask what was going on, a man in a blue shirt walked out and stopped the man. Friend, why are you so cruel to a weak woman? The man stopped and looked at the man in a blue shirt and said coldly, I'm beating a woman I bought. What's that got to do with you? Move aside or I will beat you too. The man in a blue shirt smiled faintly. No one saw how he did it, but they suddenly realized that the bamboo whip had fallen in his hands and with a rub, the bamboo whip turned into dust. Everyone was shook. This man was at least at the earth level to be able to do this. The man also seemed to be shocked by the man in a blue shirt's power. He was dazed before saying, just because you're strong you're going to rob me of my possession. The blue shirt man sneered. She's clearly a human, yet you call her your possession. How much money did you spend on her? 50. No, I didn't spend gold coins. The man looked worriedly at the man in a blue shirt. The man in a blue shirt threw 5 gold coins to the man and said, take the gold coins and piss off. If you dare breathe in front of me for 1 more second, don't blame me. The man was stunned by the man in a blue shirt's killing intent and quickly ran off with the money. People around laughed and left. At this moment, the woman crawled up and bowed to the man in a blue shirt before saying, Jime thanks you for saving her life. Her voice was crisp, but her tone was melancholic. Almost everyone who heard her cried out of sympathy. Jime didn't expect that she would be saved by this man. Things hadn't gone according to the script. Yemo saw this woman and thought of Mu Xiaoyun even more. When he first met Mu Xiaoyun, she was also like this. Yemo shook his head and walked out of the hotel. Jime seemed very weak and didn't have the power to stand after saying 1 sentence. Yemo walked to the door and the way Jime fell happened to be in his direction. A faint aroma entered his nose. Yemo frowned and retreated a step while hooking Jime with his leg. Jime quickly got up and said worriedly to Yemo, Big brother, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it, thank you, I dash. Yemo looked more carefully at her this time and couldn't help but truly be shocked at her beauty. She was even a bit more enticing than Mu Xiaoyun. She had that natural feeble feeling. Her eyes looked down. But they were very seductive. The coarse clothes she had couldn't cover her out-of-this-world beauty. The messy hair added a sense of worry-inducing beauty to her. Her butt was also very perky. This woman was only worth 50 gold coins? Yemo was shocked. Jime was surprised. She intentionally let Yemo see her face, but she only saw some shock in his eyes. He didn't try to chat her up with lustful intent as she expected. Chapter 764, Made Jime. That blue-shirt man walked up to Yemo and saluted him with his fist. Friend, you are talented. I'm Fu Wu, if you don't mind, let's go have a drink. Just then, Yemo had moved his leg really quickly and smoothly. With the blue-shirt man's quick eyes, he could tell Yemo was no ordinary man. As for why Yemo had taken a step back, he believed that Yemo was a gentleman and didn't want to take advantage of a weak woman. Yemo was planning to go have a look around Huangping village, but Fu Wu reminded him of Lu Lei. Okay, I'm Yemo. Since Brother Fu has the time, let's go get a drink then. Yemo nodded casually. When Yemo and Fu Wu walked out of the hotel, that woman who had gotten saved also followed them. Fu Wu turned around and looked at her strangely. Girl, you can go wherever you want now. I've already given that guy money, I don't think he will dare do anything to you again. Jime's eyes turned red and she said weakly. Jime has no home to go to. Even if I leave Brother Fu, I will still end up getting caught and sold again. If you don't mind me, I'm willing to be your maid. This Fu Wu looked at her with a troubled face. His goal was to travel across the entire magical continent. However, when traveling while cultivating, it wasn't convenient to bring a woman. Seeing Fu Wu's expression, Emo approved him. No matter what, Ji Mei was an extremely beautiful woman. There was no way a man wouldn't be interested in her. He had Luo Ying, Ning Qingxue and Mu Xiaoyun, so he didn't have any intentions with Ji Wei, but Fu Wu wasn't enticed at all either. From this, one could tell that Fu Wu was a strong-minded person. Brother Fu, Ji Mei saw Fu Wu's hesitation and immediately looked worried. She also stared at Emo, as if hoping Emo could help her say something or he could take her with him. Emo didn't say anything. Fu Wu would have to make his own decision on that matter for sure. Fu Wu thought for a while and said, "How about this? Ji Mei, come and eat with us first and then we'll talk about other things." "Yes, Brother Fu, Brother Yi." Ji Mei followed them obediently. The three of them went into a nearby restaurant. Although Fu Wu had ordered dishes that covered the whole table, no matter what Fu Wu said, Ji Mei just stood on the side feebly. She didn't dare to sit down, instead she was helping them pour wine. Fu Wu sighed. He thought that Ji Mei had probably grown up serving people, that's why she behaved like this. Due to Ji Mei, the two men didn't have the best time. About Fu Wu, Emo found out that he had been traveling around everywhere. Fu Wu was a very upright and honest person. He didn't hide anything since it was the first time he saw Emo. He said that the reason he could reach Earth-level tertiary stage before the age of 40 was completely due to discovering some valuable herbs among his journey. Quite obviously, he didn't know about what Emo has done at the inner hidden sections. After the meal, Emo was planning to leave but Fu Wu pulled his arm. "Brother Yi, you know I'm someone who travels around everywhere. I might have a meal this time, but not a meal the next time. Ji Mei would suffer a lot if she follows me. How about letting Ji Mei follow you? Although she didn't come from a good family, I can tell she's a good girl." Then, Fu Wu turned around to Ji Mei and asked, "Ji Mei, would you be willing to follow Brother Emo?" Emo smiled. He wanted to reject it but Ji Mei replied before him, "Brother Fu, you saved my life. I will follow whoever you tell me to follow." Then, Ji Mei walked up to Emo and bowed. "Brother Yi, you will be Ji Mei's master from now on. Ji Mei will do anything you ask." Fu Wu laughed at this. He was very happy with the outcome. Emo felt something was wrong. Ji Mei had agreed to follow him too quickly, but before Emo could say anything, Fu Wu said, "Brother Yi, Ji Mei looks like a very gentle and placid girl, don't reject her anymore." Ji Mei is right. In our current society, it will be very hard for her to survive without someone looking after her. She would eventually become someone's toy. "Brother Yi, I will be very obedient. Please, don't leave me behind." Ji Mei's tone was melancholic. Emo sighed. He knew Fu Wu was right, however, it was indeed not convenient to take her with him. Emo subconsciously looked at Ji Mei and scanned her with his spirit sense. Suddenly, Emo noticed something was wrong. When he had first seen her, her face and hair were covered with dust. But when he scanned her with his spirit sense, he noticed that the dust was only on the surface. Her hair was very clean on the inside. There wasn't even a speck of dandruff, much less dust. Considering how she had happened to fall on him at the hotel, Emo was suspicious. Emo didn't restrain himself anymore and scanned his spirit sense inside her body. Her skin was snow-white and clean. Emo was suddenly shook and immediately took back his spirit sense. He was astonished. Ji Mei was a cultivator and someone much more powerful than him. She was at least at chi-gathering peak. He didn't know if Ji Mei had noticed his spirit sense, but he was sure that she was scheming something. Emo could also tell that she was injured and had lost all her power. That was probably why she couldn't let out her spirit sense, but Emo didn't dare to scan her anymore. That woman was scary. Emo realized that if he hadn't been cultivating the three-birth chant and his spirit sense didn't exceeded chi-gathering peaks, he might have not been able to notice all this. "Brother Yi, what do you think?" Fu Wu asked. Hearing this, Emo wondered if Fu Wu was also a part of her plan. However, Emo quickly denied that thought. Fu Wu seemed very genuine and probably he had just happened to get caught up to this. Emo wasn't scared of her. Even if she recovered her power and was at chi-gathering peak, he could still subjugate her. What worried Emo was who had taught her all this. Emo had to find out was who this master was and why he had used a woman without any power left to get close to him. Thinking about this, Emo laughed. "Since Brother Fu doesn't want such a pretty woman, then I won't hold back. Ji Mei, you can follow me from now on." "Yes, thank you, master."
Thank you, Brother Fu. Jimei's eyes were full of joy. Yemo noticed that as soon as Jimei looked down, there was contempt and jeer in her eyes too. After bidding Fu Wu farewell, Yemo rented a cart with Jimei. Yemo decided to go to Gontong City first. Jimei had explained that she was the young miss of a big family, but her family had gotten killed by enemies. Hence, she fled, but she had gotten caught by that man. She didn't want to stay with him, so she ran away. Yemo didn't believe a word she said. Chapter 765, Fearsome Master. As though knowing that Yemo didn't like to talk much, Jimei didn't say much either and just served Yemo obediently. What made her feel strange was that someone as lustful as Yemo didn't ask her to sleep with him. Shilin Town was a small town near Gontong City. Yemo arrived there after riding a cart for a week. It was just noon now. What made Jimei feel strange again was that Yemo for the first time wasn't in a rush to continue traveling, and instead he stopped at the town and asked for 2 rooms at a hotel. No matter what Yemo did, Jimei wouldn't ask questions. It was as though she really was a maid. Jimei, I need to cultivate till night, so don't disturb me and don't let anyone disturb me, Yemo closed the door and said. He noticed that wherever he stopped, there always seemed to be someone watching their cart. Yemo could tell that it wasn't Jimei wanting to look for trouble with him, but the person behind her. Jimei's powers were all lost, so perhaps she was being controlled by the people behind her. Someone who could abolish the power of a peak-stage chi-gathering cultivator must be at least at the foundation establishment state. Yes, Master, Jimei agreed. Yemo nodded and went into the room, closing the door. He was sure that Jimei had lost her powers and couldn't use any spirit sense, but just in case, he still set up a spirit sense blocking formation. Yemo watched Jimei with his spirit sense and noticed her just dazing in her room, so he didn't bother with her any longer. He took a great chi-increasing pill and started digesting the pill. He knew she was at least a chi-gathering peak cultivator, so he was all the more urgently trying to increase his cultivation. When Yemo opened his eyes again, he noticed it was dark. He scanned his spirit sense into the room next door and found Jimei cooking something. Yemo looked at the herbs and noticed that what she was cooking could make people lose their inner chi for some time when inhaled. Was she planning to use that against him? Yemo sneered. That would only make his chi a little weaker even if he ate it. At midnight, when Yemo digested the second great chi-increasing pill, 2 people appeared in her room. He had never seen the 2 before, but Yemo scanned with his spirit sense and knew that one was at the Great Heaven tertiary stage and another at the Great Heaven primary stage. Yemo noticed that the things Jimei had been cooked had been made into incense, and it was burning. Yemo stood up in shock. He didn't expect that Jimei would have made that to deal with the 2 Great Heaven fellows. Yemo also noticed a big blue condor by the room. Did those 2 ride that here? Yemo took away the formation and neared the wall. He wanted to hear what the relationship between these 3 was. Jimei, what incense is this? As Feng Neng smelled it, he asked. Jimei blushed and bowed to the 2, saying quietly, it's an aphrodisiac incense. I bought it in the town. This Yemo only walks by my room each time, and he has never shown any intent on staying with me at all, so I bought this, but he still hasn't come. I dash. Jimei suddenly thought of something and said desperately, Brother Feng, I'll quickly get rid of it. I see, you still haven't done it, but how could Yemo resist it? Feng Nang looked at Jimei's ruddy face as he voiced his surprise. He suddenly stopped Jimei from talking. Jimei, since you lit it up, there's no need to put it off. Brother Feng, how about you go out for a bit? I need to talk to Jimei. But Feng Quan's face changed. He knew what Feng Nang meant. He sighed. He felt that this leader of his couldn't control himself sometimes and wasn't someone who could achieve big things. Since he gave Jimei to Yemo, don't take her body all of a sudden, but Feng Quan knew it wasn't good to stop Feng Nang now. He turned to leave, but suddenly, Jimei called out, Brother Feng. Feng Quan turned around and looked at her in confusion. What is it? Jimei bit her lips as though there was something she couldn't say. It was as though she liked Feng Quan and not Feng Nang. The scene fell silent. After a long while, Feng Nang's face looked unhappy. Jimei, what do you have to say? Suddenly, Feng Quan's face changed, and he said desperately, wait, this isn't aphrodisiac incense. Why was Jimei tricking them? Feng Quan wanted to disintegrate it immediately, but when he palmed towards it, he found that he already couldn't use any inner chi. Feng Quan's face changed immediately. This was an incense that made people lose their inner chi. Just when Feng Quan was about to flee the room, a dagger flew from Jimei's hand into his chest. Feng Nang immediately knew what was going on too, and his face went pale. Jimei, you wanted to use this incense against Yemo, right? You're really smart, this is much better than some poison. Now give me the antidote quickly. Feng Ning's face was pale, but he knew that since Jimei had killed Feng Quan, he wouldn't be able to survive either. Jimei smiled suddenly. Oh no, I lit up the wrong incense, but I don't have the antidote. Brother Feng, what do you think I should do? Then, Jimei walked up to Feng Quan and pulled out the dagger before slowly walking to Feng Neng. Jimei, what are you doing? I brought you back from Xianjia Mountain, and I truly loved you. Feng Neng uttered. Yemo heard this and thought, Xianjia Mountain, Jimei cursed. You really love me? You shameless old geezer, you kept trying to take advantage of me and wanted me to give up my body for the survival of your sea merchant clan. You brought me back from Xianjia Mountain? Feng Neng, I'll be honest with you, that thing from Xianjia Mountain belonged to me, yet you took it and wanted to rape me. Finally I get to kill you today. Jimei, you were injured, didn't I really save you? Feng Neng's tone was shaky. Jimei sneered, I was injured? Feng Neng, you almost made me die. If I don't repay you, I don't deserve to be a human. I was going to use that thing to reach the Golden Core state, but you made me almost die. Yemo's heart sunk. Golden Core? Was this woman a peak Foundation establishment state master? If she really was, then he had to kill her before she recovered her power. But before he could do anything, Jimei took out a box from Feng Neng's pocket and rapidly tipped it over into her mouth. Purple snowseed? Yemo's heart went cold. He knew he had missed his chance. Purple snowseed was a top-grade healing spirit herb. It had a very rapid effect. It would be too late to go kill her now that she had eaten it. Yemo reined his spirit sense back in and knew that if he kept watching her with his spirit sense, she might notice it, but Yemo felt something was wrong. Although he was stage 7, his spirit sense was very strong, and he was cultivating the 3-birth chant. He shouldn't have seen wrong. How could Jimei go from Qi Gathering Peak to Foundation Establishment State Peak? This was too strange. Chapter 766, Luo Yin's old home. Moreover, the purple snowseed wasn't something necessary for reaching Golden Core state. The purple snowseed was a top-grade healing herb. It was better than the 1,000-year snow lotus seed and it could be eaten straight away. It could also be made into a purple snow pill. The purple snow pill was a pill that increased the chances of reaching Foundation Establishment state, but its potency was far weaker than the Foundation Establishment pill. However, it was as hard to make as the Foundation Establishment pill, so rarely anyone used it to reach Foundation Establishment state. Jimei had said that Feng Neng had stopped her from reaching Golden Core stage. Yet, Feng Neng had taken the purple snow seed, so something wasn't right. No matter what, Yemo knew that it was the Sea Merchant clan looking for trouble with him. Feng Neng had happened to be able to control Jimei, but now that Jimei had recovered her power, the first person she would kill would be Feng Neng. He didn't need to do anything anymore. He didn't dare scan his spirit sense in the room next door either. No matter how overpowered his 3-birth chant was, it was nothing against a Foundation Establishment State Peak martial artist. Yemo poured himself a cup of tea and sat down. He realized that if Jimei really was at Foundation Establishment State Peak, then he would get caught. Jimei would kill him for sure. In that case, he might as well sit down. Furthermore, there was no conflict between them. Thinking about this, Yemo hid all his cultivation essence. If someone searched him with their spirit sense, they would find that he was an ordinary Great Heaven tertiary stage martial artist. Indeed, Yemo didn't have to sit for long until he noticed a spirit sense scanning in there. It was clearing. Looking at his situation, Yemo was suspicious. That spirit sense was at most at Qi Gathering Peak. Had she said that she was at almost Golden Core to make him feel scared? The next moment, someone knocked on Yemo's room. Yemo sighed. What had to come, had to come. He got up and opened the door, letting Jimei walk in. He could tell she had recovered her powers. Seeing Yemo frown, Jimei smiled. Thank you for these past few days, Master. I shouldn't have come to disturb you this late, but I'm leaving. I won't be able to serve Master in the future, so I came to tell you. Yemo breathed at ease. It seemed that she didn't intend to kill him. After a while, since Yemo wasn't telling her to wait until daylight to leave and Yemo didn't comment anything about her sudden strange behavior, Jimei suddenly asked, Master, what do you think of my looks? Yemo was dazed. He didn't know why Jimei was asking this, but he still said, You're very pretty. Oh. Jimei smiled and said enticingly, But I heard you're very lustful. Since you think I'm pretty, why didn't you let me stay with you for the night? Yemo sneered. He knew that Ji-mei wanted a reason to kill him, so he said, no wonder Brother Fu didn't want you to follow him. It's only been a few days and you already showed your true self. I think it was probably an act that day you were beaten. But even if I'm lustful, I'm not interested in a bitch like you. Yemo couldn't help to think of Mu Xiaoyun, her feelings were true love. Ji-mei wouldn't be able to pretend that no matter what. After hearing this, Ji-mei was dazed. She immediately looked angry, but soon, it disappeared. Ji-mei sighed, I heard you killed countless masters for your girl and that you were very lustful, but now it seems rumors really can't be trusted. Indeed, I was coerced a few days ago, but I actually was getting beaten. You and Fu Wu are both nice people. You're at Great Heaven Tertiary stage, yet you could kill that many Great Heaven Peak masters. You're really talented in ancient martial arts. Ji-mei suddenly shot out a fireball and said plainly, although you're not bad, if I wanted to kill you, I could with just simply raising my hand. But seeing that you're an honest person, I'll let you go. Then, Ji-mei threw her fireball to the tea table in front of Yemo. Yemo saw the fireball and immediately realized that he had overestimated this woman. The fireball was far weaker than his. That woman was only at Chi Gathering Peak, not at Foundation Establishment State Peak. Yemo looked at the fireball and sneered, I have never needed people to have mercy on me. I control my own life. A Chi Gathering Peak woman, that was no threat to Yemo at all. If that woman dared to attack, he wouldn't mind killing her. Ji-mei suddenly burst into laughter. They say all men with some capabilities are prideful. It seems to be really so. But I said I'll have mercy on you, so I will. One word of advice, it's better to be humble. Otherwise, you might not even know how you die. You're lucky that I'm in a good mood today. Then, Ji-mei blinked out of the room and disappeared. Yemo sneered. He knew that Ji-mei didn't have a systematic knowledge. Although she was at Chi Gathering Peak, there were a lot of things she didn't understand. He thought of the cultivator he met in the South Pole. He had said that he also came from Xinjia Mountain, and that woman also came from there. Were they together? Wait. That man had said that he had found the cultivation ruin with his martial brother, not a woman. Yemo didn't keep thinking about this. It had nothing to do with him and he didn't need to stay in that town. He got on the flying sword and dashed out of the window into the night sky. Ji-mei had gone to the roof, but she suddenly seemed to have thought of something. She went back to Yemo's room and as soon as she did, she was dazed. Yemo had just been here a moment ago. How had he disappeared already? Ji-mei sneered, you're trying to run away. Since I want to find you, you will come back obediently. I was planning to let it go like this, but since you're trying to run away, you can serve me for a few days. While saying this, she scanned her spirit sense out. Her spirit sense could reach 8 to 9 kilometers, but soon, her face changed drastically. There was no sign of Yemo in her spirit sense range. It had only been half a minute since she had left Yemo's room. How could he be more than 9 kilometers away in such a short time? She decided to go to Gontong City. Ji-mei didn't want to return to Xinjia Mountain immediately. She knew Yemo was going to Gontong City and she had to understand this. Yemo didn't go to Gontong City. He went to Shifeng village under Gontong City's reign. Luoyin had been called Shijingqin before she had gone to the hidden sections. Luoyin was in a jade coffin now. Junzi had supplied him with jade. He had made a jade coffin and put it in his golden script world. Yemo still didn't know what sort of world it was, but he knew that it didn't follow world laws. Hence, nothing could deteriorate inside. Shifeng village was much larger than Huangping village. There were about 100 families there. Most of the houses were quite tattered. Yemo looked at the serene scene and took a deep breath before walking into the village. Chapter 767, You annihilated the Tai sect? Yemo stopped a few tea-picking girls and asked politely, girls, may I ask if Shijingqin's family lives here? Those girls who were stopped all bravely looked into Yemo's eyes at first with eyes that had fire in them, but after Yemo asked about Shijingqin, their faces changed drastically, and they all avoided Yemo and turned to leave. Yemo felt strange. Was Shijingqin not welcomed in this village? Yemo's spirit sense noticed that one girl left the group and snuck into the village. Yemo smiled. The next moment, he saw the girl come to a tattered haystack house. Yemo scanned his spirit sense in. There was a big-eyed youth there. His clothes were tattered, and he was managing herbs. Shirtai, those people seem to be here again. Just like the two last time, he's looking for your sister. You should hide, that young girl said desperately. So this was Luo Yin's brother? But who was looking for trouble with Luo Yin and even bringing her brother into it too? Why would you hide from me? Yimo smiled. The young girl saw Yimo suddenly appear at the door, and she screamed. She was very careful when she came, yet this guy knew somehow. Her face went pale, and Yimo could see her body shake. Shirtai put down the work and grabbed an axe. Saying coldly to Yimo, "This has nothing to do with sisterly, come at me." Yimo frowned, thinking, "I'm just visiting." Yimo waved his hand. "Shirtai, you've misunderstood me. I bear no ill will. I'm your sister's friend, and I was asked by her to come visit here." Hearing this, Shirtai's face looked weird, but he still held his axe vigilantly. Suddenly Yimo's face changed, and he said, "Shirtai, trust me, I have no ill will towards you. I'm indeed your sister's friend. Wait here for me, I need to deal with some things, but I'll be back in a bit." Yimo then turned to leave. "Shirtai," he left, "you should run quickly," Sisterly said with a pale face. Shirtai shook his head. "I don't want to run. He said he knows my sister, so I will wait for him here. I miss my sister too, but I have had no news of her. If he's from the same group as those people last time, I will fight with my life." "Thank you, Sisterly, you should leave first." The pale-faced girl thought for a moment and left first, having warned Shirtai. The reason why Yimo had suddenly left was because he found Jime with his spirit sense as she was rushing past Shirfeng village whilst being chased. Although Jime was only at the Qi gathering peak, she should still be almost invincible here. Who could beat her with like that? Yimo followed after them. He wanted to know since when there could have been another powerful fellow like that in this small realm. But the guy had only injured Jime and been unable to kill her. From this, one could see that the guy wasn't that much stronger than Jime. A bird cried, and a blue condor landed in front of her. It was a man in his 50s. Wasn't this bird Jime's? How did it become that person's? What do you want? You already took the blue condor, are you really going to kill me too? Jime shouted. Yimo sent his spirit sense out and saw that this man was a cultivator of ancient martial arts. But his power was about the same as Li Chang's or even greater. He was a true great heaven, or what people here called the level which surpassed great heaven. No wonder Jime was no match for him. Although she was a cultivator, but she didn't fully understand truth cultivation and didn't have a proper weapon, so she couldn't fully utilize her power. Emo didn't expect to see another true great heaven here. The man studied Jime and then said, "You're this young but this powerful already. You were even able to escape all the way here. Without the blue condor I wouldn't even have been able to catch up to you. You're unimaginable. Do you know that if I attacked with my full power, even martial niece Len Quan wouldn't be able to block more than a few of my moves? But you did." Jime sneered. "I have no enmity with you. Why did you attack me and rob me of my blue condor?" The man replied plainly. "Your blue condor? How come I heard that this blue condor belongs to the Sea Merchant clan? Although I just left the sect, I know you probably killed the leader of the Sea Merchant clan, right?" Jime sneered. "Feng Nang was scheming for me. Why can't I kill him?" "What has this got to do with you?" The man sneered. "This has nothing to do with me, but according to what I know, Feng Nang gave you a mission to kill someone called Yimo. I believe you haven't done it yet, so tell me where Yimo is and perhaps I can let you go." "Yimo?" Jime was dazed. She didn't even know where he was now. The man cursed. "That's right, Yimo, he annihilated my Tai sect. I was in solitary training but found out from a Wanbei called Mo Yushin how cruel this man was. I didn't expect I would come back to hear this news after leaving for 30 years. I won't stop until I mince this Yimo to pieces. If you can't tell me where Yimo is today, then you can go accompany my Tai sect." Jime was dazed. She didn't think this Tai fellow would be so unreasonable. What did this have to do with her? "Of course, you have another way out. You're strong, so you can marry my new disciple Mo Yushin and help him rebuild the Tai sect. You also know that my disciple looks like Yimo, so he's not bad," the man said. Jime just realized that the latter part was the man's main purpose. How shameless, Jime cursed. When she had seen Mo Yushin, she thought that he was Yimo at first. By the time she realized he wasn't Yimo, Mo Yushin had already escaped. But she had called Mo Yushin Yimo, so they knew everything from that. Yimo understood by now that this man was a Qianbei of the Tai sect who had been in solitary cultivation. From what this man said, he probably didn't know of Li Cheng's existence, Yimo's killing intent sword. He wouldn't let such a person leave.
If Mu Xiaoyun met this guy one day, she would be done for.
And that Mo Yushin too, he would go destroy him as well. Mo slowly took out his flying sword. Jimei was injured, and just when she was trying to find a way to escape from this man, she saw Mo walk over. She was dazed and immediately rejoiced.
Xianbei, the person you're looking for is here. Now I have no business here anymore, so I'll be leaving. Then Jimei turned to leave.
Yemo's life had nothing to do with her. The man saw Yemo and immediately knew why Jimei would mistake Mo Yushin for Yemo. They really looked the same, but if you looked carefully, you could see the difference. You're Yemo?
You're the one who annihilated the Tai sect, the man saw Yemo and asked. He didn't care that Jimei left. He was sure he would be in time to catch her after he killed Yemo anyway. Chapter 768, Kill. Yemo smiled at this man and then flicked the sword in his hand. I didn't think I would be seeing the second true Great Heaven Master. This must mean that Kun Qian and Ci Hang Jing Mosque also have Great Heaven Masters. This man was very contemptuous of Yemo before, but when he heard this, his hands shook, and he looked at Yemo in disbelief. After a long while, he asked, You're this young, yet you know the secret about Great Heaven. This was a secret kept from most of the ancient martial artists. He himself had only found out about it after he broke through the peak of the heaven stage.
This Yemo had mentioned it so casually. Was he also a real Great Heaven Master? Yemo ignored the question and asked, Do you know Li Chang? Li Chang?
I have some impression of him. The man thought for a moment and said. But he soon remembered his purpose of finding Yemo. Even if you know the secret of Great Heaven, you won't escape death today. Then, his longsword turned into a flurry of sword shadows as it struck towards Yemo. Yemo knew this was the man not considering him as an opponent, so without thinking, Yemo raised his fist and hit the sword shadows. Thud! The man and Yemo took a step back each. Yemo was sure that the man was stronger than Li Chang, but he wasn't as strong as him. You were able to find my sword within the sword flurry and hit it precisely? Very well, you're worthy of witnessing 80% of my full power. The man struck with his sword again, but this time it wasn't just sword shadows he displayed. His long sword produced an inch-long sword ray. Yemo nodded. This guy's inner chi was really strong. He could form such a long sword ray out of nothing, but Yemo wouldn't let his opponent act cocky without rebuttal, and he laughed contemptuously. Old fart, keep bluffing like that and I won't even need to fight you. You will just blow yourself into the air if you keep elevating yourself like that. The sword ray left the sword and pierced at Yemo, but then immediately, more sword rays formed, and they all shot at Yemo, each of them with the same frigid killing intent. Yemo knew that if he let this man keep shooting his sword rays, he would eventually be surrounded by them. One wrong step then, and he would be shot. This guy was really strong, and this sword technique was also very powerful. If he could get it and comprehend it through the 3 birth chant, he could change it and then improve his fighting power. Yemo knew that his cultivation essence and spirit sense were strong, but his relative battle power wasn't strong. His fighting method was simplistic and could only allow him to reign dominant in this realm. There was a great disadvantage about his flying sword. It was very easy to kill opponents weaker than him with it, but for people on his level or higher, the flying sword could easily be controlled by them. Thinking about this man's sword technique, Yemo's heart burned with fire. He had to get it, which meant he had to kill this man. Yemo was sure that this fellow hadn't created it himself. He probably got it from some cultivation cave. More sword rays shot at Yemo as he was thinking. Yemo sneered, and his flying sword became the size of a door under the stimulation of his cultivation essence. This door-sized sword formed a cultivation essence whirlpool as it dragged in all the sword rays. A terribly unpleasant sound of explosions and metal clashing ensued as the remnant cultivation essence and sword rays splashed to the sides, shattering nearby rocks and leaves. Yemo breathed easy. He knew he could do this only because the man wasn't proficient in this sword technique. If he could control it freely like Yemo could his flying sword, then this method of counterattack wouldn't work. The man didn't expect Yemo to be able to break his ultimate move and was visibly shook. The man's battle experience clearly wasn't much to speak of. His sword rays had been annihilated, sure, but he wasn't on the lower hand at all yet. But he didn't make the next attack and instead chose to retreat and protect himself. Yemo, however, was very experienced in battle and saw through the man's lack of experience. He wasn't going to let this opportunity go. He didn't take back his flying sword, and instead let it fly towards the man while he punched out at the same time. But the man was still very strong and reacted rapidly. He understood he had lost the opportunity to stay ahead of his opponent, so he immediately put up an inner chi wall. This wasn't the first time Yemo encountered such an inner chi wall. and he wasn't going to let it stop his flying sword. Just when Yemo's flying sword was about to fly into the inner chi wall, it suddenly changed directions and shot into the air. Just when the man felt curious about how the sword could have changed direction in midair, Yemo's punch was already approaching him. He couldn't mind the flying sword anymore and also punched from inside the inner chi wall, while his other hand prepared another sword technique move. Yemo's punch broke the man's inner chi wall and clashed with his opponent's fist head-on. Before the man could feel happy about Yemo fighting him head-on, he felt a sudden freezing killing intent. He immediately thought of the flying sword that had flown into the air, his heart went cold, and he had a bad feeling. He subconsciously moved to the side while blocking his back with his sword. Clank! The man felt his sword break as his shoulders felt pain right after. Yemo's flying sword then pierced his shoulders. Not good, his long sword was broken. Yemo seemed to be controlling his sword telepathically. Thinking this was too absurd, the man finally started to feel fear towards Yemo. He now knew he definitely was no match for Yemo. As soon as his sword broke, the man shook his wrist, his longsword turned into countless shards, which all flew towards Yemo. When he saw this move succeed, he knew his life was saved. All he needed to do next was to go onto the blue condor. Without checking the result of his attack, he dashed onto the blue condor, and the next moment, he flew into the air. Yemo, I'll leave this enmity here for now, but if I don't pulverize your bones and annihilate your family in the future, I swear I'm not human, the man cursed in the air. Meanwhile, Yemo's flying sword had formed a cultivation essence whirlpool again and stopped all the shards. The next moment, Yemo flew into the air with his flying sword. Run away from his flying sword on a bird? Keep dreaming. The man never expected that Yemo would be able to chase up in the air, so he just sat on the bird patching himself up, but when an approaching killing intent etched itself into his heart again, he shivered and subconsciously looked up. He horrifyingly saw Yemo standing in front of him as a white ray fell on top of his head. No, he howled, before two parts of a body then fell down in a rain of blood. Meanwhile, the blue condor screeched and flew off. Chapter 769, Three Birth Sword Ray. Yemo didn't mind the blue condor and landed next to the man. Soon, he found a broken booklet in one of his pockets. It was broken, but for some reason, the remaining parts were very sturdy. Yemo tried ripping it and couldn't. Yemo opened the booklet immediately and found it to be a sword technique indeed. However, it had no name and only the first half was left. Yemo flipped through it casually and found it to be a very powerful sword technique. Although only half of the sword technique remained, that was no problem for him. He cultivated the three birth chant, so as long as he had the former part, he could form the latter parts himself, and it might even become stronger than the original. The sword technique only had 3 levels. The first level was forming a sword ray, the length of which was based on a person's characteristics and power. There were many types of sword rays. They could be formed from inner chi, killing chi, and sword chi. The sword ray leaving the sword to attack was only the first level of the sword technique. Yemo found that when you cultivated the latter stages, the sword ray could be boundless in size or extremely small to go through any hole. It wouldn't even need a sword to shoot it out from anymore. Yemo sighed. If this man had reached stage 2, then he might have been in danger. Yemo closed the small booklet and didn't keep looking in case it affected him in creating his own version. He believed he could create a better one through the 3 birth chant. This sword technique had no name, so Yemo decided to call it the 3 birth sword ray. After thinking for a bit, Yemo dumped the sword technique into his storage ring and then burned the man to a crisp before heading back to Shurfeng village. Ji-mei had kept running. Luckily, she had eaten the purple snowseed and the potency was still there. So even though she was injured, she was recovering rapidly. She knew she had to leave as far as possible. If that man killed Yemo, it would soon be her turn. She rejoiced at her luck that Yemo came up like an idiot. Luckily she didn't kill him at the town or she would be the dead one now. Suddenly, Ji-mei was shook and stopped. Even if Yemo was going to Gontong City, how could he suddenly appear in Shurfeng village? Even if he left at daybreak and rode the fastest horse, he couldn't arrive that fast. Ji-mei shook her head. She didn't want to investigate him anymore anyways. He would be dead for sure after today. Just when she wanted to keep running, the blue condor's call made her shiver. She cursed. That guy had already killed Yemo and caught up with her. Ji-mei subconsciously looked up and saw that there was no one on the blue condor. She rejoiced immediately and whistled. Blue condor had been forcibly controlled by the man, while she actually knew how to communicate with it. The blue condor cried again as it flew around Ji-mei's head and landed next to her. She immediately got on the blue condo and left rapidly. When she was sure she was safe, she thought, the blue condor couldn't have come for no reason.
Since it's here, where is that terrifyingly strong man?
He should be on the blue condor. There was no way he would let it escape. Suddenly, she had this thought that even she didn't believe.
Did GMO kill that Tai master? How could that be?
No matter how great his fighting prowess was, he was only great heaven. At that age, it was already absurd that he was great heaven. How could he have killed that Tai master? But there was no other plausible explanation except for this. She wanted to make the blue condor to fly back and check. But she then remembered that her life was more important, so she eventually flew towards Xinjia Mountain. When Yemo came back to Luo Yin's home, he found that Shirtai wasn't there. He scanned his spirit sense around and found that he was with that sisterly, and they seemed to be talking about something at the exit of the village. Yemo shook his head.
He didn't really need to call him back anyway.
Luo Yin didn't tell him to look after Shirtai. Yemo took out her jade coffin and put it at her door and said, "You told me to bring you back to your home. I've gotten half your revenge, but there's still Jiesun. If I see her, I will kill her too." After he said that, he noticed that Luo Yin's face seemed a little more natural in the coffin.
Did he see wrong?
Yemo wanted to look more carefully, but he then saw Shirtai coming back. He put the jade coffin back into his gold page world. "Did you really know my sister?"
Shirtai walked up to Yemo and asked calmly. Yemo nodded but didn't take Luo Yin's coffin out.
Yemo said, "I never heard Shi Jingqin mention you, so dash." However, Shirtai's eyes went red instead, and he said, "But it seems like you really know my sister. Then why didn't she come back? Is she okay?" Yemo muttered, "She's in a very good place now, so you don't need to worry about her."
"I would like to know though, why did your sister not mention you?" Shirtai took Yemo into a room before saying, "When I was 2, my dad passed away. Mother took care of me and my sister. Life was very hard, and when I was 3, we didn't have enough food due to a mass starvation. My mom took me and left Shifeng village while leaving my sister behind. She was only 14 at the time. Before mother died, she said she owed sister the most. When she left sister behind, she knew that sister wouldn't be able to survive. Each time my mother mentioned it, she cried. I later realized that mother had chosen me between me and my sister. I felt sorry for sister, so a few years after mother passed away, I came back to this village to see if my sister was still here." Yemo couldn't help but sigh at Luo Yin's tragic childhood. Shirtai said, "After I came back here, I found out that on the 4th day after we left, a good-hearted nun had come by here. She brought a lot of money and food and saved the people in the village. She lived at my house and took care of my sister. She stayed here for 4 years, and in those 4 years, my sister was very healthy. Then, she took my sister and left the village and disappeared. 2 years ago, I came back to this village and have been waiting for my sister here. I trust she'll come back one day." "Then why did everyone avoid me after I asked about your sister?" Yemo asked. Shirtai clenched his fists and said, "A year ago, someone came to this village and asked about my sister. Someone said my sister never came back, and he immediately killed that person, calling him a liar. I understand that he was looking for trouble with my sister, but I happened to be out picking herbs, so I avoided that disaster. For some reason, he left the village suddenly." Yemo was almost certain that Jiesun must have sent that person to look for Luo Yin. "What do you plan on doing?" Yemo knew Luo Yin wasn't coming back, so it was pointless for Shirtai to keep staying here. Shirtai bit his lips and said, "I will stay here to wait for my sister. I'm going to train in ancient martial arts and help her. I know someone is trying to harm her, so I must help her." Chapter 770, First Disciple. Yemo could only say helplessly, "Your sister is in solitary cultivation. The sect doesn't allow her to come out easily. Sometimes, people have to stay inside for a few decades, so stop waiting for your sister. And, if you really want to help your sister, do you think you can achieve reaching an astounding martial arts level in this village? I'm Yemo, your sister's friend. If you want to learn martial arts, I can teach you." Yemo thought that he had a whole stack of ancient martial arts cultivation methods. He could easily give him a few. Shirtai heard this and was dazed. However, he reacted quickly and knelt down on the ground. "Master, I'm willing to learn. I want to learn. I know martial arts are very hard to learn, but I'm not afraid to work hard." Yemo shook his head and said, "Get up first and put your hand on this machine." Yemo took out the testing device that Yunzi gave him. "A wind spirit root?" Yemo saw the talent that showed up and jumped in shock.
He hadn't expected Shirtai's spirit root to be so absurdly special. It was such a pity to learn ancient martial arts with such spirit root.
Yi-mo fell silent. Should he teach him truth cultivation? Shirtai looked anxiously at Yi-mo, wondering if he would be taken in as a disciple. After a long pause, Yi-mo sighed and looked at Shirtai. I have two types of cultivation methods. One is the ancient martial arts cultivation method. If you want it, you can have the most powerful heaven-level cultivation method. You could even become the strongest master in the magical continent. There's another type, which is the cultivation method I'm learning now. It's not ancient martial arts. Which one do you want to learn? If Shirtai chose to study ancient martial arts, he wouldn't take him in as a disciple and would give him some resources at most. But if Shirtai chose truth cultivation, then he would take Shirtai in as his disciple. Shirtai knelt down without hesitation and said, Master, I want to learn what you cultivate. Yi-mo approved Shirtai's cleverness. Of course, what he cultivated would be the best. If it wasn't good, why would he cultivate it? However, Shirtai was thinking that since he was Master's disciple, of course he should learn what the Master was cultivating. Okay, get up first. What I'm cultivating is something absurdly powerful. It's much stronger than ancient martial arts, but it's also very dangerous. When you're not strong enough, if someone finds out that you're cultivating another cultivation method, you might get killed. So the first rule is that you need to keep it a secret. Can you do it? Yes. Shirtai nodded. Yi-mo said, Okay, I'll teach you the primordial fortune chant. Remember it. Yi-mo gave Shirtai the cultivation method up to foundation establishment state, and then explained things to him carefully before giving him another black level cultivation method. He explained to him that he needed to use that as a disguise. Afterwards, Yi-mo wrote a letter for Shirtai and told him to cultivate in the village. If he was lacking on cultivation resources, he could use that letter to go to the Magical Merchant Association and find Yunzi with it. Yi-mo wasn't planning on going to Gontong City. However, the thought that Mo Yushin was still there made Yi-mo want to go teach him a lesson. He had no brotherly feelings about Mo Yushin. If he hadn't tried to scheme against Mu Xiaoyun and him, he might have even helped him occasionally. Yet now, he might even kill him. Yi-mo scanned his spirit sense out at Gontong City and immediately found Mo Yushin. However, he was looking around anxiously. Yi-mo sneered and decided to go there immediately, but he looked back and saw a fortune-telling stall with the words, Know your past and future. I predict fortune and disaster. The name of the stall was Zhe Tian. The owner was an old Taoist monk that looked like an immortal being. Yi-mo was just about to leave when he remembered Li Cheng talk about a master Tianze. Zhe Tian was Tianze backwards. Was he really that powerful Taoist monk? Knowing that this Taoist monk might be Master Tianze, Yi-mo quickly snuck into the stall. He wanted to ask two things: where had Mu Xiaoyan gone to and how did he get out? The Taoist monk had just finished up with someone else. So he saw Yi-mo. Yi-mo clearly saw his pupils dilate when the Taoist monk's eyes encountered him. He narrowed his eyes and said, The girl from the Mu family finally found you. But hearing this, Yi-mo was shook. He hadn't even said anything and that old Taoist monk already knew who he was to Mu Xiaoyun. Was there really such person in the world? Yi-mo's heart was beating rapidly. Did the old monk also know about his transmigration too? Before Yi-mo could ask anything, the old Taoist monk waved to Yi-mo and said, You don't need to ask me anything. I can't answer the two things you want to ask me. I'll call it a day for now. You can all come next time if you want a fortune-telling session. There was no way Yi-mo was going to let him go. He quickly stopped the old Taoist monk and said, Master Tianze, Li Cheng Qinbei let me know of your powers so I could find you. Li Cheng had never told him to find Tianze, but Yi-mo wasn't going to let this opportunity slip. The old monk shook his head. That little guy, always getting me into trouble. Okay, it's fortune that we met. I'll help you have a look. Yi-mo breathed at ease. Li Cheng was more than 100 years old, yet that old Taoist monk called him little guy. Tianze told Yi-mo to sit and took out a 8-sided trigram. He didn't ask what Yi-mo wanted to know. He just looked at Yi-mo's face and started calculating. He calculated for a moment and stood up abruptly, as though he had seen a ghost. He looked dazedly at Yi-mo for a long while before murmuring, Other than a chaos world, there's also someone's fate I can't predict. That's impossible. Yi-mo looked confusedly at Tianze and asked, Master Tianze, what is impossible? But Tianze didn't seem to hear him.
HR packed his things and walked into the crowd without even looking at Yemo. Yemo quickly tried to stop him, but he realized that the old Taoist monk had disappeared in an instant. Yemo immediately scanned his spirit sense, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't even find the old Taoist in his spirit sense range. He frowned and sat down on the stone stool Master Tianze had used. What did he mean by a chaos world? Yemo thought for a long while. Was it due to him acquiring the golden script world? The world inside really did seem like a chaos world. Chapter 771, Take Her and Leave. Yemo reflected about his golden page world and Master Tianze's identity. What if he knew that he had the golden page world? Would that bring him any danger? Although Jie-sun knew about it too, she didn't know what it was. This Tianze, on the other hand, was very mysterious. He couldn't even find him with his spirit sense. This person was too dangerous to him. He didn't know how long he had been sitting in contemplation, but when he woke up, he found it was midnight. Yemo shook his head. If it was a disaster, there was no avoiding it. What will come, will come. Yemo sent his spirit sense out, and that Mo Yushin was gone as expected. It seemed that Mo Yushin had run off. Yemo didn't intentionally go hunt him down. Just when he wanted to leave, though, he noticed the stone stool he was sitting on. Master Tianze seemed to have forgotten to take it. Yemo squatted and wanted to lift the stone stool up, but found it to be very heavy. It was tens of times heavier than a metal block of the same size. This mere stone stool weighed more than a ton. What was it made out of? Yemo scanned his spirit sense inside it and found that it couldn't penetrate the stool at all. This was no stone stool, it was just a layer of stone on the outside. This was actually made from something even he didn't know. Yemo was shocked. This was definitely a treasure. Yemo immediately threw it inside his spatial ring before anyone could notice. Although this Master Tianze didn't want to help him find Mu Xiaoyun, this was some gain at least. Now Yemo didn't want to find that Master Tianze even more. He feared the Taoist would come for him and left the city like a thief. He immediately got on his flying sword as soon as he got out of the city and disappeared in a flash of swordlight. Less than an hour later, Taoist Tianze rushed back only to see the empty ground. He stomped his foot in anger. This little punk really isn't honest. He took my property just because I can't predict where he is. When Yemo went past Shifeng village, he looked at Shirtai with his spirit sense. He was cultivating at home indeed. Yemo nodded. Feeling that this Shirtai would accomplish something in life, if Shirtai could reach the foundation establishment state in the small world, he would be able to pretty much crush anything in his path. Yemo didn't bother to go to Chan City and just went back to the hidden sex side of the world again. He went back to looking for herbs while looking for Mu Xiaoyun, Xanjia Mountain. It was the place Yemo had always wanted to come. Although it didn't have as many spirit herbs as Wuwen Mountain, it was no smaller than the Wuwen Mountain ranges. Yemo spent a week finding herbs and ores but still didn't find the cultivation ruin, if Jime didn't mention that she had also been cultivating at Xanjia Mountain. Perhaps Yemo would give up looking. But now, Yemo dug out a temporary cultivation cave in the mountain. On the same day, when Yemo just got back from collecting herbs, he saw a certain scene. 2 men and 1 woman were doing something shameless next to his cave. 1 man was at the earth level primary stage and 1 was at the black level tertiary stage. The woman was at the yellow level tertiary stage. Looking at their clothes, it appeared like the woman was getting raped at first, but when he inspected the woman further, she didn't seem to be getting raped. When Yemo walked to the door of his cave, the 2 men saw Yemo and immediately attacked Yemo. They didn't seem to want to listen to anything and just wanted to kill Yemo. Yemo was already unhappy that this was happening outside his cave and now these 2 wanted to kill him? This made him truly pissed. He sent out 2 wind blades and then 2 fireballs at once. Moments later, the 2 men disappeared. The woman happened to open her eyes right then and saw Yemo staring at her. She screamed and fainted. Yemo shook his head. She dared to come this deep into the Xinjia Mountain when she was only yellow level. She looked like she was in her 20s, and even though she was only decent looking, she had very big assets. Yemo wanted to say a clear mind chant for her and tell her to put on clothes when he suddenly heard the call of a condor. His spirit sense immediately noticed a blue condor. The next moment, Jime and her blue condor landed next to Yemo's cultivation cave. Martial Sister Xan lay. She looked at the woman on the ground. It's you? Jime looked at Yemo. Yemo ignored this Jime now that he knew that she wasn't Foundation Establishment State Peak at all.
this is where I live, take her away, I'm going to rest, Yemo said plainly. Jime really wanted to kill Yemo immediately, but she didn't dare to. If Yemo was able to be standing there, that meant that the Tai master had been killed for sure. If he could kill that Tai sect master and come to Xanja mountain within a few days, she was no match for him at all. She didn't want to believe that Yemo could beat the master at first, but now he was standing right in front of her. You're a master above great heaven, yet you do something this shameless. Jime was angry, but she didn't dare to attack Yemo. Yemo said coldly, take her away. This has nothing to do with me, and I'm not interested in her, nor am I interested in you. This is simply my place, so piss off already, nothing to do with you? Not interested in her? I've just been away for 15 minutes and Jime saw Yemo's unhappy face now and subconsciously shivered. She didn't dare to speak anymore. If Yemo suddenly attacked her, or if he suddenly became interested in her, then things would only get worse. If she wanted revenge, she would have to wait until she broke through. Thinking like this, Jime quickly carried her unconscious martial sister onto the condor and left. Yemo went back to his home and cultivated the whole night. After another week, Yemo still didn't find anything. He was losing his patience. That cultivator at the South Pole might have lied to him. After leaving Xanja mountain, Yemo started searching for spirit herbs all over the small world. He threw them all in his golden page world. Half a year passed quickly, and Yemo gathered countless spirit herbs and ores but still had no news of Mu Xiaoyun. He didn't find the bitter 10 years either. Yemo didn't want to keep looking. He had left Luoyu for 5 years and longed to return. Yemo also felt that his formation skills had reached a certain level that was sufficient for him to have a go at the formation at Magical Continent Mountain, but before that, he still needed to go to Chan City and see how much resources Yunzi had managed to gather for him. Chapter 772, Northern Big Dipper's 9 Stars. The legendary figure of the hidden sex was Du Tian. He had reached great heaven before the age of 45 and created the All Heavens sect. No one had been able to beat this record, but now, it had been broken by a young girl countless times younger than him. Junzi had reached great heaven in her 20s, becoming the youngest great heaven master in the magical continents. With Yun Dongxia missing, Yunzi had picked up the Magical Merchant Association and had devoured the Sea Merchant clan half a year ago. When Yemo came to Chan City, he asked casually and knew that it was the most powerful power in the Chan City other than a few first-grade sections. The first-grade sects seemed to know that Yunzi's rise was related to Yemo and all took a step back. Hence in Chan City, the Magical Merchant Association reigned. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out and found Yunzi. She was at heaven-level tertiary stage now. Yemo could tell that she hadn't sold the other great essence-increasing pill he had given her. She had used it to cultivate herself. Yunzi was spinning a cup of tea in her hands. 3 pills and she had gone from black-level peak to great heaven tertiary stage. Moreover, she had become the youngest great heaven master of the magical continents. Before, she wouldn't have even been able to believe it, but now it was reality. Only she knew that the actual youngest master wasn't her, but Yemo. Just how many secrets does he have? Yunzi sighed. She knew that Yemo wasn't interested in her. In looks, she didn't lack anything compared to Mu Xiaoyun. However, why was Yemo's heart tied to Mu Xiaoyun and had no feelings for her at all? Yunzi sighed. She vaguely knew, but she just didn't want to admit it. She wanted to get closer to Yemo, and not because she had fallen in love with him. She had an ulterior motive. If Yemo hadn't been that powerful, would she have wanted to get close to him? There was no way. What secret? A voice suddenly sounded at her doorstep. Yunzi was shook. She looked up to see Yemo walking inside. Ha! It's you, brother Yi. Yunzi's face immediately looked joyful. Yemo could see through Yunzi's attitude to him, but he didn't care. It was just a business relationship. I asked you to buy some herbs and ores for me last time. How is it going? Yemo asked straight away. He didn't want to stay for long. Junzi quickly said, it's all ready. Come with me, brother Yi. Junzi took Yemo to the herb storage of the Magical Merchant Association. When Yemo got there, he was quite satisfied. The herbs were preserved well. There really were a lot of good stuff. Yemo asked her to go away for a moment so that he could put it all in his ring. Although she felt it was strange how Yemo could put it all away, she knew Yemo was no ordinary person, so she didn't ask. Junzi didn't ask Yemo for money.
Yemo left behind 2 more great essence-increasing pills and told her to take care of Sure Tai. He rejected her invitation and left Shan City. He had done all he could in that small world. He hadn't killed Jiesun yet, but the magical continent was so big. It was very hard to find her. He had to go back now. His longing for Luoying and Ning Qingxue made him not want to stay there for a moment longer. Yemo returned to the magical continent mountain again. There were 9 peaks, so Yemo dug a cave in the middle peak. Then, he set up an invisibility formation outside his cave. He was prepared for a long battle there with the formation. The 7-peak formation was actually connected to the cosmos and it kept changing positions based on time. The reason the hidden sects could only leave every 50 years was because just at that moment the formation got open. Yemo knew that if he wanted to go out, he needed to find a moment when the formation loosened. He studied the formation on his own and lost track of time. After another year, he had gotten to stage 8 middle stage of Qi gathering. Yet he still couldn't do anything about the 7-star formation, until one day, when he found a formation door on the other 2 sects, Yemo realized that it wasn't a 7-star formation but a 9-star formation. This meant that what he had been studying before was all for nothing. Helplessly, he could only go to Chan City again and get Jin Zi to help him buy large amounts of formation books. Then, he went back and kept studying the 9-star formation. The 9 stars were 7 overt and 2 subvert. If he wanted to pass through this formation, he needed to understand the formation doors of the 2 subvert stars. Time flew by and Yemo studied the formation every single day. After countless calculations, Yemo found 2 ways. One was to use large sums of top-grade spirit stones and forcibly connect with the 9-star formation's doors. However, not only did it require large amounts of spirit stones, it also needed him to be very powerful. Otherwise, the repulsive force of the formation would kill him and destroy the formation. The second way was to make another formation and connect it to the 9-star formation's doors. He would use his cultivation essence to search in the formation and find that sliver of time when the formation loosened. It was a stupid method and he would need to be focused at all times, but he had no other way, at this moment. In a valley in the Duanhong Ranges in China, Luoying, Ning Qingxue and Tang Beiwei stood by a huge rock. Sister Luoying, did my brother leave from here? Tang Beiwei asked strangely. Chapter 773, Go out or come in? Luoying nodded. It should be. When I reached stage 9 of Qi gathering, I remembered a lot of things. This is a 7-star formation. Marshall brother told me about it. He probably went to the small world from here. And Luo Fei also said they came in from here last time. Then how do we go in? Ning Qingxue looked desperately at Luoying. She wasn't able to keep the longing for Yemo in her heart like Luoying. She wanted to see Yemo all the time. Luoying took out 7 spirit stones and said, This formation needs 7 spirit stones, but the spirit stones we've found these years are too low in quality. I'll put them in the spots nonetheless, and then we can stand in this position and insert our Qi, then there might be a possibility for us to open it. But afterwards, this formation will be completely destroyed. Why is that? Tang Beiwei looked strangely at Luoying. Luoying pointed at the bones on the side and the blood on the platform, because someone used a blood sacrifice on this formation a few years ago, so if we now also forcibly open it, this formation will completely close down unless someone with great power lays the formation again. Ning Qingxue suddenly thought of something. She bit her lips and said, When I went out this time, I already told my parents it might happen, so it's fine even if I can't come back, but Tang Beiwei held Ning Qingxue's hand. Sister Qingxue, are you worried that brother isn't inside and that if we can't come out, we won't see brother again? Ning Qingxue nodded. Why is Luo Fei here? Only Luoying had the habit of keeping her spirit sense out, so she was the only one to notice. Although Tang Beiwei and Ning Qingxue were both at stage 8 of Qi gathering, they didn't keep their spirit sense out all the time. Tang Beiwei and Ning Qingxue also noticed the person. Tang Beiwei greeted, Sister Luo Fei, why did you come too? Luo Fei's face showed surprise and joy and immediately rushed over. You 3 are here indeed. The 3 guessed what was going on. Tang Beiwei asked, Sister Fei, are brother Su and sister Yue okay? Luo Fei nodded but didn't reply. Luoying said, after I put the spirit stones in place, we'll send Qi into the Tiankou position together. Don't rush it. We can try slowly first. At this moment, Yemo had dark circles under his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was so messy it looked like grass. He didn't know how long he had been there, and he just relied on the Paigu pill to fill up his stomach. This method was very tiring, but he didn't want to give up. He needed to keep watch of the formation constantly, so it consumed his spirit sense and cultivation essence greatly. Every time he used up his spirit sense, he would use his cultivation essence to check and further refine his spirit sense. After time, his spirit sense became very condensed.
It went from 7 kilometers to 20 kilometers. His cultivation essence also became very condensed. Although he wasn't stage 9 yet, he wasn't far away from it.
This was due to him not cultivating. If he simply cultivated his essence every time he used up his spirit sense and cultivation essence, perhaps he would be at the tertiary stage of stage 9 by now. This was a very powerful improvement. Although his 3-birth chant digested spirit chi very fast,
he also needed more spirit chi than normal to break through. If other people needed 10 top-grade spirit stones to break through, he would need 100 or more. This time too, Emo kept watch with his spirit sense while eating a food pill, but as soon as he did, he noticed the loosening of the formation as it was getting bigger and bigger. This was impossible. How could it be loosening at this time? Yet the impossible was happening in front of him. What was going on?
Emo didn't know what could have happened, but he grasped the opportunity and immediately inserted his chi. He wanted to make the formation loosen even more. Soon, he realized that the only reason why this formation could be loosening was because people from the outside were trying to open the formation.
Who would it be? Only the hidden sex members knew about this formation. Emo was bewildered, but he knew that there would only be one chance like this, and he wasn't going to give it up. At the same time, Luo Ying, Tang Beiwei, Ning Qingxue, and Luo Fei were sweating like crazy as they kept inserting their chi. They couldn't control their chi anymore as it all got drawn in relentlessly. Luo Ying's face changed. She knew it was over.
She didn't expect that their combined chi wouldn't be enough to open the formation. If she were by herself, she would be able to take the backlash and leave, but there were 4 people present. If she did that, the other 3 would immediately be killed by the formation.
Tang Beiwei's face went pale as she struggled to speak. Sister Luo Ying, are we going to die?
If this keeps sucking our chi like this, we could lose all our power. Luo Fei spewed out blood. She was trembling and was very close to completely exhausting her chi. Ning Qingxue glanced at Luo Ying. Her eyes were dim. She wasn't afraid of death, but she really didn't want to die without seeing her husband. Sister Luo Ying, I feel that I can control my own chi again.
Tang Beiwei rejoiced. Luo Ying and the others also noticed this. Luo Ying breathed easy and said, although I don't know what's going on, this means that the formation is about to open. Luo Fei, are you okay?
Luo Fei shook her pale face. I'm fine, but if it kept being like before, I would be a goner. Luo Ying thought for a moment before saying, perhaps someone is helping on the other side, but this is good for us. Don't lose focus, add more power. The 4 inserted more chi and soon, a rainbow formed next to the rock with a humming sound. The formation is about to open. Grab each other's hands, so we don't land all over the place, Luo Ying advised. A huge suction power appeared on the rock, and it was like a gate as it swooped the 4 inside. At this moment, Emo saw the formation open. He shot his chi inside as he dashed into the formation door. A strong suction force swept him along.
And Emo breathed easy. He finally got out. Sister Luo Ying, what is this place? These 9 peaks are so high. Tang Beiwei crawled up from the ground and looked at her surrounding. Luo Ying shook her head but then said, there's air restrictions here. Is this the cultivation realm?
Did Martial Brother not come here? Luo Fei was dazed for a moment as she looked around. This is the small world, the magical continent.
We're standing at Magical Continent Mountain. This is the same place we left from. I seem to be feeling Emo's chi, Ning Qingxue murmured. Chapter 774, Emo's whereabouts. Luo Ying's eyes went red. I also felt his chi. Tang Beiwei wiped her eyes. She knew that although Sister Luo Ying didn't show it, she loved her brother just as much as Sister Qingxue. Luo Fei suddenly said, this place is only 50 kilometers away from Chan City. We can go there to find out about Brother Ye's whereabouts. Chan City is the center of the hidden sex. If Brother Ye showed himself, we can find out about him there. Luo Ying was the head of the 4. Hearing this, Luo Ying nodded. Okay, let's go to Chan City first then. Soon, the 4 arrived outside Chan City. All of them could fly except for Luo Fei, which made her feel quite down. Luo Ying saw this and walked up to Luo Fei. Luo Fei, you can cultivate with us from now on. Martial Brother won't say anything if I teach you.
Ha! Luo Fei's face was full of surprise and joy, but she immediately reacted and said, "Thank you, Sister Luoying. Should I dash?" Luoying knew what she was going to say and waved her hand. "We'll still be sisters. It would feel strange if you called me master. Sister Qingxue, the city is so big." "But if Luoyu city built a wall too, wouldn't it be much bigger than this?" Tang Beiwei saw the tall city walls and exclaimed. Luo Fei nodded and said, "Yeah, Chan City is the biggest city in the hidden sects, and in the mortal world on the other side of the sea, there's also a very big city called Hangshui City. I can show you guys later, but I've only ever heard about it, okay? But we need to find brother first." Tang Beiwei also worried about Yimo a lot. Yimo was her only kin. As soon as the four walked into Chan City, they caught the eyes of almost everyone. For extremely beautiful women appeared together in this prosperous city, but Luoying and Ning Qingxue had very strong temperaments and people didn't dare to go up to them. In this city, power was everything. If you offended someone significant, you wouldn't even know how you died. The four walked into a hotel, and Tang Beiwei called the waiter. "I want to ask about someone dash." Luo Fei quickly said, "Beiwei, you won't find out about anything like this. There are countless people going in and out of Chan City every day. Unless it's a very famous person, it's pointless to ask like this. We'll ask the city lord to put up a notice, and then I think we should be able to find Brother Yi." Tang Beiwei nodded. "You're right, but wherever brother goes, he always becomes famous." "Miss, I in fact happen to collect news, so perhaps if you tell me the name of the person you're looking for, I might know," the waiter commented. Ning Qingxue simply asked, "His name is GMO, do you know?" The waiter heard this name, and his face changed drastically. He didn't even talk and just walked away. The very noisy restaurant area of the hotel became very quiet after hearing this name. What's going on? Tang Beiwei was confused. But before anyone said anything, she walked up to that waiter and stopped him. "Why did you leave after hearing my brother's name? Tell me or don't blame me for what I might do." Tang Beiwei said, "Miss, I never said anything bad about Yi Qinbei. Please let me go." The waiter regretted for being a loudmouth. Tang Beiwei said coldly, "I will let you go if you tell me about GMO, otherwise, I'll speak. Yi Qinbei hasn't appeared for a few years," the waiter said shakily. Tang Beiwei was angry. "Since my brother hasn't appeared for a few years, why are you acting like this?" The waiter didn't dare to reply at all. At this moment, a youth sitting next to the window saluted with his fist as he walked over. "Miss, I am Lu Hushan from the All Heaven sect. It is thanks to Yi Qinbei that we are a special grade sect now. Ordinary people don't dare to talk about Yi Qinbei, but I can tell you about him." Tang Beiwei studied the young man and said, "Oh, in that case please tell me what happened to Yimo." Lu Hushan's face was handsome, and he was very tall. He carried a long sword on his back. Lu Hushan saluted to Luoying and company with his fist and then said, "For years ago, Yimo's wife, Mu Xiaoyun, was schemed for by the Tai sect, and because of that," hearing this, Luoying and Ning Qingxue's hands shook. "Yimo got another wife here?" Meanwhile, Tang Beiwei looked down as she felt ashamed to face Sister Luoying and Sister Qingxue. Although she didn't mind personally, this was quite unfair towards them, but soon, Luoying and Ning Qingxue acted normal as though nothing happened. Lu Hushan continued, "Tai sect wanted Mu Xiaoyun no matter what, but Yi Qinbei happened to get there on time. At the Hidden Sects Grade Tournament on Magical Continent Mountain, he exerted his dominance and killed tens of great heaven and earth level masters. Then, he annihilated the Tai sect, Gemini Sword sect, Forgery Hall, and tens of sects that acted against him." Hearing this, Luo Fei shivered and spilled a cup on the table. She was extremely shocked. Yimo had killed so many great heaven masters all by himself and annihilated a special grade sect like Tai? This was unbelievable. If Yimo was this strong, didn't that mean he could easily wipe out her sect? Also, the All Heaven sect had been just a first-grade hidden sect before, yet now they were special grade. Such big changes had occurred amidst the hidden sects in a few years' time, but Lu Hushan continued, "With Yi Qinbei's dominance, ordinary people don't dare to show disrespect for him. After Yi Qinbei did these things, he went around looking for his wife and disappeared for a few years. A few years ago, those disciples who escaped from the Tai sect all came back under the lead of someone called Mo Yushin and formed the Tai sect again, though. Although it's no longer a special grade sect, there's still a first grade sect." "You're saying that Yimo has been gone for a few years?" Ning Qingxue asked shakily. Lu Hushan replied immediately, seeing someone as pretty as Ning Qingxue ask him something. "Yes, if Yi Qinbei hadn't disappeared for at least a few years, the Tai sect members wouldn't have dared to rebuild their sect. If he has been gone for a few years, why did the waiter not dare to answer us?" Ning Qingshui asked coldly. Lu Huishan replied, because a month ago, a certain youth came to Chan City. He also asked for Yi Qianbei's whereabouts, but this was heard by a half-step great heaven elder of the Tai sect who immediately ridiculed Yi Qianbei and told that youth to piss off. After that, he called Yi Qianbei a coward and said that if he dared to come out, Tai would get its revenge. He's asking to die. How dare he talk about my brother like that? Tang Beiwei was furious. Lu Huishan smiled. That youth said the same, though he called Yi Mo his master. When that Tai fellow heard this, he stood up to kill him. However, that youth killed the Tai master with just 2 moves. That wasn't the end of it. He went to the campsite of Tai in Chan City and killed a few Earth levels and kicked all the other disciples out of Chan City as well. Chapter 775, Luo Yu is changed. If you guys have just come to this city, I can show you guys around if you don't mind. Lu Huishan looked eagerly at the girls. No need, thank you. Tang Beiwei waved her hand and went back to her seat in disappointment. Lu Huishan didn't want to give up just yet. He saluted with his fist. If you're looking for Yi Qianbei, I can still help, because Goddess Ihua is from our all-heaven sect. A crisp female voice interrupted him. Martial brother Lu, leave, there's no business for you here. Lu Huishan saw the woman coming through the door and immediately said, yes. Martial sister Yun Zi walked to Luoying and company and was shook. She got news that a few girls were looking for Yimo. She thought it was Mu Xiaoyun, but instead, it was these girls out of which none was less pretty than her. When Yimo landed on the ground, he spread out his spirit sense. He immediately became excited as he had returned indeed, but soon, Yimo noticed that this formation seemed to have been open just then and it was now broken. Yimo soon remembered that at Magical Continent Mountain, the formation had loosened for no reason. It seemed that he helped the people crossing over from here while they helped him too. Yimo shook his head. The thing he wanted to do the most now was to get back to Luo Yu. Yimo's spirit sense had gotten very strong, and when he got on his flying sword and sent his spirit sense out, he immediately noticed that there was a hiding formation outside the valley. Yimo immediately dashed over to this formation. On the small platform inside the hiding formation, there was a tree with 10 bright red fruits. When Yimo saw this tree, his excitement was indescribable. He had looked all over the small world for it, but now he got it so easily. This was a bitter 10 years tree, 800-year-old bitter 10 years. If he moved this to his chaos world and then sold bitter 10 years in the cultivation realm, he would become filthy rich, but Yimo soon calmed himself down. He didn't even know if he could move the tree. Most importantly, he didn't have a place to plant it. Although he had a golden page world, the world was still gray. He couldn't even go in himself. The only thing about it was that things wouldn't deteriorate inside. No matter what, Yimo was still very excited obtaining the bitter 10 years. He took out 10 jade boxes and inscribed formations on them before then carefully placing the fruits inside and putting the boxes in his golden page world. Then, he set up a few more formations around the tree. He couldn't dig the tree away now, but that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. Luo Yu City was no longer the Luo Yu City of when Yimo left. It had a population of about 2 million now. Due to its proper urban planning and advanced technology, it had become a place everyone in the world wanted to visit. It looked very calm. But there were in fact a lot of hidden undercurrents. This was all because the leader of Luo Yu, Yimo, had disappeared for almost 10 years while his wives didn't care that much about power and also left 2 years ago to look for Yimo, so the real power was in Su Yuewa's and Su Ping's hands. However, they were both immersed into cultivation as well. After Luo Yu stabilized, they spent most of their time cultivating. They knew this city was Yimo's anyway, so when Yi Zifeng and Yi Ling rose up, no one felt it was inappropriate to leave it to them. Su Yuehua was a bit better and still cared about Luo Yu's development, but Su Ping really put almost all of his time into cultivation. But recently, things had begun to touch Su Yuehua's and Su Ping's bottom line. So all the higher-ups of Luo Yu held one of their big meetings. Although Su Yuehua had been the one to bring it up, she didn't feel good about it at all. City Lord Su Yuehua, Vice City Lord Dong Tanjin, Vice City Lord Yi Zifeng, Vice City Lord Yi Ling, Army Marshal Su Ping, Head of Commerce Su Chanxian, Navy Commander Shinde, Ground Forces Commander Yi Zhihua, Head of Technology Dong Nana, Foreign Affairs Minister Dong Chong and so on. Su Yuehua looked at this room full of people and suddenly felt lonely. She found most of the faces weren't familiar. What happened to you Miaodan, Zhang Jiayan, and Huang Yinian? Guo Qi, Li Sandao, and the crazed tech genius Yi Xing. At this moment, Su Yuehua suddenly felt like she had betrayed Yimo's expectations.
She had unknowingly let Luo Yu turn into this.
She had only bothered herself with building Luo Yu's technology and helping it expand, spending all her remaining time cultivating. She didn't even notice the highest level of Luo Yu turning into this. If she wasn't the appointed city lord by Emo, if Su Ping wasn't Emo's second brother, could they even still stay in their positions? If they didn't both have Earth-level peak power, could they still maintain their power? In fact, she didn't even know who this Dong Tanjin was, yet he had more power than her in actuality. Su Yuehua was still being dazed when the Vice City Lord Dong Tanjin said, "Today's meeting will be held by me and City Lord Yuehua. Due to Yixing's departure, our new head of technology Dong Nana can't even look at a lot of the resources, let alone." Su Yuehua was furious already. This Dong Tanjin was stepping over the line. Emo stood in the prosperous city and exclaimed out of surprise. He had left for many years, and in these years, Yixing and Su Yuehua didn't betray his expectations. Luo Yu City was built rather well. He desperately wanted to see Luo Ying and Qingxue, but he didn't know how to face them. Suddenly, there was a ruckus on the streets. Emo looked over and saw someone smashing a clothing shop. Emo frowned. How could this happen at Luo Yu? What was Feng Wei doing? Yuan Gong, it's you? Emo squeezed in and saw that he actually knew the shop owner. It was Yuan Gong who came with him to Flowing Snake to start up Luo Yu Pharmaceuticals. He had a sister called Yuan Meixiang. Emo met them and Zhang Jiayan on the train. How could someone smash a founding father's shop? Yuan Gong's eyes were red as he held a metal stick, ready to resist the patrol squad. There was a woman behind him who was probably his wife. When he heard Yemo's voice, he turned around and saw Yemo. At that moment, he was dumbfounded and dropped the stick. Yuan Gong, what's going on? Yemo asked again. Yuan Gong suddenly knelt on the ground and started crying. Brother Yi, is it really you? You're back. Yemo pulled him up and asked coldly, what is going on? Why is something like this happening? Where is Feng Wei, that bastard? Before Yuan Gong could answer, the patrol squad leader studied Yemo and said in a weird tone, who are you? How dare you intervene with Luo Yu's law enforcement? Do you not want to live? Men, capture him for now. Yemo sneered and couldn't even be bothered asking why anymore. He casually swept his leg and broke all their legs. No matter who was right, he wasn't going to allow any law enforcement officers like these. These people didn't expect Yemo to be more strong and more unreasonable than them. Breaking their legs without asking anything, and they started howling in pain. Yemo was annoyed by this even more, and he kicked all their teeth out. What's going on? Yuan Gong, tell me. Yemo's tone was ice cold. He would never allow abuse of civilians on his land. Whoever dared do that would be killed. Chapter 776, What the hell are you? 2 years ago, City Lord Ning left Luo Yu. The new Minister of Finance said my sister's records weren't clean and locked my sister up. I luckily bought this shop when Luo Yu was just built. Due to my sister's case, I'm not allowed to work at Luo Yu Pharmaceuticals anymore, so now keeping this shop open is all I can do, Yuan Gong said. Yemo frowned. Qingxue had left? He scanned his spirit sense out, and he didn't see Ning Qingxue, Luo Ying, or Tang Beiwei. He then looked at the meeting Su Yuehua was holding, and he didn't know most of the people there. Where was Sister Yu? And his Navy commander, Old Huan? Zhang Jiayan and Guo Qi weren't there either. He didn't even see Yixing. The more Yemo looked, the more unhappy he was. He scanned his spirit sense out 20 kilometers and didn't see these people anywhere. Yuan Gong continued, my shop was always very quiet, but for some reason Brother Feng Wei was also locked up and dash. What? Feng Wei is locked up? Yemo's eyes went colder and colder. There was a possibility that Yuan Meixiang's records weren't clean, but Yemo knew Feng Wei. He was very loyal. He would definitely not do something illegal. Why was he locked up? Yuan Gong nodded. Yes, because Brother Feng was locked up, these people started doing as they pleased. These people were sent by the Dong family. The Dong family is the most powerful family in Luo Yu right now. A servant of theirs wants my shop, and so now they want to rob it. Yemo's face was oozing frigidity now. He kicked the patrol fellows away and said, does Su Yuehua not know about all this at all, or does she not bother to care? Yuan Gong shook his head, I don't know. I wrote to her saying that my sister was innocent, but I got no reply. What happened to my sister and I isn't even that bad.
Last year, there was an incident with a family from Europe. Because they had a pretty daughter and Dong Zhang from the Dong family wanted her, when the family didn't agree to his advances, the next day, the entire family died, and the daughter was raped and killed. When the police investigated, they declared it a family suicide. Suicide, very well. Yemo didn't want to stay here any longer at all. I disagree with City Lord Dong's words. The secret files of the tech department aren't even visible to me. How long has Dong Nana been here for? Unless my third brother signs for it personally, no one is allowed to go see those records. Su Ping rebuked Dong Tanjin's words. Dong Tanjin sneered, CEO Su, if I bring this up, it means it has been approved of. Otherwise, I wouldn't bring it up. City Lord Yi, you can start a vote. Su Yuehua knew that if there wasn't a secret card needed to access the files, Dong Tanjin wouldn't even bother holding a meeting for this. After Yi Xing left, the card to the room was left to her. The ground forces commander Yi Shihua suddenly got up and said, I agree with City Lord Dong's proposal. Also, I believe the conservative position of City Lord isn't beneficial to the development of Luoyu. I propose a 4-year term for the City Lord position just like the US and their president. This way, we can vote for a new City Lord. Su Yuehua was furious. She was no politician, but Yemo had given her the position of City Lord. She didn't care about the position but about letting Yemo's hopes down. Seeing Su Yuehua's anger, Dong Tanjin sneered. These few idiots all showed their emotions on their faces. No wonder he had only needed a few years to get 80% of the political power in Luoyu. Yi Zifeng coughed and got up. My brother gave the position to Su Yuehua. I don't think we should touch it. If my brother comes back, we dash. Fang Nana heard this and immediately sulked. Zifeng, we're talking about serious matters here. You can't just speak out of personal feelings like that. We've been married for a few years, but did you see me troubling you out of personal matters? Yeah, City Lord Zifeng, Yemo hasn't come back in all these years. If something happened to him, are we to stagnant like this? Moreover, the military of Luoyu also agrees to changing the City Lord. Dong Tanjin smiled. Su Ping was immediately furious. When did I agree? The military disagrees with this proposal. Do you represent the military? Then what do Yi Shihua and Shinde represent? Dong Tanjin sneered. Yi Shihua and Shinde got up and said, we represent the Luoyu Navy and Ground Forces, and we support City Lord Dong's proposal. Those who disagree can talk to our troops. Even if Yemo himself came back and disagreed, he would need to ask our troops. Very well, I disagree. Now get your troops to ask me. A cold voice sounded, and everyone looked at the door of the meeting room. There was no alert to this new arriver, and everyone was shook upon seeing why. CEO, third brother, you're back, brother. Brother Yi. Yemo felt warm hearing these voices. There were still some people who remembered him. Yemo? Dong Tanjin was dazed but soon reacted and saluted with his fist. This is Luoyu's highest level meeting. How about I invite you to rest first and after the meeting. Yemo looked coldly at Dong Tanjin and said, and what the hell are you? Who let you sit there, big brother? Brother Tan is the #1 vice city lord right now. Everyone voted for him. Yi Zifeng got up and said. Yemo glanced at Yi Zifeng but didn't answer. He looked coldly at Dong Tanjin. Dong Tanjin's face went cold, and he signaled at Yi Shihua, but Yi Shihua was shaking at the sight of Yemo. He didn't see Dong Tanjin's signal at all. Seeing this, Dong Tanjin sneered and said plainly, I'm Dong Tanjin. Perhaps due to my late arrival, I don't know Mr. Yi. You're our valuable guest, but this is an important meeting, so please, someone come. 3 men came out immediately, 2 of whom were half-step great heaven and 1 was a mutant master. He was at least level 8 or higher. Lock him up. Dong Tanjin waved at the 3 men. Yi Zifeng's face burst red. City Lord Dong, he's my big brother. Luoyu City is his. What are you saying? Dong Tanjin waved at Yi Zifeng. Zifeng, private matters belong to the private sphere. Nana also just told you. Luoyu City isn't Yemo's. It's everyone's. Don't worry, I'm just preventing him from obstructing our meeting. I won't hurt him. So you're from that currently most powerful family in Luoyu, the Dong family? Yemo suddenly asked. We can talk after the meeting, Mr. Yi. Dong Tanjin was very calm, as though everything and everyone was under his control. Dong Tanjin closed his eyes, and those 3 masters charged at Yemo. Su Ping got up immediately, but Yemo waved his hand at him. Yemo sneered. No wonder Dong Tanjin was this cocky. He could get such masters, 3 of them at that. He definitely wasn't ordinary. However, Yi Mo was unhappy with Yi Zifeng's attitude.
He was his brother, yet he was helping Dong Tanjin.
Yi Ling didn't talk, but Yi Mo saw guilt in her eyes too.
Perhaps Yi Ling had even helped this guy.
However, these people were insects to the current Yi Mo.
Yi Mo mobilized his cultivation essence, and the three masters immediately felt like they had sunk into a dense mud pit and couldn't move at all. They immediately knew things weren't good, but before they could react, Yi Mo waved his hand and 3 wind blades brought down 3 heads. Dong Tanjin was dazed. He was the one who brought these 3, and he knew best how powerful they were. It could be said that no one in the world could stop the 3 of them together, yet they didn't last a single move against Yi Mo. Before Dong Tanjin could react, Yi Mo walked to Dong Tanjin and grabbed him. He threw him into the air and swiped out. Blood splashed out, and when Dong Tanjin fell on the ground, his ligaments were missing. Yi Zifeng looked at this in shock. The number 2 figure in Luo Yu, his brother-in-law, had turned into that out of nowhere. Chapter 777, Leave No One Alive. Big brother, Yi Zifeng looked dazedly at Yi Mo. He had heard a lot about how Yi Mo was decisive in killing, but this was the first time he saw his brother kill, and so bloodily at that. Yi Mo didn't seem to see Yi Zifeng and shot out 4-finger winds, stopping Dong Tanjin's bleeding. No one could believe how easily he stopped that massive bleeding. Everyone in the meeting room had woken up by then. Su Yuehua and Su Ping were fine. But Su Qianqian was already puking. This was too bloody. She knew why Yi Mo was killing these people. She had known the purpose of this meeting too, but she could only protect herself. Yi Mo had given her this opportunity and recovered her looks. Hence, she didn't want to join the Dong family's side, so she had been planning on resigning, but now Yi Mo had come back. Yi Mo looked coldly at Yi Shihua and Shinda, who tried to leave. If you sit there and don't move, I might leave you with a full body. If you dare to move, then you will be like this cocky guy. Big brother, Shihua is my cousin, he's from the Yi family. Yi Zifeng finally understood how domineering and unreasonable Yi Mo could be. Yi Mo looked coldly at Yi Zifeng finally and said, Zifeng, the first thing I need to tell you is this: Luo Yu does not belong to the Yi family. Even if Yi Beirong dared to do the same thing, I would still kill him. Secondly, being from a big family, how can you be so foolish? I wouldn't care about you being the city lord, but what about forgetting the original people who followed me? Did they do you any wrong? You don't need to explain to me, there will be other people to do that. Then, Yi Mo walked to Dong Tanjin and kicked him on the head. Dong Tanjin's eyes went blank. Tell me, what is your name? Yi Mo looked at the convulsing Dong Tanjin and said coldly. Dong Tanjin answered in a monotone voice. I'm Dongfang Tanjin, who sent you here and what for? Yi Mo asked. Dong Tanjin replied, the young master sent me here. He believes Luo Yu is more suitable for Shi Tang's development. We will take over everything in Luo Yu. Yi Mo then looked at Dong Chong and Dong Nana and said, you don't need to think about anything else, since you dared to come to Luo Yu. Then, Yi Mo caught a bullet and immediately flicked it back out. Blood exploded as Dong Chang's hand that was holding a gun was completely shattered, with blood splashing onto Dong Nana and Yi Shihua. Yi Mo walked over and kicked out a few times. Dong Nana, Yi Shihua, Dong Chong, and Shinda were all kicked together into the same spot. Is your young master Dongfang Wan? I don't think Dongfang Tang has the balls to do this, so it must be. The Dongfang family is quite cocky. You think you can rob Luo Yu's land just like that? I really want you to bring a message to Dongfang Wang this time. Even if he takes the positions of all of Luo Yu's higher-ups, Luo Yu city will never belong to the Dongfang, Yi Mo said coldly. Yi Zifeng murmured, how can this be? Nana, you're also Dongfang, aren't you? Zifeng, I'm sorry, I owe you. Dongfang Nana suddenly got up and turned to ram her head into the pillar. Yi Zifeng saw this and immediately charged over to grab her. Nana, don't do this, big brother won't kill you. Yi Mo sneered. He saw with his spirit sense that Dongfang Nana had a mini pistol in her pocket. She didn't need to ram her head into the wall to kill herself. But Yi Mo couldn't be bothered exposing that. He could tell that Yi Zifeng really loved Dongfang Nana, but she was just using him. Yi Mo walked up to a seat and sat down before saying slowly, second brother, sister Yuehua, why are so many familiar people missing? Why is Feng Wei locked up? Su Ping looked down guiltily. Sorry, third brother, I didn't help you manage this family well. Su Yuehua got up and said, CEO, the main responsibility is mine. I just realized that the documents telling Commander Huang, Yu Miaodan and the rest to resign were all signed by me.
Zifeng brought me those documents to sign, so I didn't mind that much. Yiling suddenly said at this moment, I know that Sister Yu and Commander Huang never wanted to resign. Those orders were fake. After Sister Yuehua signed other things, Dongfang Tanjin changed the content and used Sister Yuehua's supposed orders to capture Sister Yu and company. Second brother is infatuated with Dongfang Nana and has fought with Sister Yuehua many times. Sister Yuehua always felt she was an outsider due to Zifeng's identity, which allowed them to take over Luoyu step by step. I could see it happen, but I didn't dare say anything. Sister Luoying and Xingxue all left. I wanted to tell them after they came back. But they haven't been back ever since leaving. Luckily you came back today, Yiling wiped her eyes. She knew that if she exposed these things, Sister Yuehua and Su Ping and company might be killed by these people. The only reason why they didn't was because they feared a riot happening. She knew things would all be corrected when her brother came back, but dead people couldn't be returned back to life. She had seen with her own eyes Brother Zhang being unable to even last 3 moves even when he was at the Earth-level tertiary stage when he was caught against that master Brother Yi had killed. Luckily, Brother had returned, and now things would be back to how they were before. Yi Mo sighed and walked up to Yiling. Yiling, I thought wrong of you. Were things already past the point of no return when you found out Yi Zifeng was the person who had willingly betrayed them? Yiling just couldn't do anything about it, brother. Yiling nodded and cried into Yimo's arms. Yiling cried for a while and suddenly remembered something. Brother, you should quickly go save Sister Yu, Commander Huang and the others. They were locked up by Dongfang Tanjin at Hezi Strait military prison. What? They left Luoyu already? Su Yuehua got up in shock and asked shakily. Yi Zifeng was also dazed. He had always been grateful for Dongfang Nana's understanding and caring attitude towards him. When so many old people of Luoyu left, she introduced that many capable people to Luoyu. Only now did he realize how much of a fool he was, yet, he still wasn't able to hate her. I will go save them. Su Ping slammed the table. His face showed extreme guilt and anger. Yi Mo waved his hand. No need, I will go save them. This is my fault. Then, Yi Mo killed Yishir Hua and Shindu with 2 wind blades and then destroyed Dongfang Chang's and Dongfang Nana's dantians before saying to Su Yuehua, Sister Yuehua, now is not the time to punish yourself. Lock these 2 up and interrogate them. Then, Yi Mo said to Su Ping, second brother, go take control of the army immediately and annihilate the Dongfang family no matter if they're here or outside. Kill everyone except for the women they robbed from Luoyu City. Leave no one alive, what? Everyone was shaken at these words. Chapter 778, Dongfang Wang's trump card. What? Everyone was shocked by Yimo's words, leave no one alive. Was this still modern-day society? If news of this reached the Union, perhaps they would start a third war with Luoyu in the name of human rights. Dongfang Nana and Dongfang Chong shivered. Only now did they realize what sort of enemy their young master had offended. These last few years, Yi Mo hadn't been at Luoyu, and they hadn't seen him, so they thought Yi Mo was just a so-so. What Yi Mo had said now was still understandable to Su Ping and Su Yuehua. But to Yi Zifeng and Shen Shanshan it was shocking. Shen Shanshan subconsciously said, Brother Yi, shouldn't we lock them up first, then take them to court, and then dash? Yi Mo sneered. He wasn't a political idiot. He had come back to establish his dominance. If he couldn't even do that, then what would happen if he left Luoyu for a long time again? Luoyu was different from other countries. This was a new city, and they didn't need to copy other countries' laws. He needed to use bloody warnings to all those who might want to plot against Luoyu City. He needed to tell them, there is no court battling here. If I want to kill you, I will. He turned around to Su Yuehua and added. After second brother kills them all, list their crimes publicly. Yi Mo paused for a moment, and add another law to Luoyu City. Those who betray the country can be killed unconditionally as long as I confirm it. This was a dictator law, but Yi Mo didn't think he would ever wrong the innocent. He didn't give this authority to anyone else either. The Dongfang family could kill another family as they wished, go to their home and rape and kill while telling everyone it was suicide. This had touched his bottom line. Even if he wronged some innocents of the Dongfang family now, he would be giving justice to those who lived in Luoyu. He had created Luoyu City to give peace and harmony-loving people a place to live happily. Not for someone to abuse Luoyu's citizens, not even Yi Zifeng. Yiling looked at Yishihua who was lying dead on the ground. Her eyes were disappointed. She didn't like these things,
But the Yi family members just had to come start trouble in this peaceful Luo Yu. She knew long ago that if her brother came back, none of these people would be able to get away. The reason why all these things had happened in Luo Yu was because Yi Mo hadn't specified Su Yuewa's authority. Yi Zifeng thought Yi Mo had left him there to balance Su Yuewa's power. Moreover, Su Yuehua was more suitable for being head of intelligence but not really for being city lord. What is it, third brother? Su Ping said. Su Yuehua and company all looked at Yi Mo, who was suddenly stopping Su Ping, not knowing why he was doing that. Yi Mo had calmed down and given things a bit more thought. Dongfang Wang had started this. With his wits, there was no way he didn't account for the possibility of failure. He must have some trump card to dare do this. And that trump card would be used to negotiate with him when the plan failed. Those of the Dongfang family were all cunning like foxes. If he underestimated them, he would be the one suffering. What was Dongfang Wang's trump card? Second brother, don't startle anyone yet, let me think. Everyone sit down. Yi Mo also sat down and rubbed his head. Yi Mo knew that he wouldn't be able to think of anything in his current mood. He took out a few transmission runes and gave them to Su Ping and Su Yuehua. Then he said, second brother, go take over the military immediately and lock down Luo Yu for now. Don't allow so much as a bird to fly out. After that, go annihilate the Dongfang family. If anything comes up, tell me through this transmission rune. And once everything is under control, you can go rescue Sister Yu and company for me. In this situation, he could only move very fast. He should be the one rescuing people himself, but he had to figure out what Dongfang Wang's next move was. Yes. Su Ping walked out and disappeared from the doorway quickly. Yi Mo then said to Su Yuehua, Sister Yuehua, use the highest order of the city and immediately shut down all means of transportation. Secondly, immediately shut down all telecommunications within Luo Yu. Without the next order, it is not to be started again. Also start up Luo Yu's interference machine and stop any signals from going out. We'll communicate using these transmission runes only. Yes, President. Su Yuehua knew that Yi Mo must have thought of something important. By the way, Sister Yuehua, I told you to investigate a place called Shitang before. Do you have any news? Yi Mo asked. Su Yuehua shook her head. I wasn't able to find it, but I did find out that after the Sui Tang dynasty, there was a power faction in Jingping called the Great Shitang. Pretty quickly though, that power faction died down. There were barely any records left of it. Yi Mo knew that if this matter were so easily gotten to the bottom of, Shitang wouldn't be able to exist till today. With Yi Mo's order, Luo Yu city became restless once again. Some people were arrested, but most importantly, almost everyone knew that big things were about to happen after telecommunications were shut down. Yi Mo interrogated Dongfang Nana and Dongfang Chong, but the result was that they were just pawns sent by Dongfang Wang. They didn't know what Dongfang Wang's next move was either. The only useful thing he got out of their mouths was one of Dongfang Wang's HQ locations, Xanlian Island. This was a private island which Dongfang Wang had gotten 5 years earlier to develop his power. Yi Mo sighed. He didn't know if Dongfang Wang had savings before or not, but earning enough money to buy an island within 5 years, this guy was really capable. If Dongfang Wang just wanted to recover his Shitang, that was fine. But he shouldn't have tried to mess with Luo Yu. Xanlian Island was about 6 square kilometers big. No matter if Dongfang Wang was on this island or not, Yi Mo was going to annihilate it. Yi Mo sent his spirit sense out, and Su Ping had acted quickly and managed to gain control over the army. Yi Mo nodded. After all, Su Ping was the original commander, so now that Yi Shihua, this outsider, had died, it was effortless to regain control over the army that belonged to him in the past. A few gunshots and explosions sounded when Su Ping encountered some people who didn't fear death. However, the explosion shook Yi Mo. Explosion? Right, why didn't he think of it? If he was Dongfang Wang, the only way to bring the enemy down with you was to physically destroy Luo Yu. Luo Yu's air defense was too strong, so the only way to do that was to plant the bombs in Luo Yu and detonate them. Thinking about this, Yi Mo sweated. Chapter 779, more important thing. Realizing the danger of the situation, Yi Mo knew that it was pointless to call Su Ping back immediately. The only thing to do was to check if Dongfang Wang had really planted bombs in Luo Yu. If he had no way but to take them out before Dongfang Wang detonated them. Thinking about this, he scanned his spirit sense out at once, not even leaving out underground. Luckily, his spirit sense was more than 20 kilometers long, so it could go through the earth easily. Soon, Yemo's expression looked really bad. He had indeed found bombs, timed bombs with radioactive effects. These bombs could kill thousands of people at once. Not only that, the radioactive substances would completely destroy Luo Yu.
Dongfang Wang was really sinister. Yemo calmed down.
His safety measures were of some use. Dongfang Wang would have to be notified for him to decide to detonate the bombs no matter what, and he had cut off the city's telecommunications the moment after Yemo had left the meeting room. He needed to dig away the bombs as quickly as he could. Yemo's spirit sense was very powerful and, as it swooped the heavens and earth, he found out that there was more or less a bomb every kilometer. The most densely populated places had more bombs. Yemo was furious. Luo Yu had to bleed. These people were hidden very deeply. Hence, since Yemo had decided to act up, he wasn't going to be soft. The bombs had been placed very strangely. Some were inside trees, some were inside water or earth. Some were in the middle of the road, or inside walls. Other than Yemo, no one would be able to find them all without knowing the exact place. Without the support of a city manager, these bombs wouldn't have been able to be placed at all. And based on their locations, Yemo knew this hadn't been done in a day or two. These bombs were like mini nuclear bombs. Each one of them was very expensive.
That Dongfang Wang was really wealthy. In order to create nuclear fission bombs, Yemo believed that Dongfang Wang had to have collaborators.
Yi Xing could have been involved, but Yemo didn't believe Yi Xing would do that. Despite not knowing where Yi Xing had gone, his collaborator would at least have Northern Sand's level of technology power. Even with Yemo's spirit sense and speed, he took half a day to take out all the bombs in Luo Yu City. There were 59 in total. Yemo quickly placed these in his golden page world and then checked many times to see if there were any more bombs. After this, the first thing he was going to do was set up automatic bomb checking devices and alert the city if bombs were found. Yemo only breathed at ease when he received Su Ping's news. Third brother, we found Yang Jiu, who used to follow you Miaodan before he betrayed us and killed a few soldiers. Yang Jiu? Yemo immediately remembered Yang Jiu and Han Zai, who he had taken in from Earth Fiend. He had even helped them to take out the goo bug. Yet now, as soon as he left, Yang Jiu betrayed them. What about Han Zai? I'll come over, Yemo said. Everything outside had been controlled and Yang Jiu had been subjugated. He was tied to a pole, even when Yang Jiu was tied up. He still had a face full of contempt. However, when he saw Yemo come, horror flashed across his eyes. He hadn't expected Yemo to have come back. The pressure Yemo gave him stuck to his heart. Even the soldiers on the square stopped breathing and stood up still when they saw Yemo come. Almost 90% of them hadn't seen Yemo, but he was a legend. Stories of how he had created Luo Yu had long been spread throughout the city. Yemo looked coldly at Yang Jiu and asked plainly, I really want to ask you, when did I ever mistreat you or when did Luo Yu ever mistreat you? Yang Jiu wasn't afraid of Su Ping, but he was afraid of Yemo. Su Ping sneered, Yang Jiu, didn't you just say that I wouldn't dare kill you and Luo Yu was controlled by your master? Yang Jiu suddenly looked up, yet there wasn't much fear in his eyes. He bit his teeth and said, yes, I said that. Yemo, I know you're strong but you can't kill me. Because if you kill me, Luo Yu will be over immediately. Oh, then tell me why that is. Su Ping looked scornfully at Yang Jiu without taking his words seriously at all. Yang Jiu suddenly had fear in his eyes. He thought that almighty person, that young master, was like a demon. It seemed he could do anything. He had said he was going to take down Yu Miaodan and he had succeeded. He had said he would take down the commander of ground forces Guo Qi and he succeeded too. He had said he was going to make Dong Tanjin the #1 vice city lord and the second day after he said it, Dong Tanjin had become the #1 vice city lord. Yemo looked at Yang Jiu and could tell that he was thinking about something else instead. Suddenly, Yemo lost interest in chatting anymore. Where did Han Zai go? Did you capture Sister Yu? Yang Jiu was shook and subconsciously answered, I killed Han Zai and I captured Yu Miaodan. Yemo waved his hand. Kill him? No, Yemo, you can't kill me. The young master said that if you kill me, Luo Yu is over, Yang Jiu said. He had reacted, but Yemo didn't even turn back to look at him as he walked out of the square. When Yemo went back to the meeting room again, Su Yuehua was back. Su Ping was still commanding outside. At the same time, Yu Miaodun, Zhang Jiayan, Huang Yinian, Huiqi, Lu Lin, Feng Nan, Feng Wei, and all the others were also back.
Shi Xiu and his wife were also there too.
Even the Air Force Commander Sherman, who hadn't come to the meeting before, also came. They were political prisoners. Although they had been locked up, Dongfang Wang clearly didn't intend to kill them, so they were rather healthy. Although everyone knew Yimo had come back, when they really saw Yimo, they finally dared to believe it was real.
They all got up. To them, if anything happened in Luoyu, as long as Yimo was back, it would be fine. Yi Zifeng had also come to the meeting. When he saw that so many Qianbei had been locked up due to him, he realized how dumb he had been. If Yema hadn't come back and Luoyu would have been completely controlled by the Dongfang family, all of those people would have been killed, Brother Zhang, Sister Yu, and Commander Huang, IOU. I let such things happen in Luoyu. I feel really embarrassed. This is our home, yet I let other people come in and cause harm to you. This is my fault, Yemo apologized.
No matter what, these people had helped him build Luoyu, but they had gotten locked up. Su Yuehua sighed. When Miaodun left, I went to send her off.
However, I didn't expect she would get locked up.
Miaodun, I'm sorry to you all. Yu Miaodun was very disappointed.
Yet now that they apologized, she knew that she couldn't blame Yemo.
They idealized politics too much, Zhang Jiayan said casually. Let the past stay in the past.
We need Luoyu to stabilize as quickly as possible. Yemo nodded.
Okay, everyone go back to your posts first. Once Luoyu stabilizes, we will discuss about the future. And Yuehua, recover the city's telecommunications. Yi Zifeng walked up to everyone and apologized.
He had been the main cause of this. Shi Xiu, help Yuehua. We'll talk later.
Yemo was quite happy that Shi Xiu had come.
He was his best friend after all. After all this, there was a more important thing he needed to do. Chapter 780, Psycho Dongfang Wang, Xanlianai Island was in between the Philippines and Indonesia. Yemo had never been someone who wouldn't strike back after being attacked. The first thing he did after handing Luoyu over to the others was to go find Dongfang Wang to this island. The island wasn't small, it was rather big. It belonged to an European tycoon before and somehow it had become Dongfang Wang's. Yemo had indeed seen some soldiers training there and their equipment was rather good. Their defenses were very thorough, but to Yemo they were non-existent. Yemo got to the center of the island. There was an impressive estate and there were many barracks outside of it. There were about 1,000 barracks on that small island. Yemo looked at their flag, which had two ancient characters. Yet he could tell it was Shitang. This was Dongfang Wang's base indeed, and a place where he trained his troops. It seemed that Dongfang Wang was much more decisive than his brothers. Both of them had wanted to rely on other people to build their own empire. After seeing that many of the Dongfang family's people had come to Luoyu, Yemo realized that Dongfang Wang was the real young master of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Shi and Dongfang Tang had probably wanted to be the young master too, but they couldn't get the support of the Dongfang family. Hence, they had no way but to rely on themselves. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out and saw two new battleships. However, it was a pity that he couldn't find Dongfang Wang. It seemed he wouldn't be able to kill that guy that day. Yemo didn't care that much. He believed that with his current spirit sense, it wouldn't be very hard to find Dongfang Wang. Yemo planted the bombs he had taken out of Luoyu City on the island and even on the two battleships. Although it was easy for him to kill the people in it, to Yemo it was much more satisfying to let Dongfang Wang have a taste of his own medicine. As soon as Yemo was done, he received Su Yuewa's call. Luoyu's biggest meeting center was full of people by the time Yemo got there. They all got up when Yemo entered the room. He looked at the screen in the meeting room and saw it was Dongfang Wang's face. What's going on? Yemo asked Yu Miaodun. Dongfang Wang spoke on 0 Degree International TV attacking Luoyu, saying that we went against international laws and ignore human rights. Yu Miaodun said in contempt. Yemo nodded and sat down. He had never heard of 0 Degree TV. Su Yuehua explained, 0 Degree TV belongs to the Northern Sand Country. Although it has a short history, it's one of the top 10 biggest TV channels on Earth. Yemo looked at Su Yuehua in shock. Northern Sand formed a country? Su Yuehua nodded. Yes, 6 years ago. There were some internal conflicts in a small country in Africa. A party took over the other party and re-established national constitution.
2 years later, the country was renamed as Northern Sand. Yemo thought about this, now things made sense. He didn't keep asking and instead focused his attention on Dongfang Wang. Dongfang Wang seemed much more mature than 10 years ago. His face was also bleaker. Our Dongfang family had been contributing to Luoyu, our entire family had even moved there. Yet what did the dictator of Luoyu do? He did something as inhumane as annihilating our entire family. Are we a primitive society? Is he a dark fascist ruler?
The only option is carnage in the eyes of Luoyu's dictator.
I feel deeply worried for the citizens living in Luoyu. I am representing the entire Dongfang family to call out to the world. We can't allow these butchers to continue. We need to resist.
We need to destroy the dictator of Luoyu. Dongfang Wang's expression was crazed and he waved his hand every time he spoke a word. Yes, I know the Union won't do anything to Luoyu. However, no matter how cruel and bloody Luoyu's dictator is, he can't stop our resistance. Suddenly, the screen changed to another channel. Yemo sneered. No matter how much Dongfang Wang tried to stir things up, the reality was more powerful than his arguments. Yemo didn't think the Northern Sand country issue was so simple. Northern Sand, unlike Dongfang Wang, was a powerful organization that had the same technology level as America.
Meanwhile, Dongfang Wang was just a madman. Most importantly, their goal wasn't just to build a country, it was world domination. They hadn't had an open land to stay in before, but now that they had built their own country, they could do things openly. Northern Sand was not like the US. The US dominated, but they still had some sense. They wouldn't try to annihilate every country on the planet, but North Sand was different. Those who followed them would prevail and those who didn't would get annihilated. That was their ideal world. If they had the power to destroy the world, they would just shoot nukes casually. Life was worthless in their eyes. Just when Yemo was about to talk, Dongfang Wang tried to video call with him. Yemo was dazed, but he immediately sneered. He knew what Dongfang Wang was going to do: accept the call and send what he says to the world through Luoyu TV. Yemo sneered. Suyuewa dazed. President, are we really going to broadcast our conversation with Dongfang Wang to the world? Yemo nodded. Yes, let the whole world know what he's talking about. If he wants this satisfaction, I'll let him have it. I'm sure he won't expect this. When the video call was accepted, it was immediately broadcasted live, the news reporter of Luoyu said. After Dongfang Wang undermined Luoyu on 0 Degree TV, he immediately requested to video call with Luoyu. This is a live broadcast of his video call. Let us see what this hypocrite has to say. The screen changed to Dongfang Wang's face. Dongfang Wang was holding a controller and laughing hysterically. Yemo, I know you're watching this. I came to tell you exciting news. If you hadn't killed the Dongfang family's people, perhaps we could have negotiated. But you psycho killed my family without even negotiating first. I will let you know who I am. I will make you remember forever. You're a psycho, okay? But I'm more psycho than you. This controller can detonate timed bombs all across the world. You will be very happy with the explosion of 60 bombs under you. Enjoy the fireworks at Luoyu. Ha ha ha. Then, Dongfang Wang pressed the controller. Everyone in the meeting room was dazed. Dongfang Wang had planted so many bombs in Luoyu, yet none of the people there knew. The people's hearts sunk. They had just gotten out of jail, but now they were going to get bombed. Yemo's heart also skipped a beat. He had only found 59, where was the last one? Chapter 781, Luoyu Reorganization. Seeing them stand up in shock, Yemo waved his hand and told them to shut down the video. Don't worry, I've already found the bombs and dealt with it. Starting today, we need to build a bomb defense system for inside the city to prevent this from happening again. Hearing this, everyone calmed down. They rejoiced that Yemo had come back. Otherwise, their years of hard work would have been all destroyed. Yemo could also rest at ease. He hadn't heard any explosions in Luoyu City, which meant that it wasn't that he hadn't found the bomb, but that for some reason the bomb hadn't been installed at all. Yemo then looked at Suyuehua. Sister Yuehua. Where did Yi Xing go? Did he leave by himself? Before Suyuehua could answer, Yi Ling walked to Yemo and took out a letter. Yi Xing brother left by himself. He left this letter for you, telling you not to worry about him. I will tell you about Sister Luo Ying and Xingxue later. Yemo nodded. Although he was desperate to know about them, he still had to deal with Luoyu first. Moreover, with Luo Ying's talent, perhaps she was already stronger than him after cultivating so many years. She wouldn't be in any danger if she went out to look for him. Emo didn't open the letter and just scanned it with his spirit sense. 2 years after he left, Yi Xing recovered his memories completely. He knew where he came from, so he used Luo Yu's resources to build his own spaceship in 6 years and leave the country. Yi Xing said that because he only had 4 energy stones and the materials might have not been good enough, the spaceship couldn't leave Earth. However, he wanted to use it to go around and see if he could find why he had come there and if it was possible to go back. If not, perhaps he would go back to Luo Yu in a few years. At this moment, Su Yuehua's phone rang. Su Yuehua picked it up and immediately put it down in joy. According to our satellite image, there was a sudden huge explosion at Xianliani Island. It almost turned the island upside down. We've sent people to investigate the cause. Emo nodded, he was shook. These bombs were really powerful. At the same time, Dongfang Wang, who was still in northern Sand, didn't hear news of Luo Yu being bombed either. Instead, he got news of Xianliani Island being bombed and how his words had been broadcasted live. He was so angry he spat blood and cursed at Emo before fainting. In order to fight Emo, he had to even cooperate with Dongfang Tang, whom he had had great conflicts with, yet this the result. Seeing Emo's calm expression, everyone who knew him understood what had happened. They couldn't believe that Emo could transport all the bombs to the island in such a short time. It was impossible. Emo felt very satisfied upon hearing these news. Dongfang Wang had destroyed his own base. Currently, Luo Yu needs development. I want to hear everyone's ideas, Emo asked. As for Dongfang Wang, he had decided to go kill him later. Su Yuehua got up and said, "President, I have made grave mistakes during my time as city lord. I wish to resign." Emo nodded. Su Yuehua wasn't suitable for that position indeed, but who would replace her? This person must have political capabilities and be completely loyal to Luo Yu. Emo wasn't too worried about the second part, as everyone there was loyal. Yi Zifeng also got up and said, "Big brother, I don't feel like I should stay as vice city lord. I request to resign." Yi Ling also wanted to say something. But Emo knew what she was about to say, so he patted her shoulder for her to sit down. Who do you think is the most suitable person for the city lord position? Emo asked everyone. Everyone looked at Emo. He was certainly the best candidate, but they knew it was implausible. He wasn't at Luo Yu most of the time. Seeing that nobody talked, Emo said, "I'll name the various positions in Luo Yu and from now on, the citizens will vote for the city lord. All the other political positions can be decided by vote. Now, I suggest Naval Commander Huang Yinian to be the next city lord." Emo had chose Huang Yinian after careful thoughts. First, he was experienced in all sorts of battles, especially naval. Luo Yu was surrounded by sea. Second, Huang Yinian was old and reliable. Luo Yu needed development now, not war. Third, he knew Luo Yu deeply and loved Luo Yu. Yes, I accept this. Huang Yinian wanted to do things for Luo Yu. He felt that some of what Su Yuehua had done before wasn't right, but he had just been a naval commander. It hadn't been appropriate for him to say a lot of things. Emo then looked at Su Ping. Second brother don't need to be the military commander anymore. Prepare to establish Luo Yu City's martial academy. Only those at black level or above can join. They will be responsible for Luo Yu's high-level safety. Second brother can be the director and sister Yuehua is the vice director. After what happened before, Emo felt like he needed to be responsible for the safety of Luo Yu's management level. Otherwise, if another master came, Luo Yu City would still be in danger. Even China had the Heaven Squad. Half-grade Heaven Masters were extremely rare in the outside world, yet Dongfang Wang had found 2 immediately. Emo felt like he needed to investigate Dongfang Wang to know how he could have gotten his masters to work for him. Emo looked at Guoqi and said, "Guoqi will take over second brother's position as the head of military in Luo Yu. Li Sandao will be the ground forces commander. The naval commander will be appointed by City Lord Huang. Air Force commander remains the same. Zhang Jiayan will be first vice city lord and Yiling the second vice city lord. Yu Miaodan will be the minister of foreign affairs. Fang Wei will continue to be the head of police and Shi Xiu can be sister Yu's assistant. Shin Shanshan and Lu Lin will stay in their positions. After all this, Emo said again, Luoyu's martial academy will be the best ancient martial arts cultivation place. If anyone's interested, you may all go there to learn. But there's one requirement: you must not teach anyone what you learn there. And Zifeng, you must go to study there for some time too before coming back to do things. Everyone left after the meeting. Although Emo had said that the future positions would be decided by vote.
For now he would assign everyone. Emo left Zhang Jiayan, Su Ping, Su Yuehua, Yiling, and Yi Zifeng in the room and asked Yuera to come. After they all gathered, Emo took out 3 great essence-increasing pills and gave them to Zhang Jiayan, Su Ping, and Su Yuehua.
After you eat this pill, you will reach great heaven. Luoyu needs masters because I can't always be here, ha! Su Yuehua and the others stood up in shock. There were such pills that could make one reach great heaven.
If news spread out, the entire hidden sects would rush to Luoyu fearlessly. Chapter 782, Worry. As for Su Ping and Su Yuehua, they didn't really care about being city lords.
They were pursuants of the extremes of ancient martial arts.
So now, they were just too shocked at being able to reach great heaven. From what they knew, the entire ancient martial arts scene had no great heaven master. Tan Zhao had gone into hiding after being defeated by Emo, while Rin Pingchuan had been killed by Emo immediately, so no one even knew about him. If Emo could let people reach great heaven so easily, what power level was he himself at? After Su Yuehua and the others left, Yi Zifeng got up and wanted to say something to Emo, but Yiling stopped him. She knew what Yi Zifeng was going to say and what Emo was thinking. Dongfang Chong was dead, and what Dongfang Nana had done in Luoying inexcusably deserved the death penalty. It wasn't suitable to beg mercy for her. Emo looked at Yi Zifeng and said, I don't think that you don't know anything about what the Dongfang family has been doing at Luoyu. I think you also know best whether Dongfang Nana really liked you. I want you to be prepared before you go to the martial academy now. Big brother, please let Nana go, she's innocent. She was forced here by the Dongfang family. That Dongfang Tanjin isn't even her real brother either. Yi Zifeng's eyes went red. He knew that his big brother wanted to kill Dongfang Nana. Emo sneered, Zifeng, you know in your heart how innocent she is. Not only is she not innocent, she deserves to die. You're about to go to the martial academy. But you want to keep her so she can continue betraying Luoyu. Big brother, I want to take Nana and leave Luoyu. Please let her go. Yi Zifeng's tone was bitter. Clearly, Dongfang Nana was of greater importance to him than anything else. Emo sighed. Yi Zifeng wasn't his real brother, but he had never treated him any different. It was impossible to keep Dongfang Nana in Luoyu City, but clearly Yi Zifeng's love for her ran deep and it would be impossible to make him give up that woman. Emo thought of Luoying, Ning Qingxue, and Mu Xiaoyun. It would be impossible for him to give up any of them too. Even if they did something wrong one day, could he kill them himself? Emo knew he couldn't. If he couldn't do that, why force Yi Zifeng to do it? Emo sighed and didn't say anything, but Yiling knew that Emo was allowing Yi Zifeng to leave Luoyu, and her heart ached. Second brother, let's leave now. Yiling pulled Yi Zifeng out. Emo knew he could no longer kill that Dongfang Nana. Although he knew she was very fake, love was love. No one could explain it. If it wasn't like that, Yi Zifeng wouldn't have been dumb enough to be used and still be confused after it came out. He hoped that Yi Zifeng would take Dongfang Nana and start up a family by himself instead of going back to the Yi family. It would be no good for her to go to the Yi family. Master, there will appear a path after arriving at the foot of the mountain. Some things are better left aside. Yuera comforted. Emo came back to his senses and smiled. Eru, you're right, why think too much? By the way, I called you over to test your spirit root. Then, Emo took out the testing device and said, put your hand inside and use some inner chi, okay? Yuera did as he was told, and 3 rays of light soon shone on the device, earth, wood, and fire. Emo frowned. A triple element spirit root wasn't good, and the testing lights of Yueru's spirit roots were pretty dim. Master, what is an earth, wood, and fire spirit root? Yuero asked. Emo said, what I cultivate is very complicated. You've followed me for this many years. Yet I haven't taught you anything. Herbs are just one of many fields I am proficient in, and I actually don't cultivate ancient martial arts. What I cultivate in is called truth cultivation. It's a very boring thing, but if you cultivate it to the extreme, it is far superior to ancient martial arts. Are you interested in learning it? Yuero immediately said, Master, I am willing. Okay, Yemo nodded. Remember, you must not tell anyone what I teach you. I have one other disciple, and although you followed me first, strictly speaking, he's the first disciple I've taught truth cultivation. Master, I don't mind what number disciple I am, I just want to follow Master and learn truth cultivation. But what if Xiaojun sees what I'm cultivating? Yuero asked. Yemo smiled. She's your wife, so if she's willing, you can teach her. Just remember to keep it a secret. Now pay attention, what I'll be teaching you is the primordial fortune chant. After Yemo finished teaching Yuero, he left him with some pills. Around that time, Yiling came back. Yiling, let Zifeng stay, but don't let him be involved with Luoyu's matters. Just let him do some business, Yemo said. Yiling shook her head. Second brother says he owes you a lot, but he still wants to leave Luoyu. Yiling suddenly smiled and said, don't worry about him. He can bring enough money to start a business again. With his wits, they will live a good life if Dongfang Nana wants to live well. And, I also think that it's better that he leaves Luoyu. Yemo nodded and cast the matter aside, asking, do you know where Beiwei and company went? Yiling's eyes went red. They are all capable of cultivating, but I am not. Since they can all fly, they went to look for you and left me alone at Luoyu. Do you have a way to contact them? Yemo asked. Yiling shook her head. When they just went out, I could still contact them, but it's been 2 years since I last had contact with them. Do you know where they went then? Yemo immediately asked. Yiling shook her head. I can only guess. When I was with them before. Sister Luoying said you might have gone to the small world, and Sister Luo Fei knew where the small world was. A while ago, as Luo Fei started becoming more and more disappointed with Luoyu, she left Luoyu City and went to find Luoying in Qingxue. But I can't reach her by phone anymore either, not good. Yemo suddenly remembered that some people had been trying to go in when he was trying to leave the small world. It must have been them. Chapter 783, Illegitimate Child. Thinking about that blood-sucking formation, Yemo was scared. He had been able to escape it because he knew what to do, but what about Luoying and company? But then again, they should be fine, otherwise, he wouldn't be seeing just rocks when he first came out. Thinking about that, Yemo rejoiced that they were fine. Since they were in the small world, Yemo didn't have to worry. Their power should be adequate in the small world. Although that 7-star formation was in a dead state, when his formation skills reached a certain level, he could rebuild it. What's wrong, brother? Yiling asked worriedly. Yemo waved his hand. It's fine, they went to the small world. After I finish dealing with things outside, I will go in too. You'll be leaving too, brother? But Yiling almost started crying. If everyone left, she would be really lonely at Luoyu. Although Yiling was in her 30s, Yemo still patted her on the head and suddenly asked, Yiling, you're this big already, how have you still not found someone you like? Yiling's lips went up and said, Brother, I have considered some people, but I can't find someone better than you, so I might as well live by myself. Yemo was at a loss for words, but he immediately said, it will be hard to find someone better than me here. Yemo was thinking about how to make the 5 essence pill so that she could also have a spirit root. Yiling suddenly whispered into Yemo's ears and said, how about this, brother, I'll marry you too. We're not blood related anyway, and you have more than one wife already. Yemo slapped Yiling's head. Stop talking nonsense. Don't worry about not being able to cultivate. I can make it possible for you to start cultivating, but you need to wait a bit. Really? Brother, can I really cultivate? Yiling immediately forgot what she said before. Yemo nodded. Don't worry, when I'm stronger I can make some pills for you and you will be able to cultivate. But right now, I can't make them yet. He needed to be at least stage 9 to make the 5 essence pill. Hearing this, Yiling immediately became excited. The thing she desired the most was to be able to cultivate like Beiwei. By the way, brother, I have something to ask you. Yiling's tone suddenly became playful again. What is it? Yemo looked at Yiling strangely. Yiling suddenly smiled and said, did you ever have something with another woman and not take responsibility for her in the end? Yemo was dazed and looked at Yiling angrily. Yiling, what are you saying? Am I that sort of person? Moreover, I wouldn't betray Susu and Qingxue dash, but Yemo's tone went from high to low saying that, because he suddenly thought of Xiaoyun. But he wasn't irresponsible towards her. Brother, there really was such a thing? Yiling looked at Yemo in shock. She was just asking before and didn't expect it to be the case. Yemo coughed awkwardly. Yes, I still need to find her after dealing with things here. Brother, this is unacceptable. She's already raising a daughter for you. Yet you're still saying things like finding her later? Yiling said angrily. When she saw that woman and little girl on Yemo's wedding, she didn't mind at first. But after Yemo left Luoyu and she talked about it with Beiwei again, they felt like the girl's eyes really looked like Yemo's too much. So, they made a bold guess that the girl was Yemo's illegitimate child and that pretty young woman was a pitiful woman that Yemo had abandoned. Yemo looked at her strangely. Yiling, what are you on about? Xiaoyun was never pregnant, how can she have a daughter? Did we get it wrong? Yiling wondered, get what wrong? Yemo asked. Yiling said awkwardly, on your wedding. Beiwei and I saw a woman carrying a little girl in Luoyu. The woman was very pretty, and the girl's eyes looked just like yours. I remember I gave her a bracelet too. Yemo was speechless. There were too many similarly looking people, so thinking it was his daughter just based on their eyes was too far-fetched, wasn't it? Never mind, let's go to Luoyu Lake to have a look. Who's living there now? Yemo asked. Ever since everyone left, it has just been me living there by myself, Yiling said. Before Yemo got to Luoyu Lake, a huge bird flew over. Qingxua didn't take Silver with her? Yemo asked. No, they were planning on coming back quickly, so Silver has been staying with me. Yiling hugged Silver. By the way, brother, 5 years ago, Sister Jingwen and a girl called Shi Wanqing came looking for you, but you never came back, so after staying for a while, they left Luoyu. Yiling suddenly remembered Su Jingwen. Yiling knew what Su Jingwen's feelings were and felt bad for her. Yemo also felt guilty, but he couldn't stop these things. 3 women were already enough for him. Where did they go? Did they just stay for a short while? Yemo suddenly felt he should go visit them. Jingwen should be married after all these years. Yiling hesitated before replying. I don't know where Sister Jingwen went either, but she had been living at Ninghai. Last time she came, Sister Luoying taught her cultivation and both of them were fit for cultivation. They stayed at Luoyu for half a month before leaving. Yiling, stay at Luoyu and help City Lord Huang deal with Luoyu's matters. I need to go out for a bit. After I come back, I will make the 5 essence pill for you. Yemo knew that Dongfang Wang couldn't cause too much trouble now, but he wouldn't feel comfortable without killing him. Yiling nodded, and then her phone sounded. Yes, Sister Yuehua. It's for you, brother. Yiling gave the phone to Yemo. President, this morning a cruiser was bombed on the Pacific. It left Luoyu half a month ago and had a U.S. ambassador on board. It has been found that the bombs contained radioactive substances. Now, the U.S. is contacting us to deal with the matter, Su Yuehua reported. Chapter 784, Return to Ninghai. Hearing this news, Yemo immediately knew what had happened. Dongfang Wang had said there were 60 bombs, but Yemo had never found the last one. It seemed it had somehow been taken along by Luoyu's ship. Moreover, this bomb hit the U.S. ambassador, which indicated that Dongfang Wang wanted to instigate a conflict between Luoyu and the U.S. again so that he could gain benefit from it. However, this meant that the bomb must have been left at the embassy to begin with. How had it gotten on the boat then? So either the ambassador didn't know, or perhaps his staff wanted to take something else but accidentally took the bomb. What would they try to take from Luoyu? There couldn't be anything other than technological secrets. Yemo immediately said to Su Yuehua, check all recent border controls and check who signed this ship out. And also investigate every one of Luoyu's military science research base. All those who leak Luoyu's military secrets should be dealt with according to military law. Those who have been in close contact with the U.S. Embassy staff also need to be heavily investigated. Then Yemo continued, we should contact the U.S. regarding this immediately and also convey what Northern Sand has been doing to the Union. If the Union agrees, we can attack Northern Sand. If they don't want to be involved, we can pretend nothing happened. Also, make the decisions yourselves. Don't contact me unless Luoyu is about to fall. Yemo left Luoyu Lake and went to visit Ning Qingshua's parents. They seemed to have formed a new pharmaceutical company in Luoyu and were doing quite well. Lanya knew that Ning Qingxue was cultivating something very powerful with Yemo, so she wasn't too worried about not being able to see her. After Yemo visited them, he went to visit Insi and Injia. They also had their own business in Luoyu and were doing well. They were both married and had kids. Yimo knew from them that their auntie came to Luoyu 4 years ago and stayed at their place for a few days before leaving Luoyu. Thinking about In Qingyan, Yimo remembered her diary, but he didn't take it out and read it. After seeing her on the cruise, it wasn't hard for him to guess the content. Yimo walked on the busy Luoyu streets and felt empty, and family antiques, these words appeared before Yimo. He scanned his spirit sense in and saw In Zishan. He didn't expect him to have moved over to Luoyu City and started a shop here. He then immediately remembered In Jiqi and that Dongfang Wang who thought of her as his personal possession. Yimo walked in but didn't see In Jiqi. "It's you're Yimo." AI Zishan was old but recognized Yimo immediately. Yimo smiled and saluted with his fist. "And Xianbei, long time no see, please have a seat." And Zishan quickly invited Yimo in and let a waiter bring Yimo a cup of tea. Yimo scanned the antique shop. There were a few good magic artifacts in it. It seemed he had opened a shop there not for the money but out of his interests. "How come I don't see In Jiqi anywhere?" Yimo asked casually, and Zishan sighed. "When the Dongfang family came to Luoyu, they ruined Luoyu and made it chaotic. There were people here for her every day, and she got very annoyed, so she went out touring on her own." Yimo immediately knew why. Dongfang Wang must not have wanted to give up on her and kept sending people over. "Does that mean you're just living here by yourself, Xianbei?" Yimo asked, and Zishan shook his head. "No, my great-granddaughter is doing some business here and is a small official, so she comes over often." And Ning. Yimo immediately remembered her. The two fish eyes of the yin yang fish were from her. Clearly In Zishan also remembered this matter and immediately asked, "City Lord Yi, do you still remember the yin yang fish pieces and the jade I left you?" "Of course, thank you." In Xianbei. That jade had the words 7 pieces of trigrams, fish jump through the dragon gate on it. "Also, just call me Yimo now, not City Lord." "I'm not the City Lord." Yimo smiled. "Okay." And Zishan didn't remain too formal. "I'll call you Brother Yi then." "I'm sure you haven't found the 2 fish tails yet, right?" Yimo nodded. "Indeed, I didn't have the time to look for it yet, and I don't have a lead either." And Zishan smiled. "You don't need to look for it. The 2 fish tails appeared in an auction in Beijing, and I heard it was actually bought by your father-in-law's father, Ning Fuzhen. If you want it, you need to go to the Ning family." "Ning Fuzhen?" That was Ning Qingshua's grandpa. Yimo didn't have good impressions of the people in the Ning family other than Ning Qingxue and her parents. It would be hard for him to go up to them and ask. If it was before he went to the small world, he would go no matter what. It was some fortune after all, but now. Yimo didn't really care too much, and Zishan said, "If possible, I recommend you go. It's no ordinary thing after all." Yimo sighed and nodded. Soon after he went back home, Yimo left the city after telling Yiling. He wanted to finish things over here and make the 5 essence pill quick so that Yiling could also start cultivating. He had an important idea. He would find Luoying and company in the small world and build a place for them to live at in Wuwen Mountain. In the depth of the Wuwen Mountain, there was an abundance of spirit herbs and qi. It was much more effective to cultivate there. After leaving Luoyu, Yimo controlled his flying sword and flew slowly to Ninghai. He soon felt Ninghai had changed a lot. Most evident was the increase of skyscrapers and decrease of Greenland. The traffic was also very busy. Yimo frowned. He needed to remind Huang Yinian not to let Luoyu become like this too. Yimo landed with Ninghai University in front of him. He suddenly really wanted to go see Yun Bing. Yimo expanded his spirit sense but didn't see Yun Bing or Ting Ting. However, his spirit sense stopped on a girl in front of the high school nearby. She was really pretty, her face was exquisite like an angel's, and even though her clothes were tattered, that still couldn't cover her glamour. The reason why Yimo took notice of her was because she had a bracelet that Yimo had made on her. Chapter 785, Daughter Yimo. Furthermore, he felt this strange sense of joy upon seeing her. However, she was surrounded by a few students, and they seemed to be looking for trouble with her. Yimo's heart shook, and the next moment, he was already at the door of this high school. "Move aside." The pretty girl's voice was energetic but clearly angry. "We can't beat you, but do you dare not do as Dihua says? It's his birthday today. If you go there, you will be our big sister and have a spot in this year's national math competition. But if you don't go, we won't stop you. But you know the consequences," one chubby girl threatened. Yeah, what's wrong with being Dihua's girlfriend?" "Yimo? We would like to, yet can't," another girl said. "Yimo? The same name as him?" Yimo suddenly shook while studying this girl. She had the exact same eyes as him. He remembered what Yiling said before. Was this the girl that was at his wedding? No wonder Yi Ling would think she was his daughter. Even he felt like she was related to him, but Yi Mo knew it was impossible. He only had 3 women and none of them had been pregnant. Suddenly, Yi Mo's heart shook once again. He remembered Song Yangzhu. That woman was his first woman. Could it be her? No way, that was just once. But Yi Mo couldn't stay calm anymore. Things really seemed to be like that. If this girl was really Song Yangzhu's daughter, then it must be his too. He remembered that he seemed to have heard a girl cry and his heart ached that time at his wedding. Then, he had seen a figure hurriedly take a girl away. That figure, wasn't that Song Yangzhu? If it really was, then how must she have felt at the time? She was carrying his daughter and was forced to watch his wedding. That was too cruel for her. A black BMW stopped at the door of the school, and a youth who appeared to be 15 but was already nearly 5'6", 1m70, walked off. He looked at those girls who had stopped Yi Mo and said, "Who let you be so rude to Yi Mo? Move aside, Yi Mo, it's my birthday today. If you're willing, come over, please. If not, I understand." The youth spoke politely to the pretty girl. The girl didn't speak. She knew that it wouldn't be good no matter if she rejected or agreed. Yi Mo looked at this averagely dressed girl and suddenly felt bitter inside and a deep sense of guilt. He suddenly felt that he owed Song Yangzhu a lot. He had never thought of her again after taking her virginity. Yi Mo walked over and threw the youth far away into a trash can in the street. Then, he looked at the excited girl and asked, "What's your name?" The girl looked at Yi Mo in shock. If Yi Mo could casually throw Defan out, he was definitely a master. She had heard her mother talk about ancient martial arts. Perhaps this guy was even at the yellow level. Although she knew about ancient martial arts, she had never cultivated them. Her mother said it was very costly, and they didn't have a lot of money. Usually, she would reject strangers who tried to talk to her, but towards this big brother-like stranger, she felt a sense of closeness. It was as though she had long since known this big brother, and he also helped her kick away Dihua. But the next moment, she pushed GMO worriedly. "You should leave quickly, Dihua's bodyguard is very strong." "Leave? You ought to leave after hitting young Master D." A bulky man got out of the BMW. Seeing this, the girl got all the more worried. Meanwhile, Yemo saw that his was a guy who wasn't even yellow level yet. Before this bodyguard could attack, he sent out a kick, using a little more force than before. This guy couldn't even defend himself and crashed into the young Master D who had just crawled up. "Huh." This girl stared at what was happening in shock. "Big brother, you're really strong." Yemo waved his hand. "I'm much older than you, call me uncle." "What's your name?" Yemo thought, if she were Song Yangzhu's daughter, who should be at the black level, there is no way she wouldn't know how strong Song Yangzhu is. Had he guessed wrong? "I'm Yemo." As the girl said this, Yemo was dumbfounded. His hands started shaking. Her surname was Yi? Yemo. Yemo looked at Yemo shaking and suddenly asked, "Uncle, are you okay? Shouldn't you leave quickly? When the police come, you won't be able to get away. The D family are very aggressive. If they want you to go to jail, you will dash." "Is your mother called Song Yangzhu?" Yemo reacted and grabbed Yemo's hands as he asked shakily. Yemo pulled her hands away and said in anger, "Uncle, what are you doing? And how do you know my mother is called Song Yangzhu?" Yemo looked at his daughter who had patches on her shoe and suddenly felt tears welling up. Song Yangzhu had given birth to his daughter, yet he had never even bothered trying to find her. Although Song Yangzhu was an ancient martial artist, she had never acquired the necessary skills to survive in everyday life. He could tell from Yemo that they weren't doing too well. Those who didn't keep cultivating ancient martial arts would regress in power. Perhaps she was a yellow level now. As for why she had come to Ninghai, Yemo could tell from his daughter's name. She knew that he had lived at Ninghai before, so she also came here. She no longer had any hatred for him. If she did, she wouldn't call her daughter Yemo or have come to Ninghai. TL note, Yemo in this context means in remembrance of Emo. Yemo felt a strong sense of intimacy from Yemo, and she even noticed the tears in the corner of Yemo's eyes. She just wanted to ask something when Yemo grabbed her hand again and said in self-reproach, "I am so sorry, Yemo. My name is Yemo. Perhaps your mother hasn't told you. But Yemo? You're my dad?" Yemo suddenly went into Yemo's arms and started crying. while thinking, Mom was right. Dad went out, but he would be back, and now he really is. From now on, she would be someone with a dad too.
No one would be able to call her an illegitimate child anymore. She had heard Yimo's name countless times. Every time her mother told her about her father, she would only say her dad was very strong and that he took her mother to the Maenei snow mountains. Nothing else. Yes, I'm your dad, Yimo hugged Yimo and murmured. He couldn't explain what he felt at that moment. Joy, self-hate, anxiety, excitement, etc. Luckily, he had come to Ninghai this time, or perhaps he would never know he had a daughter. For the first time, he felt this feeling of an extension of his life, his daughter. The police cars had surrounded Yimo by then, yet the two were too immersed in the joy of their reunion that they didn't even notice. Cousin DZ, are you okay? A young woman's voice sounded. Yimo saw a girl younger than 30 quickly walk towards Dihua. Dihua was helped up by the police, and that bodyguard was taken on the ambulance. Sister Kai, that person is too aggressive. He stole my girlfriend and beat me. Dihua cursed at Yimo. You beat him? This Sister Kai looked at Yimo coldly. Chapter 786. The only thing, Yimo smiled and could tell that this woman was no ordinary person. At the very least, she was an ancient martial arts cultivator, and she was at the yellow level primary stage. The police were about to attack Yimo when the woman waved her hands to stop them, as though waiting for Yimo to reply, yes, I did. But to me, this isn't a beating, because if I actually beat them, they would only be exhaling now and not inhaling anymore, Yimo said in contempt. The woman frowned as her eyes sharpened. Aren't you very cocky? Yimo smiled casually. If you want to fight without asking why, I will be more cocky than you can imagine. Yimo was ready to fight the woman. Because he knew that those who cultivated ancient martial arts followed the law of the jungle and liked to talk with their fists more than him. However, this woman didn't attack and frowned upon seeing how fearless Yimo was. She turned to the young man and asked, DZ, is she the one you want to be your girlfriend? She pointed at Yimo, who was still in Yimo's arms. Yes, Sister Kai, I really like her. I want to take her home. She's really pretty. I must have her. I promised to have her as my sole girlfriend. I can give up on my current one. Dihua said desperately. To him, as long as Sister Kai was here, everything should be easy. The woman looked at Yimo, and her face eased a bit. She looked at Yimo and said, who are you to this girl? Although DZ is only in year 12, he really likes this girl. This is their fortune, and DZ would not mistreat her. I think piss off. Yimo yelled coldly and slapped out twice. Yimo slapped that kid Dihua flying in before he even landed. His teeth landed first. There were 2 slap marks on his face, with blood seeping where the palm prints were. Even his ears started to bleed. Yimo said coldly, that pig of yours does not deserve to associate with my Yimo. Yimo was really furious. Yimo was his daughter, and she was only about 13 now, yet this bastard wanted her to be his girlfriend and take her home. Yimo really wanted to kill them right away. But he couldn't kill right now. If he did, then the news of Luoyu City's Yimo killing someone would be broadcasted all over the world. And even if he could mask his face completely, he didn't want to kill in front of his daughter right after reuniting with her. If he hadn't come to Ninghai and found her, his daughter wouldn't have been able to escape and would fall into that kid's hands eventually. That youth was clearly not a good guy, and their family was apparently quite powerful too. Song Yanju and Yimo would never be able to beat them. You. Sister Kai pointed at Yimo, shaking with anger. You're a mere yellow-level primary stage. Stop making a fool of yourself in front of me. I should be the one looking for trouble with you, and the only reason why I'm not is because I'm not in the mood for it. But if you ruin my good mood, I will come look for trouble, and you'll regret it then. The woman stopped her urge to attack. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Yimo really wasn't in the mood for these meaningless matters. He had just reunited with his daughter. By the time the police reacted, they found that Yimo had already left. They felt like Yimo had walked away slowly, yet he had already gone so far in one go. The police looked at Sister Kai, waiting for her order to capture Yimo. The woman opened her mouth, but by the time she came to her senses, Yimo was gone. She knew she had met a master today. You guys go back for now. She knew the police couldn't deal with people like that. She had to get revenge, but it wouldn't involve the police. This person was very strong, but if the Baoshi Hall of Ninghai could be so easily abused, then they wouldn't have the status they had or be able to dominate Ninghai like they did. After the police left, the woman turned to check out Dihua's wounds. but she suddenly felt her feet seemed to be lighter than usual. She then noticed that the bottom of her shoes had been sliced off, including the socks. If the slice had happened a little higher, she would have lost a layer of flesh. Seeing this, her heart finally beat rapidly.
That man sliced off her shoes without her even knowing?
If he was going to slice off her legs, wouldn't she be clueless as well?
There was someone this powerful in Ninghai?
Who was he? While thinking about this, she quickly called a few people to send Dihua to the hospital, while she left quickly.
Perhaps the Bao Shi Hall would disappear the very next moment after offending someone like this.
She was sure that Yemo had shown her mercy, but that was perhaps so that he could go annihilate the Bao Shi Hall later. The woman had actually guessed right.
Yemo did intend to kill Dihua later, but clearly he didn't have the time now. Yemo's body was in the middle of that crucial stage of development.
Yet her nutrition wasn't good.
It was very important to help her treat her body first. Is your mother fine?
Yemo could tell Song Yangju wasn't doing very well from Yemo, but he still asked. He didn't have much feelings for Song Yangju, but when this daughter appeared in front of him, he could only feel guilt for Song Yangju. Her body isn't too well, so I was planning on going back. Yemo wiped her eyes. She felt like she was dreaming. Although she had never seen her dad before, now that she did, it seemed like she had met him countless times in her dreams. Mom had told her that dad would come look for them, so this was the moment she had always been dreaming of.
The moment Yemo said his name.
She felt it to be the most natural thing in the world that Yemo was her dad. The only odd thing was that her dad seemed pretty young. Yemo felt even more guilty hearing about Song Yangju. Yemo clasped Yemo's shoulders tightly, fearing that her dad would disappear as soon as she let go. After calming down, she said carefully, "Mother spent all her savings so that I could go to the best school in Ninghai. When she became sick, she didn't want to spend money on it either and dragged it on. Now, her body has started getting worse and worse." Yemo frowned. He had given her a luminous pearl. Even if she didn't have any life skills, she could still sell that and live a wealthy life.
Did your mother ever say she had anything valuable to sell?
Yemo asked. Yemo nodded. She has a very pretty pearl, and mother told me it could be sold for a lot of money, but that was the only thing dad left behind, so she didn't want to sell it. I agreed with her.
Dad, you left that luminous pearl for mother and me, right?
Chapter 787, Song Yangju's Pride. Yemo thought Song Yangju would be renting something not too far from the school, but when the driver drove them all the way to the suburban areas, Yemo realized how far his daughter had to go to school.
It was understandable when you thought about it, though. With Song Yangju's financial status, she wouldn't be able to afford houses in the city.
He didn't even dare to look for Song Yangju with his spirit sense, and he didn't know what she would be like right now. After getting off the car, Yemo pulled Yemo to a civilian house. Yemo was dumbfounded. A woman with white hair was struggling to pull a bucket of water, and as she wanted to bring it to the stove, her footsteps showed that she didn't have the strength for it, and water kept splashing out. Was this Song Yangju? That cold-faced, beautiful woman?
Yemo felt unimaginable regret.
If he didn't recognize that prideful temperament and that barely familiar face, Yemo would doubt if this woman was really the same Song Yangju he knew. That black level woman was now not even at the yellow level and even had internal injuries. That beautiful genius was now white-haired and had hands full of calluses with internal injuries on them as well, but she was only in her 30s. The reason why she turned into this was all because she had to raise his daughter, Yemo.
Yemo also knew that she might be like this out of guilt too.
She gave birth to a daughter for the enemy of her family.
Even though she knew that the Song family had long since forgotten all about her, she still hid here, tormenting her wounds. Perhaps she wanted to die when she left Luoyu, but the only thing she couldn't leave behind was her daughter Yemo. "Mom," Yemo called out and shook Song Yangju. She looked up in joy and then saw Yemo's face. Splash! The wooden bucket fell on the floor. She was stunned. The figure in front of her was suddenly becoming more and more blurry. Yemo holding Yemo's hands. She had envisioned this scene countless times in her dreams, but now it actually happened. "Sorry, Yangju. I came 13 years late," Yemo's voice sounded. Song Yangju felt her eyes getting blurrier. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything.
This time, it wasn't a dream.
Yemo really came. She breathed easy. Yemo finally found her dad. She could rest assured now.
She had always told Yemo about her dad and told her that he would appear one day just for this day. She had left a deep impression of Yemo in her heart. Now it seemed like her efforts were not in vain. Yimo looked close to her dad like she had always been with him. Song Yangju's lips shivered, but she didn't say anything. Mom, what's wrong?
Dad is back. Yimo noticed that her mom didn't seem to be acting right. Song Yangju smiled and returned to a normal look. Yimo, you need to listen to your dad from now on. Then Song Yangju said shakily to Yimo, water splashed on me.
I'm going to change, Dad. Mama's dash her mother always told her about her dad, but now that her dad was back, why was it that she didn't have much to say? She wasn't as excited as she would have imagined. In her heart, her parents' relationship was very good.
So how come that didn't seem to be the case? Yimo looked guiltily as she walked into the room and closed the door.
When she started taking off her clothes, Yimo retrieved his spirit sense. Dad, I'm going to cook, and I'll clean the kitchen. She said this so that her parents could have some alone time. Yimo knew what his daughter was thinking. He ruffled her hair and said softly, okay. Song Yangju put on the clothes she used to wear in the past and looked at herself in the mirror. After a long while, she said, you still look the same as before, but I am old. Now that Yimo found you, I can rest easy. Then, she took out a dagger, rubbed her eyes in the mirror, and stabbed the dagger at her throat without hesitation. She was a prideful woman. She didn't want her man to see her like this. She knew he had two goddess-like wives and also knew that he didn't love her. Her pride wouldn't allow her to expose herself like this to his other wives. Her pride didn't want to make things hard for him. She was Song Yangju. She was also a prideful and beautiful woman. At least, she was still a prideful woman. Time could rob her of her youth, but it couldn't take away her inner pride. She didn't need love or pity. Now that Yimo had found a new home, she no longer had any attachments. However, the dagger didn't pierce into her throat. A hand was grabbing the dagger, blood spilled from the dagger, as Yimo didn't use chi to stop himself from being injured.
He felt like he owed Song Yangju, and it was right that he bled for her. Yangju, you're being stupid. Since we've met again, this is a matter of fate.
Why do this?
Yimo's tone was sunken.
He felt very bad. He knew what she was thinking but didn't know how to comfort her. He could easily recover her looks, but the decade of trauma wasn't so easily made up for. What happened to your hand?
Song Yangju quickly grabbed Yimo's hand.
She forgot about her pride and just wanted to quickly find something to bandage it. At that moment, she forgot how strong Yimo was. How could that small wound affect him? Yimo used his chi, and the wound soon healed. He took Song Yangju into his arms and started caressing her white hair.
Song Yangju's body stiffened. An inexpressible sadness rose from her heart.
For all these years, the only kin she had was Yimo. All these years, she didn't have a home, and she had thought countless times of leaning in Yimo's arms. Today, it happened. She cried at that moment. She felt like a weak child. The senseless feeling she had felt when she hurriedly took Yimo away from his wedding and all the suffering she had gone through seemed to have melted as soon as Yimo came back. She had never loved before, and she didn't know if this was love, but ever since he pushed her out of that exploding tomb, she remembered him forever. She still remembered that when she heard Yimo was fine. She rejoiced from the bottom of her heart. Yimo, I don't deserve you, I'm old. Song Yangju said. She didn't actually want to leave her daughter or Yimo, though. You're not old, Yimo spoke softly. Chapter 788, Yimo's killing intent. When those young masters of the Song family fell in Ninghai and lost their lives, Ninghai became quiet. Even the mobsters didn't dare to be cocky, because they knew there was a Yimo in Ninghai. However, this situation was broken 8 years ago. 8 years ago, the mafia mongrel Di Dongbing returned from Italy and set up the Baoshi Hall. Ever since then, the area was under the reign of the Baoshi Hall. The hall wasn't only in Ninghai. It was a famous European corporation. The Baoshi Hall in Ninghai was involved in a wide range of dealings. They would meddle in whatever could earn them money. Today was a celebrational day for them as it was the big boss's only son, Di Hua's birthday. A second reason was that Di Caifeng's master would be coming to Ninghai that night. Di Caifeng's master was no ordinary person. What Di Dongbing was most satisfied about was not spreading his corporation all over the world, but knowing Di Caifeng's master. This master also said that he might take Di Hua in as his disciple. At this moment, a hurried footstep broke his train of thought, and Di Dongbing frowned. Already back when he was still in Italy. He had told his men more than once to always stay calm and not be in a rush. What is it, Li Ping? Di Dongbing asked with a frown. Lu Lipin was his most useful man in Ninghai, and he was quite vigilant while being strong and loyal at the same time. That was why he kept Lu Lipin by his side. Lu Lipin shouldn't be this hasty normally. Lu Lipin's face was very excited. He saw his boss's tone and knew that he was acting too excited, though, so he quickly calmed down and said, "Big brother, didn't you say before that master was going to come but we didn't have a present? Today, I heard about a very precious gift." Even Di Dongbing got a little excited now and quickly asked, "What is it?" "A luminous pearl." Lu Lipin said excitedly, "What? A luminous pearl?" Di Dongbing shot straight up. That was something legendary he had heard about a long time ago already. He saw one in an auction more than 10 years earlier at Paris. That pearl came from China, and it was sold for $500 million US. He still remembered the soft light it emitted in the dark. What present could be more precious than a luminous pearl? If it really was that, he wondered if he would even be willing to give it away. But thinking about who that master was, he immediately knew that he would get more if he gave it as a gift to that person. "Yes, a luminous pearl," Lu Lipin said in reassurance. "Where is it?" "Get it immediately. And use all means necessary," Di Dongbing ordered. "Big brother, we don't even need to spend money on it. We saw it on an ordinary woman. Her husband just came back today. He found it randomly and left it with her. This family is very ordinary, so if we want it, we only have to dash." Lu Lipin made a slicing motion across his throat. Di Dongbing frowned. With his many years of mafia experience, he felt that people who had something like the luminous pearl shouldn't be ordinary. "Where did you get this information?" Di Dongbing returned to his calm tone. Lu Lipin said, "I got it from a taxi driver. He took 2 passengers today, a father and daughter, and the daughter said her mother had a luminous pearl but wasn't willing to sell it. From their conversation, the driver inferred the man had given it to his wife. Are you sure that's true?" Di Dongbing asked in excitement. Lu Lipin nodded. "Yes, from what the girl said, she knew that they could sell it for a lot of money, though. And she also confirmed with the man whether he had given it to her mother." "Okay then." Di Dongbing yelled in joy and said, "Bring it immediately. Since they know it's a luminous pearl, they won't sell it easily. Do things clean and don't cause trouble." "Yes, big brother, don't worry. They're just ordinary people. Even if they're public figures, we can do it cleanly," Lu Lipin affirmed. Yi Yimo was cleaning the kitchen and remembered that her parents were still inside. She secretly went by the door and saw her mom in her dad's arms and quietly closed the door before going to cook. She was really happy. It was said that kids from poor families matured early. Although she was just in 7th grade, she understood very clearly how tough her mother had it. Yimo knew that Yimo had come take a peek, so he patted Song Yangju's shoulders and said, "Yangju, let's go out and eat. Yimo is cooking, but I'll tell her to stop. We will go out to eat tonight. I have a surprise for you at night. You and Yimo can live with me from now on, so don't think too much. I will give back what you have lost these years." Song Yangju didn't really know what that meant, but her face went red thinking about the surprise at night. "Yimo, stop cooking, we'll go out to eat tonight." Yimo brought Song Yangju out and felt a sense of satisfaction seeing his daughter. "Really?" Yimo looked surprised and joyful. She remembered the delicious smells of the dishes she smelled every time she walked past restaurants, and now, her dad was going to take her out to eat. Yimo pulled Yimo lovingly into his arms again. When they were both in his arms, Yimo thought that happiness could be so simple. "Dad, I'm going to change into a pretty set of clothes then." Yimo saw that her mother had changed clothes and said. Yimo rubbed her head and smiled. "No need, I'll take you to buy the best looking clothes." In dash, suddenly, Yimo stopped. His spirit sense scanned a van driving over. The reason why Yimo took notice of it was because he knew one person in the van. It was their taxi driver. He was clearly showing the others the way, and it was towards Song Yangju's house. Yimo also saw 3 men with guns in the van. Why were they bringing so many people with weapons there? Did that woman call for them? He hadn't had time to look for her yet she came to him, but soon, Yimo realized it probably wasn't her. There wasn't even a yellow label aboard the car. She would never let ordinary people take him on. Soon, Yimo realized what the problem was from their conversation. The driver had overheard them talk about the luminous pearl. And so they brought these people to rob the luminous pearl. Thinking about this, Yimo's killing intent rose. Luckily, Yimo had spoken about it in front of him. If it had gotten leaked before today, they wouldn't even be alive, and Yimo would never even know he had a daughter. Yangzhu, pack your things with Yimo actually. I'm going out for a moment, but after that we can leave, and when we do, we don't need to come back here anymore. Yimo patted Song Yangzhu and left. Chapter 789. I also want to cultivate. Someone's blocking the road. The driver suddenly slammed the brakes as he informed Lu Lipin. Before Lu Lipin could say anything, that taxi driver leading the way said, "That's the man I was talking about." Lu Lipin heard this, and his heart skipped a beat. In that instance, he had a bad feeling. This person didn't look like an ordinary person no matter what. He actually seemed to know their purpose and must have stopped their van on the way because of it. Before Lu Lipin could say anything, Yimo already opened the door. No one knew how he opened the door, but the four people aboard looked at Yimo in a daze. It seemed like they weren't the robbers, but this guy who went on their van without their approval was the robber. You guys probably want this, right? Drive the car to the side of the road, Yimo said after taking out the luminous pearl. A faint luminosity spread out in the van, giving everyone a soft feeling. Luminous pearl? Lu Lipin called out in joy. No matter what, this luminous pearl was real. The next moment, he wanted to rob it, but he immediately stopped himself. Drive the car to the side of the road. Lu Lipin pointed at a distant corner and said. Lu Lipin's words made the rest of the men subconsciously clutch their weapons. Although they didn't know why Yimo brought the luminous pearl on the car like that, it was a fact that the luminous pearl was about to be the Baoshi Hall's. Yimo put the luminous pearl away. Soon, the car stopped at the corner. Lu Lipin just wanted to take out his gun when he saw a few red lights flash by him. And the other three couldn't even take out their guns before they were surrounded by balls of fire and died. By the time Lu Lipin processed what had happened, he saw Yimo looking at him with a scornful smile. Those men who had been alive just moments earlier eventually disappeared into dust. They couldn't even scream. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe such a spiritual incident. Lu Lipin couldn't stop shivering. He had experienced bloody battles, but never had he witnessed a scene as shocking as this. Where are they? Lu Lipin subconsciously asked and then immediately felt that he sure was dumb. Was it your idea to take my luminous pearl, or is there someone behind you? Yimo asked. If it wasn't because he wanted to ask this, Lu Lipin would be dead already as well. Lu Lipin's teeth chattered. He didn't even dare to lie and answered, "It was my big brother, Baoshi Hall's Di Dongbing." Di Dongbing? Yimo didn't know this guy, and he didn't want to know. Right now, what mattered wasn't to go look for trouble with that man, but to go eat with Yimo and Yangzhu. He casually threw a fireball at Lu Lipin and left the van. Song Yangzhu and Yimo barely had any belongings. There were mostly daily items in Yimo's books. "Dad, there's a lot of things here, should I call for a car?" Yimo asked. "No need." Yimo casually took everything into his ring, since he was planning to take them away. He didn't want to keep hiding from them that he was a cultivator. Both Yimo and Song Yangzhu looked at Yimo in shock. "Where did all those things go?" "But Dad, do you know how to play magic tricks?" Yimo asked after a long while. Yimo then pulled their hands and sat down, telling them all about his cultivation. "Dad, can you really fly?" Yimo grabbed Yimo's hands as she kept asking questions. Yimo smiled and grabbed the two in his arms before taking out his flying sword. The flying sword had a purple ray on it, and they quickly shot into the clouds. Yimo was waving her hands about, unable to say a complete sentence, while Song Yangzhu was completely frozen. She knew Yimo was no ordinary person, but she didn't expect him to be able to fly. If all these events weren't so real and right in front of her, she would think she was dreaming. "Dad, is this the cultivation you were talking about? I also want to cultivate." Yimo hugged Yimo's arms excitedly. Di Dongbing's joyful mood was interrupted once again, and he got up in annoyance. If his loyal man wasn't getting the luminous pearl, perhaps he would start raging already. This was the second time today his good mood was ruined by the sound of desperate footsteps, but after seeing the person, Di Dongbing immediately didn't feel angry anymore and sat down again, changing his expression into a placid facade. It was his niece Di Kaifeng. Although she was his niece, she was extraordinary, and her status wouldn't be any lower than his at the moment. Perhaps it was even higher thanks to her master. "Kaifeng, why did you come in such a rush? Didn't your master say he would be coming at night? Come, have a cup of tea." Di Dongbing smiled and poured her some tea. Di Kaifeng just sat straight down and said with a serious face, "Uncle Bing, today cousin Di Hua was beaten heavily, and he's in the hospital right now. The doctor said he might lose his hearing, his face was also ruined, and he lost all his teeth." "What?
Di Dongbing could no longer stay calm and got up drastically. His only son was beaten up so severely? Di Dongbing's face became cruel. Who was it? Who dared do such a thing? Who did it? Where is he?
Di Dongbing asked with a green face. He believed that since his niece came, it meant that the culprit was under control. In Ninghai, it was just a matter of one order and he could catch anyone. However, Di Kaifeng replied seriously, "Uncle Bing, sit down first.
This matter isn't that simple.
I was there at the time, and I felt the power difference between us was too great, so I didn't dare to attack.
But I know this thing isn't over.
And I don't mean that we should be going to find him, but that he might come for us." Chapter 790. Bait, might dare to come for me before I get to him. After a long while, Di Dongbing asked to be sure.
Di Kaifeng nodded. It's not whether he dares or not, he will come for sure.
The only reason why he didn't talk too much with me before was probably because he had only just found his daughter. Di Dongbing's face sunk.
He knew his niece's power. Someone whom she can't even beat was definitely strong.
It was a joke to try to capture someone like that through police. How old is he?
Even you're no match for him. Is he at the yellow level tertiary stage?
Di Dongbing had to know what sort of opponent he was facing. Di Kaifeng replied, "He looks like he's in his 20s, but he sliced the bottom of my shoes without me noticing at all.
I'm sure that if he wanted to slice my legs off, I wouldn't be able to keep my legs. He's definitely not just at the yellow level, he's at least at the black level. That strong?" Di Dongbing's heart was getting cold.
It was no joke to offend a black level master. His Baoshi Hall wasn't small and might be the overlord here, but any black level could easily annihilate the hall.
Not to mention, those who cultivate ancient martial arts have very little care for the law. If someone like that wanted to annihilate the Baoshi Hall, even the government wouldn't be able to stop them in time. But if he was prepared, then even a black level wouldn't be able to easily annihilate his Baoshi Hall.
At the same time though, he wouldn't have the strength to kill the man either.
Di Dongbing gasped.
He didn't expect to casually offend someone like this today. No wonder he was so restless all day. But was he just going to let his son get beaten like that and not get revenge? "Uncle Bing, don't worry too much.
This is all just my guess. It's very rare for someone to reach black level before 30.
Besides, even if he is black level, the Baoshi Hall doesn't have to fear him," Di Kaifeng said. Di Dongbing nodded, "I'm not scared. Although we don't have black levels, we're not just for show either. Now that I'm prepared, if he dares to come to Baoshi Hall, I will make sure there will be no return for him. I might lose a few brothers at most. But if we tried to go capture him, it would be much harder." Di Kaifeng mused for a moment before saying, "My master will come tonight, and I've received news that he has reached the earth level." "Kaifeng, your master reached the earth level?"
Di Dongbing stood up in joy.
If Caifeng's master dealt with this cocky youth, then they didn't need to worry about anything. Di Kaifeng knew what her uncle was thinking and said worriedly, "Although master agreed to take me in as a formal disciple, I'm not one yet. Master is from the hidden sects, so even if I become his formal disciple, I can't ask him to attack people as soon as I see Hai Dash." Di Dongbing suddenly laughed bleakly and interrupted, "Don't worry Kaifeng, I've prepared a big gift for him.
And we should be able to get it soon. This gift will move him for sure. What is it?" Di Kaifeng asked. "Luminous
pearl," Di Dongbing said word by word.
"What? A luminous pearl?"
Even Di Kaifeng stood up in shock. "I've sent Lipin to take care of it."
He should have finished the job by now."
Di Dongbing got up and remembered that Lu Lipin had been gone for 2 hours already. Why was there still no news of him? Di Dongbing immediately called Lu Lipin, but all he heard was a blank tone. The next moment, Di Dongbing felt something must be up. Lu Lipin wouldn't shut his phone without his approval, and if something happened to his phone, he would report it to him immediately.
What's going on? Di Kaifeng noticed something was wrong too. I can't reach Lipin, which should be impossible.
He should just be taking something from an ordinary person. Di Dongbing frowned. Di Kaifeng immediately asked, "Where did he get the news of the luminous pearl? How precious is a luminous pearl? How could he easily get news of it?" Di Dongbing's face also went serious, and he called 2 men to search for Lu Lipin immediately. Then, he replied, he got the news from a taxi driver who heard it when driving a father and daughter dash. "Father and daughter?" Di Kaifeng asked with a frown. "Yes." Di Dongbing then repeated what Lu Lipin told him. Di Kaifeng heard this and said more carefully.
Uncle Bing, if I'm not wrong, that father and daughter are the people I was talking about. The taxi driver met them not too long ago, and he picked them up from the Haisha High School entrance?
I'm almost certain that this is the man who beat DZ up.
I didn't think things would be so coincidental.
But now that I think of it, it's normal for someone like that to have the luminous pearl. Di Dongbing took a cold breath in and looked at Di Kaifeng in shock. Then that means that Lu Lippin and company are already. Di Kaifeng nodded. If it was really that person, then they might not be in a good state. Although he hasn't come looking for us yet, I'm sure he will at night. Di Dongbing's heart went cold. He felt that things didn't seem so simple, and they weren't under his control. Suddenly, his phone rang. What?
Di Dongbing's men's report shook him again. What is it?
Di Kaifeng asked. Di Dongbing put the phone down in defeat. Lu Lippin and company's van was found by the side of a road, with 4 piles of ash and a few burned guns inside. Hearing this, Di Kaifeng also frowned. After a long while, she sighed. Uncle Bing, this isn't something we can settle. But luckily the luminous pearl is still on him. When my master comes tonight, I will tell him.
Even if my master doesn't need it,
he wouldn't let something that precious go by him. Di Dongbing suddenly looked 10 years older.
We can only do that.
It would be best if your master is willing to be involved. Sigh, I'm just afraid I'll go have a look at Di Hua first. Di Kaifeng knew that her uncle was worried that her master wouldn't be willing to be involved, or that that man was also related to the hidden sections, but she wasn't worried at all, because she knew her master would definitely get involved for the sake of the luminous pearl. Although Yemo had lived at Ninghai for quite some time, he didn't really know many good restaurants. He almost only knew the Ninghai University restaurant and the Westlake restaurant, so Yemo took them to Grand Delicacy, one other restaurant he knew. It was closer to where Yemo was. And he had gone there once with Ning Qingxue. That meal, Yemo had spent all the money he had on him. The dishes were expensive, but they tasted nice. Although Yemo didn't really like it, Yemo was really excited about eating out, so he had to take her to a good place.
Chapter 791, Marrow Refining. Grand Delicacy was a rather high-caliber restaurant in Ninghai, and many wealthy people ate there. Yemo and the girls caught the eyes of many people as soon as they came in. Although Song Yangju was in a really weak state, after seeing Yemo, she had cleaned herself and now showed her special temperament again. Seeing Song Yangju look down, Yemo pulled her hand. She knew that Yemo wanted to tell her that she shouldn't care. Song Yangju recovered a little, thinking that she would only stay with Yemo for a bit. At most until Yemo's life stabilized, after which she would leave Yemo. Yemo didn't mind, and the reason why he hadn't cured her yet was because he was planning to not only recover her youth but also refine her bone marrow. Before that, he didn't want to casually treat her. Yemo called for a room. Facing a table full of delicious food, Yemo forgot about wanting to cultivate and focused on eating while urging her mother to eat. Song Yangju ate very little, but she was very happy seeing that Yemo was happy. She had been living a hard life these years, but she did come from a wealthy family after all. Dad, was this where you lived before? Mom seemed to have shown me this place once, Yemo said outside Yemo's house in Ninghai. Song Yangju's eyes went red. She remembered she took Yemo there once when she was only 5, and yet she still remembered. Yemo patted Song Yangju's hand and said to Yemo, "Yes, Daddy used to live here." Yemo took them inside. The flower pots didn't have a lot of weed, and the house was cleaned rather well. Yemo could tell that there were frequent visitors here. It was either Su Jingwen or Yun Bing, but they were both not there at the moment, and Yemo didn't use his spirit sense to search for them either. Seeing the flower pot, Yemo sighed. It seemed like every woman related to him had been to this house except for Xiaoyun. Yemo went inside the house and used a few cleaning spells before saying to Yemo, "Sleep in the west room tonight. I need to treat your mother's wounds, so don't disturb us if there's nothing important." Yemo meant what he said. But both Yemo and Song Yangju misunderstood him. Yemo poked her tongue out and made a face at Yemo as she agreed. Then, she snuck into the west room. She thought that there must be a lot of things Dad and Mom want to talk about. It wasn't good for her to be in between them. Song Yangju blushed seeing her daughter leave. She thought she was prepared for what Yemo was planning, but she wasn't mentally prepared at all. Mentally, she was still the same girl as a decade ago. She wanted to sleep with Yemo and Yemo together, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't end up calling her daughter. In the depth of her heart, she also wanted to talk to Yemo privately, but even still, she was very anxious.
To her, it felt like it would be her first time, as the last time she wasn't really conscious. Seeing EMO walk into the room, she felt a little worried. "What are you hesitating about? Come in." EMO called out to her. Song Yangju was a little worried, so she rubbed her clothes and said after a while, "Should I go take a shower first?" EMO pulled her in. "No need, you can do that later. Take these pills and take off your clothes before laying on the bed." EMO gave a face-preserving pill to Song Yangju and said. Song Yangju hesitated and didn't take the pill from EMO. However, she did take off all her clothes and closed her eyes as she crossed her arms on her chest and laid on the bed. EMO looked at Song Yangju, who still had that snow-white skin, and a burning intensity rose in his stomach. This was the second time he saw the naked Song Yangju, but the first time, he didn't have such desires at all. Although Song Yangju was skinny, her chest was still really big, even a little bigger than Xiaoyan's. EMO realized that the reason why she could still keep such a body was her foundation in ancient martial arts. EMO had only meant for her to take off her outer clothing. Why did she take off all her clothes? EMO didn't think too much about it. Song Yangju was his woman anyways, so it was fine. He gave the pill to Song Yangju and said, "Open your mouth and eat the pill." Song Yangju opened her eyes with a blushing face and said, "I don't need to eat it. I should be fine." "You can go ahead." EMO looked confusedly at Song Yangju and said, "This is a face-preserving pill. I want to treat your wounds and can even refine your bone marrow for you. It would be more effective if you ate this pill before we sta-." But GMO didn't finish and understood what Song Yangju meant. Immediately, love and care welled up in his heart. Song Yangju had probably misunderstood him. Although she was weak, she didn't reject him and took all her clothes off. EMO leaned down and whispered into Song Yangju's ear, "Thank you, Yangju, since you've seen Luoying and Qingxue. I want you to be like them, someone by my side. I'll treat your wounds first and then." Song Yangju finally understood that GMO was really trying to treat her wounds. Thinking about how extraordinary EMO was, she immediately knew that EMO wasn't tricking her. Although she had misunderstood him, she didn't feel awkward at all due to EMO's attitude. She didn't even put her clothes back on. The face-preserving pill gradually spread its influence throughout Song Yangju's body. EMO then put a lotus life pill in her mouth. If he were just purely treating her wounds, Song Yangju wouldn't need to take off her clothes at all. But he had decided to refine Song Yangju's marrow too. When the two pills started applying their effects inside Song Yangju's body, EMO took out 360 golden needles and started piercing Song Yangju's chakra points, helping her organize her meridians. EMO even took out 12 spirit stones and made a simple spirit chi gathering formation in case he was lacking in cultivation essence. Song Yangju fell asleep as soon as EMO inserted the needles. Even though EMO was stage 8 middle level and was about to reach the tertiary level, he couldn't finish refining her marrow that easily yet. Luckily Song Yangju was already an ancient martial artist, so her meridians were much easier to unblock than normal people's, or he would have to use many times the effort. When EMO removed all of the impurities in her body, he was so tired he didn't have any energy left. All the spirit chi inside the 12 spirit stones had been used up. EMO looked at Song Yangju, who was fast asleep on the bed, and felt a sense of accomplishment. She recovered her looks from her prime, and her hair was also black again. Due to the face-preserving pill, she was even prettier than in her prime. Although her power only returned to the yellow level tertiary stage, EMO didn't plan on letting her keep cultivating ancient martial arts anyway. Chapter 792, Fiery Song Yangju. When Song Yangju woke up, she immediately noticed that she was fully naked and was shook. As a woman who didn't have a husband, she had always been very careful. She wasn't used to sleeping by someone's side, so it took her a moment to realize what was going on. When she turned and saw EMO still sleeping by her side, though, she immediately felt relieved, but soon, she felt that something was different. Her body had become light, and her power had also reached the yellow level tertiary stage. She could easily reach the black level again. All her wounds had disappeared, and she found that her hands were smooth and silky like 10 years ago. Song Yangju quickly grabbed her hair, and what appeared before her eyes were pure black silky strands. She remembered that EMO said he was going to treat her last night. Was his treatment this powerful? Song Yangju could no longer keep calm. She knew all this was real. EMO could even fly. What couldn't he do? Was he really an immortal? No woman wouldn't care about her beauty. No woman didn't want to show her prettiest side to the person she liked. She was no different, and EMO had truly returned to her what she had lost. In her excitement and joy, she embraced EMO and kissed him. For the first time, Yemo hadn't chosen to cultivate to recover his cultivation essence and had chosen to sleep instead. When Song Yangju hugged him, he immediately woke up. Looking at her joyful face, he was also very satisfied. She had found her confidence again and went back to the old Song Yangju.
Thank you, Yemo.
Song Yangju couldn't contain her excitement and kissed Yemo's lips. Yemo had been separated from Mu Xiaoyan for so long and hadn't seen Luoying and Ning Qingxue. Now that he was being wildly kissed by the naked Song Yangju, how could he resist it? Song Yangju's fire ignited his inner fire in turn, and to his surprise Song Yangju was so fierce that he couldn't even get on top of her. When she enveloped his rod of fire, she frowned as it seemed a little painful at first, but that pain was soon gone, and she moaned in satisfaction. The moon rose higher and higher until it was almost daylight before Song Yangju finally got off Yemo in exhaustion. She squirmed in Yemo's arms. And it was as though that crazy woman and Song Yangju were two different people. Seeing that Yemo wasn't asking her why she had been so fiery, she couldn't resist to say, "You took the initiative that day, so this time, it was my turn to take the initiative." Yemo understood now, and he rubbed Song Yangju's hair apologetically. They had two little memories together. The thing on the mountain was the only one worth remembering. To be honest, I was innocent that day. You took the initiative then too. The two no longer had the mood to sleep. Perhaps due to the fierce battle during the night, Song Yangju no longer kept the distance she had when she first saw Yemo. Only now did she make up her mind to stay with Yemo and not just let Yemo stay with Yemo while she left. "I'm sorry," Yemo apologized to Song Yangju in his arms. Firstly because he had annihilated the Song family and secondly because he let her live like this by herself. Song Yangju put her finger on Yemo's lips. She knew what Yemo meant, but the Song family had been too cocky. While she had tried to get revenge, the other members even just stole the fortune and left, and no one had thought about her. Meanwhile, Yemo saved her many times and became her husband. She had long since forgotten about the business between him and the Song family. "Where did your wounds come from?" Yemo asked. Song Yangju hesitated before saying slowly, "When I was pregnant with Yemo, I went to Jing City. On a snowy day, I fell at the bottom of Yimei Mountain. Sister Shanya from around there saved me and took me up to the Yimei Mosque. After I heard about your news, I took Yemo to Beijing, but then I heard you were at Flowing Snake, so I took Yemo there. When I got there, however, I realized you had gone to Luoyu. Luckily, Luoyu had just finished the war, and the docks were open for migration, so I went there with Yemo." Song Yangju still felt a little pain thinking about the arduous journey she had. "Sorry, Yangju, when I saw your figure leave that day, it seemed familiar. But I didn't think carefully who it might have been. If I had, you wouldn't have gone through so much suffering." Yemo was very regretful. Song Yangju shook her head and knew that she had left no special feeling in Yemo's heart. She had never blamed Yemo for anything, as without Yemo, even though they had slept together, there wouldn't have been any special connection between them. "I didn't have a place to go after leaving Luoyu, so I went back to Yimei Mosque, but I saw Sister Shan Yu's and two other nuns' bodies there. I quickly buried them and wanted to take Yemo to leave, when Song Yangju's face looked scared recounting everything, as though the event of that day were still too scary. Yemo sent some chi into her body to calm her down. Song Yangju felt she was still in Yemo's arms and gradually calmed down a little, but her tone was still shaky. "I just managed to walk up to the door when I was stopped by a black figure. He had no face, his face was like a skeleton and full of craters. I didn't dare to move at all." Yemo frowned. He thought of someone who also didn't have a face, that Yan Wuliang at the auction on the ship, but he had killed him after the auction. His voice was like a ghost's, and I was worried for Yemo, so I struck at him with a wooden stick in my panic, and for some reason, I actually hit him. That man groaned and something was seemingly beaten out of him. But the bracelet on Yemo emitted some light and stopped that thing. I didn't dare to fight him and quickly took Yemo to run. However, at that moment, that man kicked the wooden stick back, and it hit my back. I spat blood but didn't dare to stay, so I left Yimei Mountain as quickly as possible. Luckily, that person didn't chase after me, and I fled to Ninghai with Yemo." Chapter 793, Yemo's Danger. The more Yemo listened, the more he felt like that black figure was the same type of person as the Yan Wuliang he met. Yan Wuliang was from the Olgu sect. Everyone in that sect was a Gu master, so even if he was injured, he wouldn't let Song Yangju escape. Yemo frowned and felt something wasn't right. Song Yangju was injured and weak, but she didn't have any Gu planted in her. Yemo was certain of this. Yemo also seemed very healthy. "What's wrong?"
Song Yangju saw Yimo frown and asked worriedly. Yimo put his hand on Song Yangju's back and ran his cultivation essence through her body again to check. He didn't find anything wrong. Song Yangju's body felt hot after that search, and she subconsciously hugged Yimo tighter. Yimo patted her back and said, "Let me go check Yimo too, because that person might be from the Olgu sect." Yimo didn't feel safe and wanted to properly check Yimo. "What's wrong with Yimo?" Song Yangju was shook. To her, Yimo was much more important than herself. Yimo said seriously, "I suspect the person you saw was from the Olgu sect. Everyone from that sect is inhumane and unreasonable, and they're very good at controlling Gu. I need to check if Yimo is fine." Seeing Yimo leave, Song Yangju immediately became worried. She had heard about the Olgu sect from her master before. It wasn't a big hidden sect, but it was in Miaojiang, and because their means were so unpredictable, even the big six sects didn't want any enmity with them. "You're up already? Did you not sleep?" Yimo walked in and asked Yimo, "Dad, you're here, I just woke up. Are you going to teach me cultivation?" Yimo asked. Yimo smiled, "I will teach you for sure. But I'm busy today. Why don't you go out with your mom and buy some clothes?" "Then where's Mom?" Yimo asked. "She will come over in a bit. Show me your wrist for now. Let me check how your body is." Yimo checked Yimo's face first. It wasn't very healthy, but it wasn't sickly either. She gave out her hand without hesitation. Yimo carefully searched all her chakra points and meridians with his cultivation essence, but he didn't find anything even after searching twice. Yimo breathed easy. Yimo should be fine. It seemed that the person was too heavily injured and the bracelet protected them. Just when Yimo was going to take back his hand, he heard Yimo exclaim, "Mom, you." Yimo held her mouth and looked at Song Yangju in disbelief. Her mother became this young and beautiful. Was this her mother? She didn't seem this pretty 10 years ago. It must be Dad using immortal magic to treat Mother. Yimo looked at her dad again, and her eyes were full of stars. She had to learn these things from Dad. Meanwhile, when Yimo screamed, Yimo felt something different on her. "Mom, you're so pretty. You can be my big sister now." "No, my younger sister," Yimo praised. She wanted her mom to relax. She could tell her mom looked younger, but her eyes were still tense. Song Yangju walked over and sat down by the bed asking Yimo worriedly, "How is it? Is Yimo fine?" Yimo was checking Yimo's body for the third time and didn't reply to Song Yangju. His face grew worse and worse. He was sure that something was done to Yimo, but it wasn't a live Gu. This thing was just a mark. Yimo was sure that the perpetrator had to have been no weaker than Rinsha, perhaps even stronger. "What's wrong?" Song Yangju asked worriedly. "Has Yimo been sicklish all these years or ever shown anything out of the ordinary?" Yimo asked. Song Yangju shook her head. She actually felt Yimo was lucky as she rarely got sick, but thinking for a while, Song Yangju said, "Yimo does get headaches every now and then, but each time she has a headache, I buy her a black chicken and make a stew with tian ma for her. She then always gets better a week later. This happens about 3 times a year." Yimo heard this and was sure that Yimo had something more powerful than Gu bugs planted on her. Something called a pill Gu. A Gu master would plant a pill Gu into someone's body, best if it was a child. The pill Gu would do no harm to the body before it matured, but the day that it matured, it would kill the host and devour all of its life force and essence blood, forming into a pill-like Gu. The master would then use this Gu to make a pill for his cultivation. Rarely anyone used this due to the time frame it took to mature. Pill Gus usually matured after 18 years. This meant that when Yimo turned 20, the Gu master would come retrieve the Gu. Hearing this, both Song Yangju and Yimo were shook. It seemed that if the black-clothed man hadn't wanted Song Yangju to raise Yimo until she was 20, the both of them would have been dead. "Then what do we do?" Song Yangju was so worried she was about to cry. Yimo patted Song Yangju and Yimo saying, "Don't worry, I can get it out. Yimo, lay on your mom and turn your back to me." It was very hard to plant a pilgu, and even harder to take it out, but to Yimo, it was still rather easy. This pilgu was near Yimo's right shoulder. Yimo sealed all directions it could escape to and sliced open an area of her shoulder. At the same time, his cultivation essence enveloped a pea-sized thing and put it into a vase he prepared beforehand. After this, he gave Yimo a lotus life pill and checked her carefully, making sure there was no problem, before finally feeling assured.
Only Yimo could have the privilege of eating a lotus life pill for such a minor injury. Song Yangju saw Yimo take out the goo and finally patted her chest in relief. I was so scared. I didn't expect there would be such bleak people in this world. Meanwhile, Yimo was raging with killing intent on the inside. He didn't care about Yen Wuliang's metal card anymore after going into the small world, but now it seemed he needed to go to Miaojiang and annihilate that all-goo sect. Chapter 794, Di Dongbing's guest. Song Yangju looked at the goo bug in disgust. Burn the bottle please, it's uncomfortable to look at. If she hadn't told Yimo about what happened and he hadn't checked Yimo, this pill goo would end up taking Yimo's life. She felt scared just thinking about it. Yimo shook his head. I can't annihilate this goo yet. If I do, the owner would notice. I need to use this goo to find its master first. I won't let it go like this. Then, Yimo gave Song Yangju a card. There's some money in this card, the password is all ones. You can go buy some things with Yimo while I take care of some things. To Yimo, if it was just the Dihua incident, he wouldn't go look for trouble with the Baoshi Hall. But how dare they try to scheme for the luminous pearl? This was what awakened his killing intent. Everyone liked treasures, but even with Yimo's power, he didn't go around killing people and robbing them as soon as he wanted something. Dad, do you have a lot of money in the card? Can I buy whatever I want? Yimo immediately asked. She had long since wanted a Luoyu brand phone, but she'd never told her mother. Before Yimo could reply, Song Yangju patted her head. Of course, you can buy the entire mall if you like. Song Yangju knew who Yimo was, the founder of Luoyu. If he wasn't rich, then no one in this world was rich. The most core place of Baoshi Hall was the Baoshi meeting area. This was also the most luxurious place in Ninghai. The big boss of Baoshi Hall was very restless today, because they were about to welcome their most precious guest, an Earth-level ancient martial artist from the hidden sections. But the more he waited anxiously, the later the guest came. He didn't dare to leave the place, though, and at exactly 2 a.m., the guest arrived. Despite the time, Di Dongbing and his niece Di Kaifeng still stayed and had two beautiful maids serve the guest. The guest looked like he was only in his 40s, but Di Dongbing knew that this man was at least 60. In front of this guest, Di Dongbing no longer had that condescending temperament. He carefully talked with this guest. And Di Kaifeng was even more polite and obedient. She helped the guest peel a mango while talking to him. Not bad, you went from the yellow-level primary stage to almost the tertiary stage. You have some talent. It seems you can come back with me to the hidden sects to cultivate. A pity you started cultivation too late. If only it was 10 years earlier. The guest took the mango and said, Thank you, master, my luck came too late. If I met master earlier, perhaps I'd be at the yellow-level tertiary stage already, Di Kaifeng said. Ha, the guest laughed. He knew why he really took her in as a disciple. First was because her talent was good, but the main reason was because Di Dongbing had given him a very important herb that allowed him to reach the earth level. He came here wanting to take her into the hidden sects and also to see if she had any more good herbs. Di Dongbing had never cultivated ancient martial arts, but he was very perceptive. He could easily tell what the guest wanted. Peichenbei, Wanbei feels that there must be more of those herbs, so I've sent people to Wui Mountain to look for more. If we find some, we will contact Xianbei immediately. Small matter. The guest waved his hand as though he didn't care about the gift at all. Di Kaifeng casually mentioned, if we could bring that luminous pearl now, we could put it in master's bedroom. So Kaifeng, that luminous pearl is only for show. Since we don't have it yet, we should focus on however, Di Dongbing was immediately interrupted by the guest. A luminous pearl? Are you sure? A luminous pearl was so valuable that even an earth level couldn't ignore it, much less someone who had only just reached the earth level. Di Dongbing rejoiced. Even someone like that cared about the luminous pearl after all. He immediately said, Yes, Peichenbei, it is a luminous pearl indeed. It was mine already, and I was planning on using it as a gift for Kaifeng becoming your disciple, but what? The guest was clearly impatient. Di Dongbing immediately said, I already bought that luminous pearl and paid the money, but unlucky for me, the kid of my family goes to the same school as the kid of the family who has the pearl. They had some conflict and coincidentally, the dad of the kid came back and heavily beat up my son and now doesn't want to sell me the luminous pearl anymore. Di Dongbing sighed and continued, I suspect the main reason why he doesn't want to sell it to me is because he knows that it's a luminous pearl now. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. Although he spent most of his time cultivating, he wasn't an idiot. He suddenly looked at Di Dongbing and said, You have your Baoshi Hall, and I heard you have a lot of masters there. Even if you killed someone in this area, it should be fine,
so why would you fear an ordinary family? With your status, how can you not get revenge from someone who beat your son so heavily?
Di Dongbing subconsciously shivered. He had heard his niece say that her master cultivated too much and didn't understand the world that much, but it didn't seem so now.
He quickly replied, "That man seems very strong actually, and Kaifeng suspects he's an ancient martial artist too, but we're not too sure." The middle-aged man looked at Di Kaifeng. Di Kaifeng quickly added, "When that man beat my cousin, I just arrived at the scene. I felt like I was no match for him. If he was going to keep attacking, I would attack too, but he didn't, so I didn't provoke him.
I was afraid that if he had some strong background it would cause trouble for master." The middle-aged man nodded approvingly. But this disciple of his was a bit too careful. An earth-level cultivator was already a master at the hidden sections. How could he be afraid of any ancient martial artist from the mortal world? Di Kaifeng didn't know the power of earth level, though, so that's why she was this careful. "How old is he?" the man still asked. "He looks to be in his 20s, Di Kaifeng answered. Hearing this, the man felt completely reassured. Younger than 30, no matter how genius he would be at most at the black level primary stage. However, Di Kaifeng purposely didn't tell him about her shoe getting sliced off out of fear that her master would become too careful. Di Dongbing continued, "Yes. Kaifeng said that person was rather strong, and it wasn't easy to set up this Baoshi hall of mine, so I will count myself happy as long as he doesn't come for me. I wouldn't dare to find him instead." "Oh, do you think he might come over?" the guest looked at Di Dongbing and asked. Di Dongbing nodded. "Yes, I was afraid he would come at night actually, but now it's day and he still isn't here, so I guess I was thinking too much." "Pei Chinbei, it must have been a long journey for you. How about Kaifeng takes you to rest first?" The guest smiled. "There's no such thing as rest for me. Since that cocky kid isn't here, then I'll go over and check him out. A luminous pearl, I also want to see it." Chapter 795, The Hidden Sex Danger. When Yemo arrived at the Baoshi Hall, his first thought was that the big boss of this place was really scared of death. This was just a meeting ground, yet there were about 30 bodyguards both in plain sight and hidden all over. Although these bodyguards couldn't threaten him at all, Yemo wasn't going to be nice now that he was there. Other than the 2 guards at the gate, he controlled all the bodyguards and dumped them to one corner. "It's this late, yet you're still not asleep. Are you discussing my luminous pearl, or are you waiting for me perhaps?" Yemo suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone got up and looked at the door. Di Dongbing was stunned the most. He didn't know how Yemo could have come in at all. He had a whole bunch of bodyguards, and none of them had reported anything, but Di Dongbing had been through a lot of things and soon calmed down. "You're the person who beat up my son so heavily? What enmity do I have with you? You were so cruel, yet I didn't go find you, but you actually came to me," Di Dongbing said hatefully. "Master, it's him." Di Kaifeng thought about what happened yesterday and was also annoyed, but when she saw her master, she immediately swallowed the words she was about to say and looked at her master in disbelief. Her master was kneeling on the ground and shaking. What was going on? Yemo also felt very strange that there was an earth level here. How could there be this level of master in Ninghai? However, this earth level knelt down in front of him, so he clearly knew him. Di Dongbing also saw this eerie scene, and his mouth was wide open like Di Caifeng's. He immediately realized that he seemed to have messed with someone he couldn't mess with. Even Caifeng's master, an earth-level cultivator, was kneeling and shivering in front of this person. Who was he? He didn't dare to even wage a guess anymore, and the next moment, he quickly pulled Di Kaifeng to kneel down with him. He had survived until that day not only because he had power, but also because he had the brains to recognize the situation. Yemo ignored the two and walked up to the earth level. Asking coldly, "You know me?" The earth level was still shaky and quickly replied, Yes, Qianbei, this one Bei is called Peiyang. I am from the Qishan sect." Qishan sect? Yemo frowned and really couldn't remember a sect called the Qishan sect. "How do you know me?" "I don't have any impression of you," Yemo asked after thinking for a moment. Peiyang quickly replied, "More than 10 years ago, I saw Qianbei once at the Hidden Sex tournament on Broken Top Mountain. Qianbei showed your almighty power on the stage and slaughtered that invader, promoting the dominance of our country. I've long since admired Qianbei." Peiyang didn't feel his words to be cringy at all. He had heard of Yemo's legendary stories. If Yemo could even annihilate a behemoth of the hidden sex like the Gourd Cave, then he wasn't even an ant to him. Yemo nodded. No wonder he knew him. "You're here to help the Baoshi Hall?" Yemo asked coldly. Peiyang subconsciously shivered and quickly said, "No, Wanbei is not here for this. I'm preparing to go to the hidden sect's Earth level meeting to discuss the danger to the hidden sect's dash. At that moment, 2 guns sounded all of a sudden. Yemo's spirit sense had already noticed a bulky youth run in with a gun, and the 2 guards at the door had been shot down by him. Di Dongbing heard this, and his face grew worse. He wanted to stand up immediately but couldn't, as he had never knelt down for so long in his life. That youth rushed into the guest hall and was dazed by the scene in front of him. He knew who Di Dongbing was all too clearly, yet someone like him was kneeling down to someone? He had waited a whole night to kill him, but he didn't come out all. He had to leave Ninghai immediately, so he charged in to kill Di Dongbing even if it could mean his death. The youth also felt like it had been surprisingly easy to come in, and that seemed to be related to this young man in front of him. He ignored Yemo and just started shooting away at Di Dongbing. The more bullets he sprayed, the crazier he became. Di Dongbing had never thought that he would die like this, killed by an ant. He really didn't. How his heavily guarded meeting place didn't even have anyone to report when people kept coming in. It was acceptable when someone that Scything's master even feared came in, but what about this ordinary kid, uncle? Di Kaifeng called out and rushed over, wanting to hold Di Dongbing up. It's you? Di Kaifeng then recognized the youth and looked at him angrily. She would have charged up already if he didn't have a gun in his hand. The youth also looked at Di Kaifeng furiously. I've killed that animal Di Dongbing, but you're a butcher too. My sister's death is also related to you, haha. Then, the youth sprayed bullets at Di Kaifeng. Hey, why did you kill him? Yemo scanned the youth and asked. He didn't stop the youth from killing, but if he couldn't give an appropriate reason for killing under his watch, Yemo wouldn't mind letting this youth die too. The youth saw Di Kaifeng fall in a pool of blood, and the madness in his eyes gradually dissipated. If she had been just getting close to me for my family's land and wealth, I wouldn't mind even if she tricked it all away, because I really loved her. But this devil-hearted woman not only helped the Bao Shi Hall take everything I had, she also wouldn't even let my little sister go. Madness appeared in the youth's eyes again. Yemo waved his hand. Okay then, you've killed them and gotten your revenge. Now leave, don't interrupt my business here. Di Kaifeng must have given this kid's sister to Di Hua, and she probably died in his hands. The youth looked strangely at Yemo once. He knew Yemo was no ordinary person from how Di Dongbing had been kneeling on the ground. Thank you. I'm Feng Chen, may we meet again. He felt that the reason why he had been so successful today was definitely related to this person. He could also feel that the man didn't fear his gun. He didn't have any enmity with him anyway, so he saluted with his fist and left. Yemo actually had a strange feeling about this Feng Chen. The fellow had a strange aura about him that felt familiar to Yemo. He didn't keep thinking, though, and looked at Peiyong, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked, what is this danger to the hidden sects you mentioned? Chapter 796, Old Friend in Trouble. Peiyong immediately replied, the hidden sects have always stayed hidden. What is more, after a few sects offended Xianbei more than 10 years ago, the hidden sects have been even more hidden. Even the tournament has changed to be held in one of the hidden sects places. But these last years, many hidden sects have just disappeared strangely and not a single person was left behind. Yemo frowned. He knew the power of the hidden sections. If he hadn't been a truth cultivator, it would be a dream to put up a fight against the hidden sections. What kind of person could make the hidden sects disappear? And many of them, Peiyong continued, when the Lianhang Jing Mosque and Guanghang sect disappeared. No one cared, and it was said that they had moved to Luoyu. But these few years, more sects disappeared strangely, such as Shendu sect, Yijian sect, Meng family. They were all annihilated in one night. Moreover, the disciples died in all sorts of ways. Even 36 Rivers dash. Hearing this, Yemo's eyes narrowed. What happened to 36 Rivers? The sect leader Zhang Jingxia, who had stood up for Yemo without hesitation when he had conflict with Xiang Mingwang, was his friend. Yemo wasn't just going to sit and watch when something had happened to 36 Rivers. Peiyong knew that Gord Cove's annihilation was related to Yemo, so he didn't dare to mention that. However, he was aware that Yemo was friends with Zhang Jingxia. Hence, since something had happened to 36 Rivers, he knew that Yemo hadn't done it. Peiyong said immediately, 36 Rivers was also attacked not long ago. Their HQ were completely destroyed. If their sect leader hadn't been at halfway Great Heaven and their disciples hadn't fought hard to escape, they would have all died. Yemo's expression sunk. Zhang Jingxia must have suffered heavy losses. Yemo had been wondering if it could be the same people who had attacked Song Yangzhu, but now it didn't seem so. The black person was a Gumater and he had been by himself. For a sect like 36 Rivers to have to escape of, it couldn't just be one person. Why did these people want to annihilate all of the hidden sects? At this moment, the police sirens sounded. Yemo grabbed Payong and left the meeting room. Payong just felt his head spin for a bit and then somehow, he appeared in a park. Payong was shook. He felt like he had been flying, but it was daytime already. Could GMO really fly? He feared GMO even more, so he didn't dare to ask, "Where is sect leader Zhang right now?" GMO asked. Payong replied at once. He took his 36 river disciples and escaped to Jiuming Academy. Because he was heavily injured, he sent his disciple to Luoyu asking for your protection. He wanted to move 36 rivers to Luoyu. However, the disciples he sent had no news. Yemo's heart sunk. He thought of Dongfang Wang. When he had sent people there, it must have still been under the reign of the Dongfang family. The vice-sect leader of Jiuming Academy, Feng Qianbei, invited all Earth-level masters to gather at Kunlun to discuss about this matter. Due to the severity of the issue, the Earth levels of the Heaven Squad will also be going. I came to Ninghai because Ninghai has flights to Luqing City. There are Jiuming Academy sect members there leading the way, Payong said carefully. Yemo nodded and gave a porcelain bottle to Payong. There's a pill here. Give it to sect leader Zhang for me when you get to Jingming Academy. Tell him I will go visit him after I've finished my business. Yes. Qianbei. Payong felt relieved. The fact that Yemo was telling him to take something to Zhang Jingxia meant that Yi Qianbei no longer meant to kill him. When Payong took the bottle and looked up, he was shook even more. Yemo had long disappeared. Yemo knew the hidden sect's power all too well. Even the outer hidden sects were still strong. Any hidden sect that had managed to exist until now was no simple being and had their secret powers. Who was it that was so crazy to challenge the entire hidden sects and annihilate them one by one? Yemo scanned his spirit sense and saw Song Yangju and Yemo go into a shopping mall. He had gone to Ninghai to see Su Jingwen, but he hadn't seen her there. Instead, he had found Song Yangju and his daughter. He planned to take them back to Luoyu first before going to see Zhang Jingxia to Jiuming Academy. Mom, why is there so much money on Dad's card? What business does he do? When Yemo saw so many zeros on the ATM, she asked. Song Yangju didn't know how to explain it to Yemo. She had always told Yemo that her dad was very capable. Yet, whenever she asked what Yemo did, she tried to avoid it in case she asked her to go look for her dad. Yemo, is your dad back? A girl the same age as Yemo saw her and immediately ran over to them. Yemo turned around and looked at this girl. She replied joyfully, Ning Lan, how come are you here? Didn't you go to class today? The girl said happily, yes, I was worried about you yesterday afternoon when you didn't go to class. Did that D guy do anything to you? Yemo shook her head. Yes, my dad came back yesterday, so he didn't dare do anything to me. Oh, why didn't you go to class today again? My dad came to Ninghai too, so I might be going back to Beijing. Oh, by the way, I heard your dad gave you a lot of money. Now you can buy that phone, Ninglan said. She was very close to Yemo. They both loved a certain kind of phone, but she knew Yemo didn't have the money to buy it, so she didn't buy it either. She was planning to get one for herself and Yemo since she was leaving. However, now, it seemed Yemo would be buying it herself. Hillbillies who haven't seen any real money. My pocket money is more than what your dad gave you, a contemptuous voice sounded. Yemo frowned but didn't reply. She had learned to endure. She usually didn't say a thing until it touched her bottom line. Ninglan couldn't help but to say, Ningzhenwu, what does this have to do with you? I can buy my own things. You don't need to come with me, go back first. Yemo, ignore him. Ning Wuzhen only looked 2 years older than Ninglan, but he was already 1.7 m tall. He studied Yemo in contempt and then shook his head, but he didn't talk nor leave. From his perspective, Yemo's dad couldn't be very rich just judging by the clothes she was wearing. Song Yangju wasn't going to argue with little kids. She pulled Yemo's hands and said, Yemo, let's go buy things. Perhaps your dad is already back, I'll go shopping with you guys. Auntie, you're really pretty. If Yemo hadn't called you mom, I would have thought you were her sister, Ninglan said. Yangju, a joyful voice interrupted them, is it you? Song Yangju was also dazed when she saw the man who was coming. Chapter 797, Luoyu's purple card. Strictly speaking, that man was her martial brother, Su Shi. When she left the Heaven Squad, he was already at Earth level primary stage. After 10 years, his skin looked even better than before. Martial's sister Song Su Shi was more shocked. Song Yangju was much younger and prettier than before. She looked like a young girl in her 20s. Song Yangju was only 20 when she was part of the Heaven Squad. However, due to her cold complexion, she seemed older than she really was. Even so, Su Shi still liked her. Yet Su Shi knew he was pursuing something out of his reach, so he didn't think too much about her. However, his heart for Song Yangju hadn't changed. Ever since he had reached Earth level, he thought of her even more. Mom, who is he? Yimo looked at Su Shi vigilantly. Huh? You're married already? Su Shi looked at Yimo. He couldn't believe that Song Yangju was not only married, but that she had such a grown-up daughter. Song Yangju smiled and didn't reply to him. To her, the Song Yangju from the past was dead. Her master had disappeared without notice after the Song family got annihilated. She had had to use her own means to go to the hidden sex tournament and met Yimo there. Su Shi didn't know at all what Song Yangju was thinking. But judging from their clothes, he immediately could tell that they weren't living very well. This meant that her husband wasn't very powerful. He didn't care at all if she was married or not. No matter who her husband was, he could crush him with one finger. Yangju, do you want to go back? Martial Uncle Wan is also back, Su Shi said again. Song Yangju said plainly. Captain Su, I'm buying some things with my daughter and I will be leaving with my husband later on. I'm no longer interested in returning to that place. Hearing Song Yangju call him captain, Su Shi's expression didn't look too good. In the past, Song Yangju called him martial brother. Despite this, Su Shi didn't leave immediately. He was at Earth Peak now and he was in no rush. Although he had had some women in the past years, they were just superficial flings. The moment he saw Song Yangju again, his heart reignited. No matter who her husband was, he had to get Song Yangju. Yangju, I got an invitation to go to a meeting at Jiuming Academy. If you're willing, you can come with me. Su Shi continued. He was sure that Song Yangju knew how powerful Jiuming Academy was. The sect was like an insurmountable giant even to the squad leader of the Heaven Squad. Song Yangju smiled and took Yimo to the phone shop, but she didn't reply to Su Shi at all. Her husband was Yimo and even if she had still been by herself, she wouldn't have wanted to talk to Su Shi. She had seen all too well what sort of person he was. I want this phone. Yimo and Ning Lan went to the counter. Use my card. Su Shi offered his gold card. No need. Song Yangju took out the card Yimo had given her. Who Luo Yu's card? The attendant saw this and was dazed. Luo Yu's credit cards had a unique sign which had the two floating Luo Yu words. No country could counterfeit it. There were also colors on the rim of the card. There were many colors, but there was one color that only the city lord could use and that was purple. That card happened to be purple too. As an employee of Luo Yu Corporation, they were all trained rigorously to recognize all sorts of cards before they started working. The card in that worker's hand was not only from Luo Yu, but also purple. She immediately became anxious. She had seen a picture of this card, but when she actually had it in her hands, she didn't dare to believe it. Their manager had said during training that they had to recognize this card, yet it was not likely they would see it. Ha ha ha. Did your dad get a fake card? Ning Wuzhen noticed the attendant wasn't talk while holding the card, so he scorned. Yimo and Ning Lan also got a little confused. Yimo realized that their card really seemed to be different than other people's cards. The attendant bowed respectfully to Song Yangju and said, Miss, hello, please wait a moment. Although she knew the card was real, she didn't dare make the decision and notified at once the shopping mall manager. Song Yangju hesitated and asked, doesn't this mall belong to Luo Yu? Yes, the attendant replied respectfully. This is a shopping mall under Luo Yu's business faculty. Our head manager will come to greet you personally. Su Shi also frowned. He had seen Luo Yu's cards before and Song Yangju had taken one out. After seeing how careful the attendant was Song Yangju's husband really from Luo Yu? If he was, then they shouldn't be that poor. Then, a woman ran over in a hurry. She seemed to be facing the biggest thing in her life. The attendant saw this woman and quickly walked up to her. Manager Cui, this guest brought the card. The woman saw Song Yangju and her eyes lit up. She just looked at the card quickly and said, may I ask for your surname? Song Yangju smiled. I'm Song Yangju, this is my daughter Yimo. Yimo? The woman looked at Yimo and her face drastically changed. You're the wife of the president. Sushir heard this and expression didn't look too good. Song Yangju knew that president probably meant Emo, but she wasn't too sure. However, someone did reply to her, yes, she's the president's wife. Xin Shanxian is quite capable, she has opened shopping malls everywhere. Dad, you're here. Yimo heard this voice and ran to hug the person. Hello, President, I'm Choi Yenshou, the head manager for the shopping mall. The head manager immediately came up to greet Yimo and gave him the card back. Then she said, Director Shin said that the president doesn't need to use a card in any of Luo Yu's shopping mall. Yimo was speechless. Since when had Xin Shanxian made this rule? He quickly waved his hand. Swipe this card and tell Director Shin that from now on no one in Luo Yu can buy things without paying. Tell her I said this. If she finds out about anyone doing this, punish them heavily. Yes, the head manager quickly said. Sushir's expression grew worse. He couldn't have thought that Song Yangju's husband was Yimo. How could Yimo be her husband? Chapter 798. Guessed right indeed, Instructor Yi, I really didn't expect to be able to see you here. Sushir wished he could kill Yimo. However, he knew that even if he had been at half-step grade heaven, he would still be no match for Yimo. Sushir had thought that there was almost no one who could stop him from marrying a woman. Even if there were, it would be a few Qianbei of the hidden sections. But they wouldn't do such a thing. However, there was one more person to whom he didn't dare do anything, and that person was Yimo. Yet he was this unlucky, he liked Yimo's woman. He knew that if he didn't want to die, he had better stop because even their Yimo could kill him without any pressure. Yimo didn't know that Sushir desired Song Yangju. He thought it was normal that they were talking since they had both been from the Heaven Squad after all. He could guess that Sushir was there to go to the Jiuming Academy's meeting, but he didn't have a good impression of him at all. He waved his hand. You can leave. You have no business here, yes. Sushir's face was green with anger. Yimo had treated him like one would blow a fly away, but he didn't dare do anything at all. Dad, why did that auntie say you didn't need to pay? Is this shopping mall yours? Why did Mom never tell me? Yimo asked. Yimo smiled. The shopping mall is connected to me, but it's not mine. As for free things, if I start this, there will be people that follow it. In time, the Luoyu shopping malls would be filled with parasites and bring corruption to other things. Yimo scanned the manager and said without concern, if there are really parasites like that in Luoyu, I wouldn't mind swatting them to death. The manager shook and said. Yes, President. I will give your order to Director Shin. Yimo, I feel your dad is right, Ninglan said. Ning Wuzhen had wrongly estimated Yimo's identity and thus didn't dare to talk. He couldn't help to notice Yimo closely and then just realized she was a girl so pretty like he had never seen before. She didn't wear outstanding clothes, but her exquisite face and bright eyes made his heart beat quickly. He subconsciously looked at Yimo's mom and his heart beat even faster. Song Yangju not only had that beauty, but also had the maturity. Ning Wuzhen had heard he had a really pretty auntie who was once the prettiest girl in Beijing. What a pity! He hadn't seen her before, but he believed that Song Yangju's beauty was on par with that unseen auntie. Song Yangju was Yimo's mother, so he didn't need to think about it. However, Ning Jinwu was now really interested in Yimo. Yimo's dad seemed to be a president and owned a shopping mall, but the Ning family owned more shopping malls. If he showed his family's wealth, perhaps Yimo's dad would look at him in different light and let his daughter get close to him. Thinking about this, Ning Jinwu immediately said, Actually, Ninglan, do you know how long you can stay this time at Beijing? Ninglan didn't know why he asked this, but she said, Of course, I will be staying there permanently. Moreover, my mother doesn't like moving around, Ning Wuzhen said in satisfaction. You're wrong. Your dad probably won't be staying long in Beijing because my big uncle doesn't like your dad. This is why your dad doesn't have a share in the Ning family. If my dad hadn't requested it, your dad wouldn't even be able to go back to Beijing. Ning Jinwu gloated. My family has a medicinal factory in the US and 2 shopping malls in Beijing. This is all because great-grandpa likes me the most. If I talk to my great-grandpa, perhaps he might give your family a company or something. Yimo suddenly looked at Ning Jinwu and said, You're from the Beijing's Ning family, of course, my great-grandpa is Beijing's Ning Fujian. Ning Jinwu saw that Yimo had finally noticed him and immediately said this. His face was full of pride when he spoke of his great-grandpa. Even the rich and the famous in Beijing were very respectful to his great-grandpa. He nodded. He had been planning to find Ning Fujian and now he met someone from the Ning family.
To him, the only one he had a good impression of from the Ning family was Ning Qingshua's dad, so he just nodded. Yimo, let's go buy our things and then go. Song Yangzhu could tell Yimo's dislike to Ning Jinwu and immediately said, after buying things, Ning Lan and Yimo separated. Ning Jinwu wanted to ask for Yimo's contact details, but Yimo didn't like a person who looked down on her dad, so she ignored him. The first thing he did after bringing them home was test their spirit roots. The results didn't disappoint Yimo. Song Yangzhu was a duo element, metal and water spirit root. Yimo was the metal and lightning dual spirit root. Yimo knew that Yimo had probably inherited the lightning spirit root from him, because people rarely had the mutated spirit root with a 5-element spirit root. Yimo explained cultivation to them carefully and taught them the primordial chaos chant. Then, he made 2 storage rings for them. He didn't make flying swords for them yet, he would do that after he reached foundation establishment state. Although Song Yangzhu and Yimo cultivated at the same time, Yimo was more than twice as fast as Song Yangzhu. This was partially due to the fact that Song Yangzhu rarely slept with Yimo in the past. So now that they stayed together, they spent most of the night rolling in the bed. Secondly, Yimo's spirit root was more suitable for the primordial chaos chant. 3 days passed quickly. Yimo took Song Yangzhu and Yimo back to Luoyu. When Song Yangzhu had first arrived to Luoyu, it was far from as developed as it was that day, but she wasn't too surprised seeing it. However, Yimo was very shocked. She had never seen a city as prosperous and beautiful as Luoyu. Dad, this place should be called Luoyu Immortal City. This place is really beautiful, Yimo sighed. Yimo was also happy that his daughter was happy. Yes, from now on Luoyu will be called Luoyu Immortal City. Su Yuehua got news of his arrival as soon as he got there. She went to greet Yimo and the others, and she also agreed to Yimo's petition. Brother, she's the one I told you. Yiling saw Song Yangzhu and recognized her immediately. Song Yangzhu also saw Yiling and greeted her. Yiling looked at Yimo and then looked at her brother. She went up and pinched Yimo's arm. Brother, did you lie to me? You said you didn't. Yiling then looked at Yimo and then at Song Yangzhu. Sister-in-law, I've thought about it with Beiwei for a long while. We felt you were our sister-in-law and it really seems to be so. Is this that little girl? She's so grown up now and pretty. Chapter 799, Ning Family. After staying with Song Yangzhu and Yimo at Luoyu for 2 days, Yimo left Luoyu again. He was in no rush to go to Jiuming Academy. However, Zheng Jingxiao was injured, but with Yimo's Lotus Life Pill, he should be fine soon. Yimo first went to Beijing, because he wanted to see Ning Fuzhen and visit Hanzaishin. He hadn't been able to save Zhang Ju and Li Hu. Yimo felt very guilty about it, but he had tried his best, and he had almost lost his life on that island too. Yimo went straight to the Ning family mansion first. 2 guards stopped Yimo, asking who he was. When noises came from the inside, Ning Yang, weren't you going to Luoyu? Why did you come back to Beijing? Oh, they didn't want you in. The Ning family isn't some place you can come and go as you please. A middle-aged man was pushing another person as he spoke coldly. What right do you have to push my dad? He just came to visit great-grandpa. What's that got to do with you? Do you think we would want to come back to this trash place? A girl's voice sounded, and she was going to pull the man who was pushed. You dare call the Ning family mansion a trash place? You're asking to die, a crisp voice sounded, and a young girl was going to slap the other girl. The dad wanted to stop the girl, but he was also being held back, so he could only watch as his daughter was about to get slapped. Yimo sneered and walked up, grabbing the girl's wrist, easily throwing her far away. Yimo didn't use much force, so the girl only stumbled a few times and stood up. Yimo had recognized that the girl who was about to get slapped was Yimo's classmate, Ning Lan. He wasn't going to let Yimo's friend get slapped. Uncle, it's you, what are you doing here? Is Yimo here too? Ning Lan called out in joy. Who are you? How dare you come here? That young girl stood up and raged at Yimo. Then, she roared at the guards, are you dead people? Why did you let anyone come inside the mansion? Hurry up and capture him. Wait. The man who was holding Ning Lan's dad back suddenly let go of Ning Yang and spoke politely. May I ask if you are Yimo? Yimo replied coldly. Yes, I'm Yimo. You really are Yimo? City Lord Yi. The middle-aged man's voice became shaky. His tone and manners immediately became careful and reverent, as though it was a god standing before him. You're Yimo? Is Qingxue fine? I'm Ning Yang. Ning Lan's dad walked up in excitement. Ning Yan? Yimo seemed to have heard Qingxue mention this name. Qingxue went out on holiday, and she's fine. Aren't you? I'm Qingshue's cousin, Yi Mo immediately remembered. When Ning Qingxue was betrayed by her family and sold to the Song family, it was Ning Yang who told her about it and helped her escape. Yi Mo immediately reached out his hand and shook hands with Ning Yang. Nice to meet you, thank you for what you did. Ning Yang immediately felt happy. It was a matter of huge excitement for him that someone like Yi Mo remembered what he had done. The middle-aged man who had been pushing Ning Yang now carefully walked up to Yi Mo and said, I'm Ning Yang's cousin, Ning Shi, Qingshue's elder cousin. It's an honor that City Lord Yi has come to the Ning family. However, he didn't dare to shake hands with Yi Mo. He could tell by Yi Mo's attitude that he didn't really want to stay with him. Ning Jinwu, who came out to watch the show, looked at Yi Mo in shock. He didn't think that even his great-uncle would be so respectful to this man. His great-uncle was the next in line for becoming the family leader. But what shook him even more was that his great-grandpa even came out with a very excited face. Yi Mo immediately recognized Ning Fuzhen. He wasn't young, but he could tell he looked like Ning Zhongfei. Is this the glorious arrival of City Lord Yi? Ning Fuzhen yelled in excitement from far away. Although Yi Mo didn't really like Ning Qingshue's grandpa, he was still her grandpa, and Yi Mo would be asking for help today. Hearing this, Yi Mo walked up and saluted with his fists. I greet Ning Qianbei. Ning Fuzhen clearly liked this greeting method. The only pity was that Yi Mo didn't call him grandpa, but he knew that the damage in their relationship with Ning Qingxue was irreversible. It was already great fortune that Yi Mo would even come to them. He didn't even need Yi Mo to do anything for the Ning family, as he only had to spread the word that Yi Mo had come to their mansion, and the Ning family's status would go up a level in Beijing. Not to mention, he was sure that Yi Mo wouldn't come visit for no reason. City Lord Yi, please come inside. Ning Fuzhen reached out his hand hospitably. Clearly he was trying to usher Yi Mo into great-grandpa. Is this Luo Yu's City Lord Yi? He's so young, that girl who had been about to beat Ning Lan said as she came up and held Ning Fuzhen's arm. However, she was looking at Yi Mo with seductive eyes. Yi Mo scanned this girl. And she was indeed beautiful and even prettier than Zhuo Yangqing, but Yi Mo saw that the greater part of her seeming innocence was an act. And this made Yi Mo displeased. Yi Mo didn't go in immediately and asked Ning Yang, Brother Ning, why are you here? The reason why Yi Mo asked this was because Ning Yang didn't seem to be welcomed here, and from what Ning Jinwu said, their family didn't seem to be doing well in Beijing. Ning Yang sighed. A few years ago, I planned on joining Qingshui at Luoyu, but she seemed to be out and something happened to Luoyu, so I wasn't able to make it. I don't have much business in Beijing, so I went back to my wife's home in Ninghai, but I can't stay there forever. So Yi Mo could tell that Ning Yang's wife's family must not be happy with him, so he went back to Beijing. Yet he couldn't even see Ning Fuzhen, much less ask him for help. Ning Fuzhen thought quickly and immediately understood what was going on. He looked annoyedly at Ning Shi and said amicably, Ning Yang, why didn't you just come inside? Come in with City Lord Yi. This must be Lan Lan, you're so big already. Come in with your dad and let great-grandpa see you. Ning Yang knew that the reason why Ning Fuzhen had this attitude was all because of Yi Mo. He quickly took Ning Lan up and greeted, Grandpa, I came to visit you today with Lan Lan. All is good as long as you're healthy. Great. You can go ahead and settle in the mansion when you're ready, and I'll let Zhengshou give you some responsibilities later. Sigh, I'm getting old, Ning Fuzhen sighed. Yi Mo smiled, Brother Ning Yang, if you want I can write a letter to Arrow, and you can work at Luoyu Pharmaceuticals. As for Lan Lan, she can study at Luoyu. Hearing this, everyone in the Ning family looked at Ning Yang in envy. It was so hard to even go to Luoyu, much less live there. Of course I'm willing. Ning Yang replied in excitement. Because of Yi Mo, when Ning Yang left, almost the whole Ning family sent him off. After the two left, Ning Fuzhen said politely to Yi Mo, City Lord Yi, please come in. Yi Mo went in first, while Ning Fuzhen waved his hands at the people behind him and didn't let a single person come in. However, he did let that girl holding his arm come in. Chapter 800. Where are the fishtails? Ning Fuzhen took Yi Mo straight to his office and let that girl make 2 cups of tea. He kept on expressing his amazement at Luo Yu's development and beauty but didn't mention Ning Zhongfei or Ning Qingxue. Yi Mo sneered. He knew that their relationship was very bad. Ning Fuzhen understood that too, and so he didn't use them as an icebreaker in their conversation. Ning Fuzhen had brought him to his office to get closer to him and perhaps even to try to settle at Luo Yu. But Yi Mo had his bottom line. Even if it meant not taking the 2 fishtails, he couldn't possibly let Ning Fuzhen settle at Luo Yu.
Other than those who had helped Xingxue, no one from the Ning family would be allowed to go. He didn't want Xingxue to feel discomfort in any way. Seeing Ning Fuzhen not bringing the topic to the main point, Yimo could only say, Ning Qianbei, Wanbei came here to trouble Qianbei with something. Ning Fuzhen heard this and immediately brightened up. City Lord Yi, tell me whatever you need. I will take care of it without hesitation as long as it's within my capability. Yimo nodded. In that case, I'll be straightforward. I heard you happened to buy 2 fishtail shards at an auction in Beijing once. Would you be able to show that to me, a fishtail shards? Ning Fuzhen was dazed and thought for a while before remembering that there really had been such a thing. He had bought 2 fishtail shards from an auction 3 years ago. He felt they were extraordinary but not too expensive, so he bought them, but since he wasn't able to find anything special about them, he gave them to someone else. He didn't think Yimo would have come for that. Seeing Ning Fuzhen's face, Yimo got worried. Had he lost it already? Ning Fuzhen soon reacted and said with a bitter smile, I had some plans in mind for the 2 shards, so they're not on me right now. Ning Fuzhen then said, I was planning on giving the shards to a friend to make a set of fish pieces as Xu Yan's wedding gift. Yimo was dazed at the words. Fishtail shards as a wedding gift? Was Ning Fuzhen's brain alright? That broken thing was clearly not suitable for a wedding gift. However, Ning Fuzhen had his ideas. He had long since regretted his conflict with Ning Qingxue and her father. He thought that if he could connect to Yimo somehow, his Ning family could move to Luoyu and maybe even become the #1 family in Luoyu. That would be much better than being a family on the decline in Beijing. Even now already, most people respected the Ning family due to Ning Qingxue, so he wanted to connect to Yimo through another marriage. Yimo could marry 2 wives in Luoyu, which meant he could marry more. He got to decide what happened in Luoyu anyways. Other than Ning Qingxue, the prettiest in the Ning family was Ning Xuyan. The only problem was that she was a generation younger than Ning Qingxue, but if Yimo accepted her, then that was no problem to speak of at all. That fishtail shard story was just an excuse. He believed he could take it back if he needed. Ning Fuzhen thought, with Ning Xuyan's beauty, Yimo wouldn't reject this. Thinking about this, Ning Fuzhen laughed, you and Xuyan must be fated. You both like those fishtails. Xuyan liked that pair of fishtails, so I told people to refine them into something better. City Lord Yi, if you don't mind, I can even marry Xuyan to you. She's my favorite granddaughter. She's still studying at Beijing University, but if you want, she can marry you at any time in Luoyu. Ning Xuyan heard this and was dazed, but she immediately understood what was going on. She wasn't embarrassed at all, and as she sneaked a look at Yimo, she looked very willing. Yimo was like an emperor in Luoyu. If she married Yimo, she would be the emperor's wife or concubine. Yimo's face sunk. He immediately saw through what Ning Fuzhen was trying to do and cursed at Ning Fuzhen's shamelessness. Yimo didn't like Ning Xuyan's character at all. Even if he did, he wouldn't agree to this with Ning Qingxue in mind. Ning Fuzhen clearly wanted the Ning family to become the #1 family in Luoyu. While Yimo had just reorganized Luoyu so that it couldn't be controlled by a family anymore. If it really became like that, he would rather not have built Luoyu at all. Yimo got up and bowed. Since Qianbei doesn't want take it out, I'll be leaving. Then, Yimo turned to leave and couldn't even be bothered replying. After leaving, he went back to Ning Fuzhen's office while invisible. He wanted to find out where the fishtails were. Meanwhile, Ning Fuzhen's face was very bad. He didn't think Yimo would be this rude. Ning Xuyan was also annoyed. She believed that the reason why Yimo didn't like her was all because Yimo had just happened to see her unreasonable side. Grandpa. This Yimo was really rude. So what if he's the city lord of Luoyu? I don't even care. Ning Xuyan said. Ning Fuzhen waved his hand and sighed. No need to say anything. Our Ning family is just an insect to him. Even if he wouldn't do it himself, too many people would be willing to annihilate us if he said anything. Great-grandpa, are those 2 fishtails important? Even Yimo wants to see them. Ning Xuyan wasn't dumb at all. Ning Fuzhen shook his head. I don't know, but since Yimo asked for it, I will ask them back. It'll still be worth something if we give them to him. One day, if the Ning family has nowhere to go, maybe we can get help from Luoyu. Then who did you give the fishtails to? Great-grandpa? Ning Xuyan asked the question Yimo wanted to know the answer to the most. Ning Fuzhen replied, to a Japanese friend of mine. He brought a friend here last time who really liked it, so I gave it to him. Oh, I remember, was it that Xiang Jin? Ning Xuyan clapped her hands. Ning Fuzhen nodded, it was him.
Last time, since I was thinking about sending you to Japan, I wanted to ask him to help you. If you go to Japan, you need to be polite to him. His father and I are old friends. I don't want to go to Japan and learn those tricks from them. I might as well learn ancient martial arts if I want to learn something, Ning Shuyan said in contempt. Ning Fuzhen said seriously. Xiang Song founded the hidden art in Japan himself, it's no magic tricks. He's the sect leader of one of the 3 big national art sections. Don't underestimate him. That Xiang Jing is said to be even better than his father. Their arts are no weaker than ancient martial arts. Moreover, do you think it's that easy to learn ancient martial arts? Hearing this, Ning Shuyan asked carefully after a while, then did that guy come for the 2 fishtails? Ning Fuzhen said, he just happened to see them then. He also came last time to ask about GMO, but he didn't know that although GMO is a part of our family, he's like a stranger to us. Why was he asking about GMO? Does he have enmity with GMO? Ning Shuyan asked. Ning Fuzhen frowned. He had never really thought about it.